Underneath the busy streets of modern-day Rome lies a hidden world, a world of silence, stone, and centuries-old dust. It is a world where sunlight never touches, where footsteps echo faintly against damp stone walls, and the air feels thick not with fear, but with stillness. These are the Roman catacombs, and they were not built all at once. No emperor declared their creation. They came to be slowly, over time, carved and shaped by quiet hands holding simple tools, chisels, picks, and patience. We begin in the 2nd century. Rome was powerful. Emperors reigned, soldiers marched, and the city above buzzed with life, but not everyone belonged to that life. Beneath the palaces and forums were communities who believed in something new, something forbidden. Christianity, then still young and quiet, found shelter underground. These early believers needed a place not just to worship, but to bury their dead. Not with pomp, but with dignity. The ground beneath Rome was soft, a kind of volcanic rock called tuff. It could be dug by hand, but it held firm once shaped. This made it perfect for tunnels. Gravediggers, known as fossers, began their work with little fanfare. They chipped into the rock day by day, their tools tapping rhythmically in the dim, stale air. There were no blueprints, just a need. One tunnel became 2, then a branch, then a turn, then a stairwell downward. As families grew, as deaths came, the catacombs spread like the roots of an old tree. The dead were not laid in grand tombs. Most were wrapped in cloth and placed in small rectangular slots called loculi. These were carved into the tunnel walls. Sometimes they were sealed with marble, sometimes with clay. A name might be scratched on the surface, or a fish, a dove, a shepherd, or nothing at all. In time, deeper levels were dug, some catacombs going down 3, even 4 stories. Still, there was no light, only the faint flicker of oil lamps, swaying gently as footsteps passed. The deeper one walked, the quieter it became. The city above faded away. No carts, no voices, no guards, just stone and shadow. Some spaces widened into small chambers called cubicula. These were used by families, not wealthy ones, but ones with deep roots and quiet rituals. They came to sit, to remember, to mourn, and sometimes, just to be. The air was cool, damp, and still. Walls were decorated not with grandeur, but with hope. Simple paintings of a boat on calm water, a shepherd with a lamb, a vine with many branches. These images weren't there to impress, they were there to comfort. And above all, the catacombs weren't a place of fear. They were a part of life. While Rome argued, ruled, and conquered above, something humbler unfolded below. These tunnels weren't for emperors or heroes. They were for sons, for mothers, for quiet friends who lived quiet lives. And in this underground world, carved by hand and filled with peace, their stories remained, silent but not lost. In the stillness, among the dust and stone, the past rests, not loudly, not proudly, just quietly. As the years passed, the catacombs continued to grow. What began as simple burial tunnels for the earliest Christian communities gradually became an entire network beneath the Roman soil. Long corridors, small chambers, and endless rows of resting places, carved with care, layer after layer. No one ever intended for them to become vast or complex. There was no central plan, but needs changed with time. The empire above faced wars, plagues, unrest, and in the quiet beneath, more people were laid to rest. As Christianity spread, so did the catacombs. What had been secret began to feel sacred. Pilgrims began to visit. Some came to grieve, others came simply to stand where others had stood before them. They walked with oil lamps in hand, each flame barely lighting the way, casting long shadows against the ancient stone. The corridors twisted like forgotten rivers, with turns that seemed to lead nowhere, and rooms that appeared suddenly without warning. And yet the pilgrims walked slowly, with a kind of reverence. They paused at carved inscriptions, tracing the worn letters with trembling fingers. Some whispered prayers, others said nothing at all. By the 3rd and 4th centuries, the catacombs had become more than burial sites. They were places of quiet gathering. A few chambers were used as small chapels. People met not to speak loudly, not to sing or chant, but simply to remember. They sat on low stone benches, they lit candles, They looked at the walls, painted with faint figures: Daniel in the lion's den, Jonah and the great fish, the good shepherd with a sheep across his shoulders. These stories weren't just religious symbols. They were messages of hope, tucked gently into the stone. Above ground, the empire shifted. Emperors changed. Laws came and went. But the catacombs remained, untouched by time's fast pace. The air stayed cool, the stone stayed damp, the silence stayed still. Those who maintained the catacombs rarely spoke of their work. The fossers, the quiet diggers, were not seen as heroes or craftsmen. They simply continued what had already been started. Pick by pick, cut by cut. They knew the stone. They knew the weight of dust. They knew how to move forward without disturbing the past. A single passage could take days to complete. The light from their oil lamp barely reached the wall ahead, and when they paused to rest, they did so with their backs against the stone, the silence pressing gently on their shoulders like an old friend. Even in times of persecution, when the Roman authorities looked for Christians to arrest, the catacombs offered quiet refuge. Not forever and not without risk, but for a time one could disappear among the walls. There are stories, hard to confirm, but often told, of small groups hiding in the lowest levels, sitting quietly as soldiers marched above. Whether true or not, it is not hard to imagine someone sitting there in the dark, listening to their breath, feeling the stone at their back, and wondering if the silence would keep them safe. Not everyone who entered the catacombs did so for sorrow. Some came with brushes and pigment. These were the painters, men who took care in choosing simple colors to tell ancient stories. They didn't rush. They didn't aim for beauty. They aimed for peace. A gentle line, a soft figure, a message to be remembered. They painted for those who had passed, but also for those who had not. For the ones who came down here to be reminded of what lay beyond suffering. And though centuries have passed, though the streets of Rome have changed, and the emperors are now only names in books, the catacombs remain. Much of them are closed now, of course, protected, preserved, but the tunnels are still there. The stone is still there. And if you walk quietly, if you listen closely, the silence still speaks. It does not tell a story of glory or victory. It does not shout of conquest or empire. It whispers of rest, of waiting, of faith kept quietly in the dark. And that is enough. Time, as it always does, moved forward. The Roman Empire shifted, then cracked, then slowly gave way to something else. The great monuments remained above ground, but the rhythms of life changed. Roads fell into disrepair, statues crumbled, names that once held power were forgotten. And so too the catacombs began to slip from memory. What had once been visited by pilgrims, maintained by careful hands, and quietly honored began to fade into the background of a changing world. As Christianity became accepted, then dominant, the need for secret burial places diminished. Churches were built above ground, cemeteries were made in open air, and the quiet tunnels beneath Rome were left behind. The entrances to the catacombs were sealed, covered, or simply overlooked. Some were buried by time itself, by soil, by stones, by the shifting layers of a city that had always built its future atop its past. For centuries, the catacombs waited. The oil lamps had long gone out. The air grew stiller. The dust settled deeper. No footsteps echoed through the corridors. No prayers were whispered in the chambers. The paintings on the walls faded slowly, their soft colors dimming into the rock. Moss crept in. Insects made quiet homes in the corners, but the stone remained, unmoved, undisturbed. Then, in the early centuries of what we now call the Middle Ages, stories began to surface again. Travelers spoke of tunnels beneath the ground. Shepherds found strange holes in the earth. Children wandered too far and returned with tales of narrow walls and strange carvings. Some feared these places. They imagined them haunted. Others were drawn by curiosity, climbing down with torches, calling out into the dark. But there was no one to answer, only silence and the sound of their own breathing. Slowly, scholars and monks began to take interest. They brought with them parchment, charcoal, and soft brushes. They documented what they saw, the layout of the tunnels, the symbols on the walls, the names carved into marble. Some copied the inscriptions, others sketched the faded paintings. They didn't always understand what they found, but they knew it mattered. By the time of the Renaissance, the catacombs were being studied with greater care. Artists and historians descended with purpose, seeking inspiration, knowledge, or simply the feeling of standing in a place untouched by time. They noted the layers of burial, the styles of painting, the inscriptions in Greek, Latin, and faint traces of early Christian iconography. The catacombs had become a subject of quiet fascination, not grand, not urgent, but persistent. Beneath the noise of the world above, these tunnels still held something worth remembering. Not all visits were gentle. Over time, some catacombs were disturbed by those seeking relics. Bones were removed. Artifacts were taken. The silence was interrupted by footsteps that did not walk with reverence. But even so, much remained intact, thanks in part to how vast the network was and how confusing the layout could be. One could spend days in the catacombs and still feel lost. The walls, though narrow, all looked the same. The turns were subtle. The paths seemed to repeat themselves. Getting lost was easy. Finding your way out required calm. And so, in many cases, those who didn't respect the silence simply didn't return. In more recent times, efforts have been made to protect what remains. Some of the catacombs are now open to careful visitors, guided, watched, preserved. The air inside is still cool, still damp, still holding the weight of centuries. The footsteps today are fewer, they are softer, and they are watched over by quiet caretakers who understand that these tunnels are not just stone and dust. They are memory, they are faith. They are the echo of hands that worked without praise, families who mourned without noise, and lives that ended not in glory, but in peace. As you imagine walking through those tunnels now, picture the flicker of a lamp on the wall, the curve of a narrow corridor ahead, the soft scrape of a footstep on stone. There are no sounds of the outside world, no rush, no traffic, no voices from above, only stillness, and perhaps the feeling that you are not alone, but not in a frightening way. More like a sense that others walked this way before you, quietly, with purpose, and that they left something behind, not treasure, not power, but something quieter, something deeper. In the catacombs, time slows, the air does not rush. The stories do not demand to be told. They simply exist, layer upon layer, gently waiting for someone to notice. And perhaps, tonight, you have. Among those who returned to the catacombs in later centuries were not only scholars and pilgrims, but caretakers. Quiet figures who came not to study, not to worship, but simply to maintain. They arrived early, when the morning air above was still cool and the city had not yet stirred. With a ring of old iron keys and a simple lantern, they descended slowly, step by careful step, into the tunnels that most others had long forgotten. There was no rush to their work. The stones did not age faster with time. The dust was not urgent. Everything moved at its own pace, which is to say, not at all. The caretaker's job was simple, to preserve the quiet, not to clean it into something new, but to let it remain what it had always been. They walked the same narrow paths day after day, with a soft cloth in hand, brushing the stone gently, never scraping, never pressing too hard. They checked the wooden beams supporting the older sections. They tested the hinges of old gates, most of which no longer opened. And sometimes, when the light caught the wall just right, they would pause to admire a figure, half-faded, barely visible, a shepherd or a vine, etched with the care of a forgotten artist. They rarely spoke. There was no one to speak to. But in time, the silence became company. Some days, they would find small offerings. A candle left behind by a visitor, a folded paper with a prayer, a name, a date, nothing elaborate. Just quiet reminders that someone had been there, someone had remembered. They never removed these things quickly. They let them be for a while. As long as they did no harm, they were allowed to exist beside the dust and the stone. In one of the older catacombs, there was a particular chamber that had long since lost its original purpose. No records remained of who had been buried there. The walls were bare. The floor was uneven. But every morning, as part of his slow route, one caretaker would stop by this room and simply sit for a few minutes. He didn't know why. There was nothing remarkable about the space, but he liked the way the air felt there, cooler somehow, and just a little quieter than the rest. He would sit with his hands folded, not praying exactly, not meditating, just sitting, listening to the stillness, letting his thoughts settle like the dust that floated in the light of his lantern. There were moments when a visitor would arrive while he was still inside. Most came with a guide. They spoke in hushed tones, pointing at the niches along the walls, remarking on the age of the paintings or the depth of the tunnels. Some asked questions, others just listened. A few walked slowly, as if afraid to disturb the silence. He didn't interfere. He would step aside, allow them to pass, and nod if they made eye contact. That was enough. And sometimes, though rarely, a child would visit, holding a parent's hand, eyes wide, uncertain. They would look around with a mixture of wonder and confusion, unsure why they were here, unsure what this place really was. For them, it was less a resting place and more a mystery. The walls didn't explain themselves. The tunnels didn't offer answers. But the quiet seemed to reach them, all the same. And in their small steps, in the way they looked up at the painted ceilings or leaned close to the stones, there was something honest. The caretaker always watched them with a kind of gentle curiosity. He knew they wouldn't remember the details, not the dates, not the names, but perhaps they would remember the feeling, the quiet, the coolness, the stillness beneath a city that never stopped moving. As the day ended and he made his way back up the stone steps, the light above would grow brighter, the air warmer, the noise louder. He would step out slowly, blinking against the sunlight, and return to the surface world, a world of motion, of voices, of distraction. But beneath his feet, the catacombs remained, unchanged, waiting, patient. He never felt as if he was leaving them behind, only stepping away for a while. The next morning, he would return. And so the rhythm continued, day after day, stone after stone, silence after silence. It was a gray morning when he finally returned. The sky hung low with clouds, not quite threatening rain, but heavy enough to weigh on the shoulders. He walked slowly, coat buttoned up to his neck, a small leather bag in one hand, and in the other a notebook softened at the corners by time. His shoes tapped gently on the stone path as he approached the modest entrance, one that few tourists ever noticed. There was no grand gate, no sign, just a small door set into an old wall, half covered in ivy. He had not been here in years, not since his early days as a student. And even then, it had been as part of a group, guided, timed, watched. Now he came alone, older, quieter. The caretaker nodded as he passed, offering him a lantern and a key. No words were needed. Those who came here often didn't speak much. The door opened with a creak, not dramatic, just old, and the cool breath of the underground space met his face like a forgotten memory. It smelled faintly of damp stone and settled dust, untouched paper, and old silence. He stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and descended slowly. Each stair seemed to whisper. The walls, carved and worn, narrowed gently around him. His lantern swayed slightly with his steps, casting long, soft shadows that danced across the uneven surfaces. And when he reached the main corridor, he paused. Not because he was lost, he remembered the way, but because it was important to stop, to feel the shift, to acknowledge that he had left the surface behind. He moved carefully, never brushing the walls, never rushing. His eyes scanned each loculus he passed, each small alcove carved with quiet precision centuries ago. He was not here to study, not to write a paper, not even to document. He was here to remember. He had come once as a boy. He barely remembered the details, only the hush, the low hum of air, the way the stones seemed to listen. And ever since, the place had lived in the back of his mind. Now, decades later, he had returned, not to revisit, but to sit with it once more. He reached a small chamber, one of the deeper ones, mostly forgotten. The walls were bare, no frescoes, no markings, just stone. But he liked that. He placed his bag down, sat on the worn bench along the far wall, and opened his notebook. The pages were filled with notes from years ago, sketches, half-thoughts, ideas once meant for something larger. He didn't read them now. He just held the book in his lap, letting its weight settle. Around him, the silence deepened. Not empty silence, but full of what had been, full of what remained. He closed his eyes for a while, not to sleep, but to listen. The lantern flickered softly beside him. There was no breeze, no echo, just the sound of his own breath. And somewhere far above, the city moved on, Cars, voices, bells, footsteps. But none of that reached down here. Time was different in the catacombs. It didn't pass, it hovered, it waited. After a while, he opened his notebook again and wrote a single line. Not a fact, not a date, just a thought, a feeling, a quiet truth that couldn't be recorded in any formal way. Then he closed the book, placed it back in his bag, and stood up. He didn't take a photo. He didn't take a rubbing of the wall. He took nothing, and that felt right. These tunnels had been here long before him. They would remain long after. His presence did not change them, and that too felt right. As he made his way back through the corridor, he ran a finger gently along a smooth section of wall. No names, no markings, just stone. It was cool to the touch, steady, honest, a reminder that not all stories are told with words. Some are left in the weight of silence, in the shape of a hallway, in the echo of a footstep. He reached the stairs, returned the lantern, and stepped once more into the pale daylight. The sky had not changed, still gray, still low, but he felt different, not because he had learned something new, but because he had remembered something old. And as he walked away, blending back into the quiet rhythm of the street, the catacombs remained behind him, unchanged, unmoved, still waiting in the earth, holding stories that didn't need to be told aloud, only felt. There were still corners of the catacombs that had not been touched in centuries, not because they were hidden with purpose, but simply because the tunnels were too many, too winding, too layered over time. Some sections were sealed during repairs long ago. Others were mapped once, then quietly forgotten as priorities shifted, as memory faded, as caretakers changed. And so, when the small team of conservators arrived that morning with brushes and notebooks in hand, they weren't looking for anything remarkable. Their task was simple: to walk a section of the eastern corridor, document its current condition, and ensure that no new cracks had formed. The team moved slowly, carefully, with the quiet focus of people who understood they were guests in a space far older than any of them. The air was cool as always, touched by the scent of dust and stone. The lanterns cast a soft glow, enough to see, but never enough to flood the space. Shadows moved gently across the walls, bending with the curve of each tunnel. As they rounded a narrow bend, one of them, an older man with a thin notebook tucked beneath his arm, paused. Something had caught his eye. Just beneath a line of loculi, partly obscured by centuries of mineral dust, was a stone unlike the others. Not in shape or size, but in texture. It seemed smoother, newer somehow, though still aged. He reached for his soft brush, crouched beside it, and began to sweep gently. The dust lifted in thin wisps. Slow strokes revealed a faint carving, two overlapping circles with a third line crossing through them. Not a cross, not a known Christian symbol, at least not one commonly seen in this section of the catacombs. The others gathered quietly around, offering no opinions, only silence. Symbols were not uncommon here. Fish, doves, anchors, loaves of bread, all simple images of early faith. But this was different, more geometric, more cryptic, not decorative but purposeful. The stone beneath the symbol was flush with the wall but bore the faint outline of an arch, a false wall perhaps, sealed long ago then forgotten. They didn't rush. Hours passed, measurements were taken, sketches made. The air in the corridor remained still, untouched by the world above. And finally, with the approval of the curator and the care of steady hands, they began to remove the stones, not chipped, not broken, just gently lifted, one at a time. Behind the sealed arch, they found a short passage, no more than 4 steps in length, and then a chamber, square and quiet, untouched. The air smelled older, stiller, as if it hadn't moved in hundreds of years. Inside, the walls were bare, no paintings, no inscriptions, just a low stone shelf in the center, and upon it a small clay oil lamp, blackened at the wick, still standing upright. Beside it, a folded piece of cloth, brittle with age, untouched by wind or light. They didn't move anything, not yet. They simply stood in the doorway, lanterns low, breathing slowly, listening to a silence that felt even deeper than the rest. There was something delicate about the space, not sacred in any ceremonial way, but sacred in its stillness, like a thought someone had once tucked away and never returned to. Perhaps it had been a resting place, perhaps a prayer room, Or perhaps it was simply a place meant to be forgotten, a space carved by hands no longer remembered, for reasons no longer known. Later, the cloth was studied and found to be linen, finely woven, likely wrapped around something once, though whatever it held had long since dissolved into time. The lamp matched others from the early 3rd century. The chamber itself had no identifying marks, no names, no signs of ownership, and yet the symbol outside remained. 2 circles crossed by a single line. Interpretations would be offered. Papers would be written, but the truth was likely simpler. Someone had created a quiet place, and in doing so, left behind a question. Back in the tunnels, the team marked the chamber on their map and sealed the outer wall again, not to hide it, but to protect it. The memory of the space would now live in drawings, in notes, in files carefully stored. But the chamber itself would remain what it had always been, still, small, and unchanged. And perhaps that is what made it special. In a world that moved quickly, where everything asked to be seen, this room asked for nothing. It simply waited, not to be found, just to be. And now it had been seen, and then left in peace. The rain had started early that evening. It wasn't a storm, not the kind that shakes windows or drowns the city in thunder, but a steady, gentle rain that seemed content to fall quietly through the night. The streets of Rome darkened under the slow rhythm of droplets, and the old stones of the buildings drank in the moisture like a memory returning. Down below, in the catacombs, the rain could not be heard directly. The earth above was thick, the corridors deep, but now and then, when everything else was still, the sound of a single droplet, somewhere far away, could find its way into the silence. An old caretaker, whose name very few people knew, was seated just inside the main corridor of one of the older tunnels. He wasn't working that evening, not in any formal sense. He had finished his tasks hours earlier, checking locks, trimming lantern wicks, brushing fine dust from the base of a carved archway, but he hadn't gone home. Instead, he remained, sitting on a low stone ledge, hands resting on his knees, eyes open but unfocused. He wasn't waiting for anything. He wasn't thinking of much. He was simply listening. At first, there was only the familiar stillness, the kind that lives in stone, the kind that seems almost alive, like a quiet breath held between centuries. But then softly, a sound broke through, a faint tap, then another, not footsteps, not voices, just water. A single droplet landing far down the corridor, then a pause, then another. It wasn't alarming. It wasn't unusual. The catacombs, though dry in most places, were part of the earth. And the earth shifts. The walls breathe, the stones remember. The rain above had found a path downward, a narrow crack perhaps, or a seam between layers, just enough for the water to move, slowly, gently, one drop at a time. He didn't go searching for the source. He didn't feel the need. Instead, he leaned back slightly, letting his shoulders settle into the cool curve of the wall behind him. The sound came again, drip, then silence, then another. It was not rhythmic in the way a clock ticks. It was uneven, natural, and yet, after a while, it began to feel like a kind of music, a music not meant to be performed or recorded, just heard, just noticed. He thought of nothing in particular, just let his thoughts drift alongside the echoes. He imagined the rain slipping through layers of stone above, weaving its way around ancient bricks, down forgotten roots, finally arriving in some hidden crack above a hollow curve in the tunnel, where it paused, gathered itself, and fell drop by drop. Time passed unnoticed. The air remained steady and cool. The lantern beside him burned low, casting soft gold light across the floor. Shadows clung gently to the corners of the chamber, unmoving, calm. Occasionally, a breeze would pass faintly through the corridor. No wind, just a shift in pressure, the breath of the underground adjusting itself. He thought, in a quiet way, about how many people had heard this very same silence before him. How many had paused in the same tunnel, not to speak, not to leave a mark, but to rest, to listen, to be still. There was something reassuring in that, the knowledge that he was part of a long, invisible line of quiet people, people who didn't need to be remembered, only to have existed for a time within the peace of the stone. The droplets continued, not faster, not slower, just as they were, like time itself, choosing not to move too quickly. Eventually, the lantern flickered low, its fuel nearly gone. He didn't relight it. He let the darkness come gently, as it always had. His eyes adjusted slowly. The outlines of the corridor remained, soft and gray. He could still hear the water, still feel the stone beneath him, still sense the weight of the earth above. And so he remained, for a little while longer, not working, not guarding, just listening to the catacombs speak, in the quietest language they knew, a single drop of water falling again and again into the deep patience of time. She arrived just before closing, quietly, with a folded piece of paper in her hand and a scarf wrapped gently around her shoulders. Her steps were slow but certain, as if her feet remembered something her mind hadn't thought about in years. The staff at the entrance offered her a kind glance, recognizing a kind of purpose in her silence. She didn't ask for a guide. She simply nodded, accepted the small lantern they gave her, and descended into the earth alone. The stairs were familiar to her, though she had not walked them in over 50 years. She had come here once, as a girl barely 20, part of a group on a university trip. Curious, excited, filled with the noise of youth. But something about that visit had stayed with her, not the facts, not the history, but the feeling, the stillness, the quiet that settled around her like a soft blanket. And now, older, slower, she had returned. Not for study, not for closure, but simply because something in her chest had asked her to. The lantern flickered gently in her hand as she made her way down the first corridor. The stones whispered beneath her shoes. The walls curved in slow, even rhythms, just as she remembered. The coolness wrapped around her skin, and the air carried that same subtle scent. Dust, stone, and something like memory. She reached into her coat pocket and unfolded the paper. It was old, yellowed, creased many times over. On it, a name, just one, written in careful ink. Faded now, but still readable. She held it with both hands for a moment, then folded it again and pressed it to her chest. She didn't know exactly where she was going. The layout had changed in parts. Some passages were now closed for safety, others newly opened. But she didn't mind. She wasn't trying to find a specific place. Not really. It was more about walking, about being here, about sharing the same silence once more. She moved deeper, letting her mind drift. Around her, the catacombs remained quiet. Not empty, just quiet. The kind of quiet that holds stories without needing to tell them. She passed rows of loculi, each one simple, each one shaped with the same patient hand. Some had names, some had symbols, some had nothing at all. She paused at one, not because it matched the name on her paper, but because something about it felt gentle, familiar even. She knelt slowly, one hand resting on the stone surface, the other still holding the paper. And then she just sat, not in grief, not in search, just to sit, to be with the space. The lantern light danced softly across the walls, casting a warm glow that reached just far enough to touch the edges of the corridor. In that light, the shadows looked less like darkness and more like quiet companions. She didn't speak. There was no need. The silence seemed to understand. It offered her no answers, but also no questions. Just a place to rest. As she sat there, she thought of the name on the paper. It belonged to someone she had known once, long ago. A friend. A boy who had made her laugh during her university years. He had been fascinated by early Christian history, had spoken with such wonder about the courage of those buried here. He had visited the catacombs often, alone mostly. She had come with him once. That visit, that memory, then life had moved on. He had passed young. She had gone on to live many more years. And yet, that moment in that tunnel had never left her. It had stayed quietly at the edge of her memory, never asking for attention, but never fading. And now, decades later, it had drawn her back. She didn't stay long, just long enough. Long enough for the silence to soften the edges of her memory. Long enough to let the name in her hand feel, for a moment, less like ink and more like breath. Then she stood slowly, knees stiff but steady, and placed the folded paper at the base of the wall. Not tucked, not hidden, just resting there, quietly, like everything else down here. As she made her way back toward the surface, the air warmed with each step. The lantern light grew dimmer in the presence of the coming daylight. And when she finally reached the top of the stairs, she turned once to look back, not to say goodbye, but to thank the space. Thank it for its patience, for keeping what mattered, for being exactly as it had been, unchanged, unrushed, just waiting. And then she stepped outside into the cool evening air, the sound of the city rising gently around her. She pulled her scarf tighter around her shoulders, walked quietly into the soft light of dusk, and disappeared into the rhythm of the world, leaving behind only the paper, the name, and the memory of sitting still among the stone. The children came in slowly, one by one, their voices still trailing behind them from the street above. A teacher, tall and soft-spoken, led the way, holding a small lantern in one hand and a list of names in the other. Behind her, 2 adults brought up the rear, guiding the younger ones down the steps, reminding them to hold the railing, to move carefully, to keep close. There were maybe 10 of them, perhaps 11, aged somewhere between 8 and 11 years old. Most had never seen a place like this. Their eyes adjusted slowly to the dimness, to the way the stone swallowed sound and light alike. At first, they whispered to each other, giggled softly, nudged shoulders. But as the door closed behind them and the lanterns were lit, a hush began to settle. Not complete silence, but the kind that grows naturally, like a fog rolling over a still morning. The air was cool and dry, the walls curved gently ahead, and the guide, an older man who had worked in the catacombs longer than most of the children had been alive, waited until all the small feet had stopped moving before he began. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The quiet did that for him. "This place," he said gently, "is very old. Older than the buildings outside, older than your schools, older than your parents, maybe even older than your favorite storybooks." That made a few children smile. One looked up at the ceiling. Another turned slowly in a full circle, eyes wide. "Down here," the man continued, "people didn't come to be seen. They came to remember, to rest, to leave something behind." He walked forward slowly, motioning for the group to follow. They moved together, their footsteps soft, some shoes squeaking faintly against the stone. He pointed out a loculus, explaining what it was, then showed them a carved fish, a symbol used long ago when it wasn't safe to say what one believed. The children listened. Some asked questions, simple ones, honest ones. "Did they get scared down here?" one asked. The guide nodded. "Maybe, but maybe not. Maybe they found comfort in the quiet." They reached a wider chamber, one of the cubicula, where the light could stretch farther and the ceiling rose just a little higher. Here, the children were invited to sit. Not all did. Some stood, looking around, running their fingers along the smooth edges of the walls. Others sat cross-legged on the stone floor, backpacks beside them, listening to the silence as if trying to decide whether it was real. The guide sat down too, slowly, his back resting against a familiar curve in the wall. He didn't speak for a while. Neither did the group. It wasn't awkward, it just was. The kind of quiet that isn't uncomfortable, but curious. One boy raised his hand and whispered, "Did you come here when you were a kid?" The guide smiled. "No, I came here later, when I was older, but I remember the first time." He paused, letting the thought settle. "It was quiet then too, different but the same. I didn't know what I was looking for. I still don't, but I kept coming back." The boy didn't ask anything else. He just nodded and looked at the walls again. The teacher handed out small sketchbooks, one for each child and a pencil. "If you want," she said, "draw what you see, or write what you feel, or just look." The group spread out a little, still within the chamber. A girl knelt beside a wall and tried to copy the curve of a faded symbol. Another boy sat cross-legged and wrote something slowly, pressing hard with his pencil. One child didn't draw at all, just sat with her hands folded in her lap, eyes closed, listening. The guide watched them quietly, remembering the first group he had ever led. It had been decades ago. The children were now grown, maybe with children of their own. He wondered if any of them remembered that day, if any of them ever thought about the catacombs now. He didn't mind if they didn't. Not everything that matters leaves a mark. Some things just pass through, gentle and quiet, like a breeze that brushes your sleeve but never asks your name. Eventually, the teacher gathered the children together again. The sketchbooks were tucked away, the pencils returned. A few children looked back at the chamber before they left, as if trying to memorize the silence. The guide led them back slowly, retracing their steps through the same soft corridors, past the same rows of resting places, the same shadows that had stood still for centuries. At the base of the stairs, before the light of the surface began to grow, one child turned and whispered, "Will it still be here when we're grown up?" The guide smiled again and answered, "Yes, it will be waiting, just like it always has." And then they climbed back into the world above, where the streets hummed with cars and voices and motion. But beneath their footsteps, the catacombs remained, unchanged, quiet, and still holding the soft echo of children's questions. The evening air was cool when he stepped out of the stone building, closing the narrow wooden door behind him with a quiet push. The rain had returned, Viking thoughts steady, unbothered, not heavy enough to drench his coat, but enough to make the cobblestones glisten under the street lamps. He pulled his scarf higher around his neck, adjusted the small bag on his shoulder, and began the familiar walk home. It was never far, just a few quiet streets away, past the shuttered windows of old shops and the flickering light of one or two late cafes. The city was quiet now, settled into its evening rhythm. But beneath its calm surface, the catacombs remained, still holding the hush of the day, of children's questions, of soft footsteps, of thoughts left behind like folded notes. He reached his apartment, a second-floor flat above a bakery that had long since closed for the night. The hallway smelled faintly of flour and old wood. Inside, everything was quiet. No music, no television, just the ticking of a small wall clock and the occasional creak of the floor as he crossed the room. He lit a lamp, warm, golden, and placed his bag beside the coat rack. Then, almost by habit, he walked over to the low cabinet near the window. It was old, made of dark wood, its surface scratched in places, its hinges a little stiff. He knelt beside it and opened the doors slowly. Inside were papers. Not organized, not labeled, just layered. Maps, notebooks, sketches, old letters, worn photographs. He reached in gently, pulled out a thin bundle tied with twine, and sat back on the floor, letting the soft light touch the edges of memory. There were drawings of tunnel walls, some neat, some rushed. In one corner of a page, the symbol of a fish, carefully outlined. Another page held a list of names, first names only, with dates scribbled beside them, some crossed out, some circled faintly in pencil. A few pages were entirely blank, yellowed from time but still waiting. He turned each one slowly, not searching for anything in particular, just remembering. The smell of the stone, the weight of the silence, the way a whisper sounded against carved walls. He found an old map, hand-drawn, its edges worn soft from use. It marked a section of the eastern corridor, the same place where he had once helped uncover a sealed chamber decades ago. He traced a faint line with his finger, remembering the exact way the wall had felt beneath his hand that day. Cool, steady, patient. He folded the map carefully and set it aside. At the bottom of the cabinet was a small wooden box, and he opened it and found tiny objects. An old lantern key, a smooth piece of stone he'd once picked up and never put back. A scrap of paper with a child's drawing of a tunnel. He smiled at that, not remembering the child, but remembering the moment. How proud they had been, how they'd asked if he would keep it. He had. He sat there for a while, not speaking, not moving much, just holding the quiet close. Outside, the rain tapped gently against the window, not loudly, just enough to be known. The apartment around him was dim, still, warm, and for a moment, it felt no different than the tunnels below, not in appearance, but in presence. The same soft pause in time, the same gentle breath of stillness. He didn't need to go back tomorrow. The schedule said so, but he knew he would. Maybe not early, maybe not for long, but the stones would be waiting. They always were. He placed the bundle of papers back in the cabinet, tied the twine again without pulling it too tight. He closed the doors gently, stood slowly, and turned off the lamp. In the soft darkness, he walked to his chair by the window, sat down, and listened to the rain. No words, no movement, just the rhythm of water meeting stone. Somewhere below the city, the catacombs rested, their walls untouched, their silence undisturbed, their stories content to wait. And up here, in the quiet of his room, he felt no need to disturb them. He closed his eyes, let the day drift away, let the silence settle once more. And so, Our quiet journey beneath the streets of Rome comes to an end. The stones return to stillness, the shadows settle, and the silence remains, waiting gently for those who will one day return. Now let us leave the tunnels behind. Let us rise slowly with soft steps and walk into the open air of another world. A world not of stone, but of trees, of water, of symmetry. A world shaped by sunlight and silence alike. In tonight's story, we travel eastward, to a place where ancient hands designed peace itself into the land. This is the history of ancient Persian gardens. Long before cities rose and fell, long before borders were drawn or empires carved into stone, there were gardens. Not wild ones, not forests or fields, but quiet spaces made by human hands, designed not for work, not for war, but for rest. And among the earliest, most enduring of these gardens were those found in ancient Persia. They were not loud. They were not grand in the way palaces are grand, but they were precise, peaceful, intentional, made to reflect not just beauty, but balance. And in that balance, people found something deeper, something that, centuries later, still feels like calm. The land itself was not always easy. Much of Persia, what we now know as Iran, was dry, arid. The sun was strong, the soil in many places reluctant. But beneath the surface ran veins of water, cold and clear, hidden in underground channels called qanats. These qanats were engineered with care, often dug by hand across vast distances, guiding water gently from distant mountains to the lowlands where people lived. And it was here, where water met intention, that the Persian garden was born. These gardens were called paradisa, a word that would later give rise to the word paradise. But they were not just for pleasure. They were expressions of a worldview, a belief that harmony could be designed, that heaven could be shaped quietly here on earth. Their structure was simple but meaningful, usually a square or rectangle, divided into 4 smaller sections by pathways or narrow water channels. This 4-part division, called chaharbagh, represented many things: earth, water, air, and fire, or perhaps the 4 seasons, or the cardinal directions. Interpretations varied, but the symmetry remained. At the center, always, was water, a pool, a fountain, a reflecting surface, not rushing, but still, not roaring, but present. It was the heart of the garden. Around it, trees were planted with care: fruit trees, cypress, shade-giving species, the kind that swayed gently in the heat, that held on to green even when the world outside the walls turned brown. Flowers were there too, but not in wild bursts. They followed the lines of the paths, blooming softly, never overwhelming. The colors were chosen to calm, the scents were light, nothing demanded attention. Everything invited stillness. Walls enclosed the garden, not to imprison it, but to separate it, to remind those who entered that they were stepping out of one rhythm and into another. Inside, time slowed, voices dropped. The air felt different, cooler, shaded, shaped by the trees and the flow of water. Birds found their way in, fluttering among the branches. The breeze moved gently, and people walked slowly, often alone, sometimes in pairs, but rarely in crowds. These were not places for gathering. They were places for thinking, for being. Over time, these gardens became more than just pleasant spaces. They were attached to palaces, yes, but also to places of worship, to schools, to rest houses along desert roads. Travelers would arrive, hot and tired, and step into a garden, breathe in the dampness of the air, feel the stone path beneath their feet, sit beside the pool and watch the light reflect against the water. They didn't need explanations. The garden spoke for itself. Even the materials were chosen with care: stone that stayed cool, plaster that reflected light, tiles in shades of blue and green, echoing the sky and the leaves above. Every element played a role. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was loud. It was a quiet conversation between land and water, between structure and softness, between what is natural and what is made. The concept of the Persian garden spread slowly, not through conquest, but through admiration. Those who saw it remembered. Traders carried stories of the symmetry, the water, the calm. Poets wrote of it, verse after verse comparing lovers to roses, fountains to longing. And as centuries passed, echoes of these gardens began to appear in faraway lands, in Mughal India, in Moorish Spain, in Ottoman Turkey. But the essence remained the same. a space shaped by care, a space meant to soothe. And so, as night falls and we sit quietly here, imagining the sound of water flowing over smooth stone, the scent of blossoms drifting on warm air, the rustle of leaves above us in slow, sleepy rhythm, we begin to understand. These gardens were not just for looking, they were for feeling, for breathing, for returning to the center of things. And in this stillness, under stars, beside imagined pools, we rest. The history of Persian gardens stretches far across time, woven through the lives of kings, poets, architects, and ordinary people who simply understood the quiet power of balance. These gardens did not appear suddenly, nor did they remain unchanged. They evolved, slowly, gently, like the movement of water through stone channels. The earliest known examples date back to the Achaemenid Empire, more than 25 centuries ago. It was a time of great power, when Cyrus the Great and Darius ruled over lands that stretched from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley. Yet even amid vast conquests and monumental construction, space was still made for quiet. The gardens of Pasargadae, attributed to Cyrus himself, offer the first glimpse of this idea made real. Symmetrical plots, intersecting paths, gentle water systems guiding streams through carefully cultivated soil. These weren't just decorative spaces, they were statements, symbols of order in a chaotic world, reflections of how the universe might look if it could be arranged by hand. But these early gardens were not built to impress from afar. They were not meant to be seen in a single glance. They invited slow movement, step by step, each section unfolding gently into the next. They encouraged the visitor not to consume, but to dwell. Over time, under different dynasties, the form remained but the details shifted. During the Sasanian era, domed pavilions began to appear at the heart of some gardens, soft, open structures with arches and shade. Not imposing, not cold, just places to sit, to read, to rest. Water was still central, flowing in straight lines or looping quietly around trees. Flowers were planted seasonally, with blooms arranged so that each part of the year carried its own color, its own mood. Later, as the Islamic Golden Age spread through Persia, new ideas joined the old. Geometry became sacred. Gardens were drawn as blueprints of paradise, using mathematics not for rigidity, but for grace. The square remained the favorite form, but within it, endless variations bloomed. 8-pointed stars, radiating paths, pools that mirrored the sky in perfect silence. Walls became more than boundaries. They were canvases, covered in glazed tiles, decorated with verses from the Quran, with poetry that compared the water's movement to time, and the cypress trees to patience. In cities, gardens became part of daily life, not just for royalty, but for scholars, artists, and families. Public gardens opened near mosques and bazaars. Travelers would pause there on long routes, sitting in shaded corners, sipping tea, listening to the splash of a central fountain. Children played along the edges. Old men rested on carved stone benches. The garden was not a place separate from life. It was part of it, but always quieter, always slower. A deliberate space within a hurried world. By the time of the Safavid dynasty, the garden had become not just a space of rest, but of ceremony. The great city of Isfahan, with its bridges and palaces and tiled mosques, became a home to some of the most refined Persian gardens ever built. Chehel Sotun, meaning 40 columns, stood at the edge of a long reflective pool. Its name came not from its actual columns, but from how the 20 real ones doubled in the water's surface, giving the illusion of 40. It was in these gardens that poetry was recited, ambassadors were received, and quiet walks were taken at dusk beneath orange trees and birdsong. But even at their most elaborate, the soul of the garden remained unchanged. Symmetry, water, shade, a sense of enclosure, a central stillness. These elements were never forgotten, even when the patterns grew more ornate. The garden was never meant to overwhelm, it was meant to invite. To allow the visitor to step outside of ordinary time, into a rhythm that belonged to the trees, the stones, the gentle echo of footsteps on gravel. And through all of this, the Persian garden remained more than a space. It was a philosophy, a way of seeing the world, a belief that beauty need not shout, that peace can be created with intention, that silence, when shaped with care, becomes a place where one can think and breathe and simply be. The Persian garden, though rooted in a specific land and time, did not stay still. like the slow, steady flow of water through the qanats that once nourished its roots. The idea of the garden, its geometry, its symbolism, its promise of calm, spread across borders, carried not by conquest, but by admiration, by migration, and by memory. What began in the arid lands of Persia found echoes in distant corners of the world, each place interpreting the design in its own voice, yet never forgetting the source of its stillness. One of the most graceful reflections of the Persian garden outside its birthplace appeared far to the east, in the lands of India. During the rise of the Mughal Empire in the 16th century, Persian culture and aesthetics flowed alongside language, poetry, and architecture. The Mughal emperors, many of whom traced their lineage to Persian ancestry, brought with them a deep respect for symmetry, for planned beauty, and for the symbolism of gardens as both paradise and power. Babur, the first Mughal emperor, wrote in his memoirs not only of battles and politics, but also of gardens. He missed the gardens of his youth, those cool, enclosed spaces back home, and began creating his own in the hot plains of northern India. These gardens, called charbagh, retained the fourfold layout of the Persian ideal. Long water channels divided green spaces into quadrants, with paths for walking and pavilions for rest. Shade-giving trees were planted along the edges, and fountains brought the sound of water into the air. The most iconic of these, perhaps, is the garden surrounding the Taj Mahal. Built by Shah Jahan in memory of his wife Mumtaz Mahal, the Taj is not only a mausoleum, it is a garden in the fullest Persian sense. The white marble structure rises at one end of a symmetrical plan, its reflection caught in the long central pool. Cypress trees line the walkways. Water flows gently beneath carved bridges, and even in silence the garden speaks. It offers not just beauty, but equilibrium. It slows the breath. It holds the moment. Further west, across deserts and mountains, the Persian garden found another home in the cities of Al-Andalus, what we now call southern Spain. During the centuries of Islamic presence in Iberia, Persian influence reached the architects and craftsmen of the region. The result can be seen in places like the Alhambra in Granada. Here, within the thick walls of a hilltop fortress, a series of gardens unfold, not vast, not showy, but deeply harmonious. The Court of the Lions, with its central fountain supported by carved marble animals, is framed by slender columns, delicate arches, and channels that carry water in quiet lines across the floor. Around it, orange trees bloom, and small birds sing softly in the heat. The garden here is not an escape from the world. It is the center of it. In Morocco, in Turkey, and later even in parts of France and Italy, the structure of the Persian garden echoed in courtyards and palace grounds. Sometimes the proportions shifted. Sometimes the symbolism was forgotten, but the heart remained. Water, geometry, shade, stillness. In each new home, the garden adapted. It spoke the language of the place, but whispered the soul of its origin. It reminded its visitors, wherever they were, that peace can be made, that nature, when guided with care, can become a mirror for thought, that a wall, a tree, a path, and a pool are not only physical things, but spaces for returning to what is quiet within us. Even as modern cities rose and populations swelled, echoes of the Persian garden endured. University campuses borrowed the layout. Museums created contemplative spaces inspired by it. Architects studied its proportions, not for decoration, but for what they revealed about human comfort, human longing, human balance. In times of conflict and noise, people still returned on foot or in thought to that idea of a garden shaped by silence. And so, through centuries and across continents, the Persian garden did not travel like an empire. It traveled like a memory, sad, persistent, adaptable, never demanding attention, only offering presence. And to this day, if one walks slowly through a courtyard shaded by trees, with water moving gently nearby and the world growing quieter with each step, the soul of that ancient garden is still there, unchanged. Even today, in the heart of Iran, where cities hum and mountains hold their silent watch over centuries past, some Persian gardens still remain, not in memory, not in fragments, but real, physical, living. Though time has passed, though dynasties have fallen and tastes have shifted, there are still places where the old vision breathes quietly between the trees and under the sky. These gardens, preserved and protected, still carry the stillness of those who built them long ago. One such place is the Finn Garden in Kashan. It stands where desert meets city, where dry hills overlook narrow streets, and beyond a simple gate lies a world arranged by calm intention. The garden is surrounded by high walls, unremarkable from the outside. But once inside, the contrast is immediate. You step into shade, into silence, into a geometry of green. The water begins almost without notice. A thin channel runs along the path, its current so gentle it almost feels still. It moves beneath cypress trees, tall and straight, their needles whispering with the wind. The path divides and divides again, leading you deeper into a layout that is simple but full of choice. Sit here, beside the pool. Walk there beneath the arch. Pause under the dome, where sound softens. Every direction offers peace. At the center of the Finn Garden is a pavilion, an open structure with delicate tile work. Its ceiling painted in fading colors, blue, gold, soft green. Beneath it, a square pool reflects the patterns above. The water flows through narrow stone veins, cut into the floor, tracing the lines of the garden like silent handwriting. It is not loud, it does not draw attention, but it holds the place together like breath. Visitors walk slowly here, not because they must, but because the garden invites it. A child steps ahead of her mother, then turns back, whispering. A man sits alone on a bench, eyes half closed. A group of students sketch a section of wall, speaking in low voices, but no one rushes. The garden does not allow it. Its rhythm is steady, like a clock that tells not time, but mood. Further south, in the city of Shiraz, another garden waits. The Aram Garden, whose name means Garden of Paradise, stretches along a quiet avenue of trees and terraces. It too is enclosed. It too begins with water. Here, a wide central path is framed by flowers that bloom gently in layers, roses, jasmine, violet petals swaying with the breeze. The scent is never overwhelming. It arrives slowly, fades slowly, lingers in memory. At the far end of the Aram Garden stands a grand residence, once home to noble families, now a museum. Its facade is reflected perfectly in the long pool before it, broken only by the ripple of water moving over stone. The architecture is beautiful, but the garden holds the true magic. Small staircases lead down into shaded corners. Narrow side paths disappear behind hedges. Everywhere water flows, not in great fountains or showy arcs, but along low channels, sometimes visible, sometimes beneath the path, reappearing in small square openings like forgotten windows into the ground. In both of these gardens, and in others like them across Yazd, Tehran, and smaller towns, the air changes when you enter. The temperature cools, the sound softens, the colors deepen, and something within the body adjusts, as though reminded of a pace long forgotten. The hands that built these gardens have long since returned to the earth. Their names may be lost, their plans faded or redrawn, but their vision remains, the symmetry, the shade, the softness of movement. All of it speaks of a patience that modern life rarely demands, but still deeply needs. To sit in these gardens is not to look back, but to look inward, to be still in a way that feels rare, and yet entirely familiar. It's the feeling of hearing your own breath, of following the path of water as it winds quietly beside your feet, of letting your eyes trace the curve of a tree, the edge of a tile, the shimmer of light on a pool that holds the sky like a mirror too delicate to disturb. These gardens are not loud in their beauty. They do not compete. They do not surprise. They reveal themselves slowly, thoughtfully, the way sunlight filters through a curtain, the way a quiet memory returns without warning. And long after the visit ends, after the gate closes and the city resumes its pace, the feeling remains, the geometry, the breath, the stillness, carried softly like the scent of jasmine on fabric long worn. To walk through a Persian garden is to enter more than a physical space. It is to step quietly into a way of seeing, a way of believing that the world, though vast and often chaotic, can be held in order, not through control, but through care. The Persian garden was never just about trees or water or tile. It was a reflection, a microcosm, a symbolic echo of the universe arranged with intention. In this quiet geometry, people saw not only beauty, but truth. The fourfold layout, called Chaharbagh, was more than symmetry. It represented harmony between opposing elements: earth and air, water and fire, north and south, time and eternity. To walk its paths was not simply to wander, but to move through the essence of life itself, laid out gently in stone and shade. At the heart of the garden, water flowed, and not without meaning. Water was life in Persia, in a land where deserts stretched far and dry winds whispered endlessly across plains. Water meant survival, but more than that, it meant purity, renewal, a mirror for the sky. In Zoroastrian belief, which long predates Islam in the region, water was sacred, fire was sacred. And the Persian garden brought the two into quiet conversation. Sunlight sparkled on the surface of the pool, and firelight flickered from lanterns in the evening, reflected in the channels that lined the paths. The garden became a place where the elements did not battle, but balanced. The trees, too, were chosen with thought. The cypress stood tall, slender, enduring, symbol of eternity, of strength without violence. The fruit trees, pomegranate and fig, offered sweetness and shade, nourishment and beauty. Their roots reached down into the soil, drawing water upward, their branches giving back to those who sat below. The garden was not merely ornamental, it was generous. It gave more than it asked. Even the breeze played its part, rustling through leaves with the kind of sound that says nothing, but calms everything. Walls enclosed the garden, and this too carried meaning. Not to keep out the world with fear, but to define a threshold, a boundary between the outer life and the inner space. Once inside, time seemed to change. The rush of the street, the noise of the market, the demands of the day, they waited beyond the gate. Within the walls, the pace slowed, not because anything was forced, but because the space itself encouraged quiet, a turning inward, a softness in the breath. And within that stillness, people found something else, not just comfort, but clarity. The garden became a space for poetry, for prayer, for reflection. Rumi wrote of gardens. So did Hafez, not as decoration, but as metaphor. The rose was love, the thorn, longing, the pool, a soul undisturbed. Sitting beside a tree, they found verses blooming like petals in the mind. The Persian language itself is full of this garden speak, where the line between plant and thought is thin, and beauty is always more than what it seems. In some traditions, the garden even became an image of paradise after death, not in the sense of reward, but of return, a rejoining with what is balanced, what is whole. The Paradisa, the enclosed garden, gave shape to the idea that peace is not found in excess, but in proportion, that what is eternal is not overwhelming, but calm, that heaven, if it exists, might feel very much like a place where water flows quietly, where trees cast long shadows, where nothing hurries and nothing asks too much. And perhaps that is why, across centuries, the Persian garden never needed to change dramatically. Its truth was not bound to fashion or empire. It was bound to the human need for stillness, for a place where thought can rest, where the body can breathe, where the world, just for a while, feels right. Visitors may have come and gone, rulers risen and fallen, but the garden kept offering its quiet lesson. That peace is not something found, but something made, carefully, deliberately, patiently. And in this soft space between geometry and soul, between dust and water, between silence and meaning, the garden continues, timeless, not because it resists change, but because it never needed it. Behind every Persian garden, behind every still pool and shaded path, there were hands. Hands that did not leave names in history books. Hands that never signed scrolls or received titles. But hands that shaped the soil, trimmed the branches, laid the stones, and waited patiently for seeds to grow. These were not kings, not poets, not architects, but gardeners, laborers, quiet craftsmen, and without them, the gardens would not have lasted even a single season. Their work was not rushed. It could not be. A tree does not grow faster if you hurry it. Water does not listen to shouting. These men, and sometimes women, understood that care is not dramatic. It is slow, repetitive, precise. Each morning, often before the sun warmed the walls, they would arrive through side entrances, carrying tools that had not changed much in centuries. A curved spade, a wooden rake, a small knife for pruning, The oldest among them walked slowly, but they knew the garden in ways others did not. They knew which tree leaned a little more after last year's storm, which stone in the path always shifted during spring, which flower bed needed rest, not replanting. Their movements were quiet, intentional. They didn't talk much while they worked. The garden didn't need noise, it needed rhythm. Some focused only on the water. These men were keepers of the canals, those ancient underground channels that brought life to the surface. They moved through low tunnels beneath the city, lanterns flickering in hand, listening to the sound of flow. A blockage, a crack, a drop in pressure. They could hear it before they saw it. Above ground, they adjusted the sluice gates, redirected the channels, checked the stone troughs that led to fountains. When the water was right, the garden sang. When it wasn't, it fell silent. Their work was invisible, but vital, like breath. Others tended to the trees. The cypress, tall and constant, needed little. But the fruit trees, the pomegranates, the apricots, the figs, they asked for attention. Their branches had to be shaped, their roots checked, their blossoms protected from sudden cold. A gardener might spend an hour on a single tree, trimming gently, brushing dust from a leaf, checking the bark for signs of stress. They didn't rush. They listened to the tree, not with ears, but with keys, with hands. They didn't measure success in yield or height, but in balance. A tree that stood at peace with the garden around it was considered perfect. And then there were those who laid tile, not the bright, grand tiles of palaces, but the soft, functional ones that lined the pools, framed the steps, marked the base of a column. These were cut by hand, fitted carefully, never forced. The color mattered, a pale blue to reflect the sky, a soft green to echo the leaves. The grout lines were kept thin, the finish smooth but not slippery. They worked under the sun, crouched low, their backs aching. But they understood that a well-laid tile could last for generations. They rarely saw people stop to admire their work. That was never the point. The satisfaction was in knowing that the water would move cleanly, that the reflection would remain undisturbed. Even the sweepers played their part. Each day, they walked the gravel paths with wide brooms, brushing away fallen petals, stray leaves, dust blown in by the wind. Their work was erased by the next breeze, and yet they did it again the next day. Not because they expected praise, but because they knew the garden deserved to be greeted fresh each morning, that even the silence should be clean. And in the evenings, when the last visitors had gone, when the sun dipped behind the walls and the shadows stretched long across the paths, the caretakers stayed behind a little longer, checking locks, dimming lanterns, walking once more through the trees, listening to the water, feeling the coolness in the air. They didn't speak much, even to each other, but they nodded, they understood. The garden was not just a place, it was a living rhythm, a gentle breath that needed tending. Years passed, gardeners aged, some left, some stayed until their backs could no longer bend. Others came to learn, walking slowly behind the elders, watching how to prune, how to clean a fountain without stirring the water. Knowledge passed not through instruction, but through observation. A hand placed here, a step taken there, a pause before cutting. It was slow, it was patient, it was perfect. And though their names were not carved into plaques, though no songs were written about them, the gardeners were remembered. In every branch that bent gracefully, in every flower bed that bloomed quietly, in every pool that rippled only when the wind allowed, the garden held them the way it held the trees, the tiles, the sun, and the silence. He arrived quietly, without fanfare, without a guide, not part of a group, not carrying a brochure, just a small cloth bag over one shoulder, and in his hand, a notebook that looked well used. The gatekeeper nodded at him with the same soft gesture. Reserved for those who came not to see, but to stay. It was late morning, the shadows were short, the sun had begun to warm the pale stone paths, but the trees held their coolness, their branches stretching gently overhead like arms that knew how to wait. He walked slowly, not aimlessly, but without urgency, as if each step was less about reaching and more about arriving, again and again, in the present moment. He did not take pictures, he did not speak. He paused once at the sound of water, not to follow it, but to listen. A quiet trickle beneath a tile, a curve in the channel where the sunlight struck just enough to make the movement sparkle. He smiled, barely, and moved on. The garden that day was not crowded. A few families walked the paths. A man read under a fig tree. 2 children leaned over a shallow pool, trying to touch the gold shimmer of a passing fish. But the garden absorbed them all, as it always had. The sound stayed low. The breeze moved steadily. The birds returned to their calls, walk and rhythmic. He found a bench beneath a tall cypress, its trunk wide and ridged with time, its scent faint but earthy. He sat without shifting. The notebook rested in his lap, but he didn't open it. Not yet. His eyes stayed on the pool ahead, round, still, framed by 4 small olive trees. The water barely moved. The sky above reflected in it, a gentle silver blue broken only by the occasional ripple of a falling leaf. He stayed there a long time. Minutes passed unnoticed. The sun shifted. A breeze moved through the branches and tugged slightly at his sleeve. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to sink. Not into thought, but into presence. Around him, the garden did what it had always done. It carried on, slowly, softly, with no demand for attention. The birds continued. The water whispered. The light changed. Eventually, he opened his eyes and reached for the notebook. He turned to a blank page, touched the pencil to the paper, and stopped. No words came immediately, no urge to record or describe. Instead, he drew a small square, then divided it in 4. A garden plan, simple and ancient. Then a line for water, a circle for the pool. 2 cypress trees, nothing labeled, nothing named. Just shapes, just balance. He sat with it for a while, then turned the page and began again. This time, a path, a doorway, a corner of stone where light meets shade. It wasn't art, it wasn't a design, it was memory, unfolding in stillness. He didn't look at the time. There were no bells, no announcements, only the long arc of light moving across the gravel and the sense, deep and quiet, that he would know when it was time to go. But he didn't want to go yet. Not because there was more to see, but because there was still more to feel. Not as emotion, but as a kind of softness in the chest, as if something within him, long held tight, had begun to loosen. He stood only when the sun reached the edge of the wall, casting a final golden hue across the pool. He closed the notebook without rereading, placed the pencil gently inside, adjusted the strap of his bag, and walked back the way he came, still slowly, still without rush. At the gate, the keeper nodded once more, and he nodded back, not as a farewell, but as a thank you. A thank you not for any one thing, but for the entire feeling of being received, of having come not to take, but to sit, to breathe, to notice. And long after he had gone, after his footsteps faded and the path returned to stillness, the garden remained the same. The bench stayed in its place. The tree swayed gently, the water moved with no need for applause. And in the quiet pool, perhaps, the reflection of the sky carried the faint memory of a man who had come not to capture beauty, but to share in its silence. Time moves slowly in a Persian garden, not because time forgets to pass, but because the garden never asks it to hurry. The days come and the days go. The sun rises gently over the wall, pouring warm light onto the gravel paths. It moves across the pool with slow precision, touching each tile with gold, and then retreats, allowing shadows to stretch and settle across the garden floor. Seasons shift, but they do not interrupt. They arrive like guests who know they are expected. In spring, the fruit trees bloom, delicate, soft, brief. Petals appear almost overnight, white and pink and pale yellow, catching in the breeze, clinging to branches before floating down to rest on the water. The air smells different then, sweeter, alive. Bees hum softly among the blossoms. The garden feels full, not busy but full, like a room filled with quiet conversation. In summer, the heat deepens. The walls grow warm, the stones underfoot hold the sun's memory long after dusk. The trees offer their shade without complaint. The pools shrink slightly at the edges. Water continues to move, though more slowly. The breeze becomes precious. The scent of jasmine drifts longer in the evenings. People sit farther from the sun. They walk in the hours just before nightfall, when the garden glows with a kind of tired gold. Autumn brings a kind of softness. The leaves, once green and firm, begin to curl. to fall, to carpet the paths in gentle layers. Colors deepen. Rust, amber, faded bronze. The garden begins to exhale. The wind returns, brushing through the cypress branches, rattling dry seeds in their pods. The pools darken, reflecting a sky that changes faster now. The garden feels older in autumn. Not worn, just thoughtful, aware. In winter, silence takes over. The trees sleep, the flowers retreat. Water flows beneath thin layers of frost. The garden narrows inward. Fewer visitors come, but those who do walk slower, speak less. The air is still, the light is pale. But the bones of the garden remain. The geometry, the symmetry, the paths. They are all still there, holding the shape of something eternal. And through all these seasons, small changes happen, not sudden, not loud. A tile cracks near the edge of the pool. Moss appears between stones. A branch grows into the path and is trimmed quietly one morning. A bench weathers, its wood softening at the edges. A stone step shifts ever so slightly after heavy rain. These are not signs of decay. They are the rhythms of a living place. A garden, no matter how ancient, is never finished. It adjusts, it breathes, it accepts. The caretakers notice these changes, not with alarm, but with familiarity. They replace what needs replacing. They leave what belongs. Sometimes they let a crack remain, knowing it has its own beauty, a reminder of time passing gently, not with destruction, but with presence. Sometimes a tree must go, age, disease, a storm that came too strong, and so it is removed, slowly, with care, with respect. And something new is planted in its place, a sapling, small and fragile, that will one day rise into the same sky, offering the same shade, but in its own time. The garden does not mourn what changes. It simply continues, quietly, steadily, each season folding into the next, each year echoing the last, but never quite the same. Children who once played under the fig trees grow up and return with their own children. A poem once carved into plaster fades until only its rhythm remains in memory. A visitor's footprint disappears before the next morning's sweep. And yet something holds, not just the walls or the water or the plants, but the feeling, the mood, the silence that waits just beyond the gate, the hush that settles over you the moment you step inside. The garden may change, but its spirit does not. It does not hurry, it does not resist, it endures. Like a breath drawn slowly, then gently released into the air. When the last light fades behind the garden walls, when the final visitor has stepped out and the gate has clicked closed with soft finality, the Persian garden does not sleep. It simply changes. The stillness deepens. The colors drain gently into shadow. What was green becomes gray. What was stone becomes silver. The garden after dark is not darker, just quieter. As if it has exhaled one long, silent breath and settled into itself. The moon rises slowly, not from behind any building, but from behind the memory of the sky. Its light, pale and steady, brushes the tops of the trees, glides over the still surface of the central pool, and lingers along the curve of the old walls. Nothing moves quickly. Even the breeze, if it comes, arrives like a guest who does not wish to disturb the conversation. It brushes the branches lightly, moves through the leaves like fingertips across fabric, and then passes. At night, the water sounds louder, not because it flows faster, but because the world around it has become so still. A single drop from a leaf into the basin can feel like a beginning. The narrow channels that carried sunlight by day now carry reflection, slivers of moonlight, soft echoes of star. No lamps, no torches, only what the sky gives, and that is enough. The cypress trees, tall and unmoving, cast long, thin shadows across the paths. They do not sway, they do not whisper, they watch, like guardians but gentle. The fruit trees settle in, their leaves curling slightly with the cool. The blossoms, if in season, glow faintly, pale pink, pale white, pale gold, colors that exist only in the hush between heartbeat and dream. Some nights, no one walks the garden. The gate remains locked. The world moves on outside. But inside, the garden does not notice. It holds itself together, even unseen. It keeps its stillness polished, its air cool, its edges soft. Other nights, a caretaker passes through, checking the locks, walking slowly with a lantern held low. His footsteps are slow, his breath visible in the cooler months. He does not speak. He does not need to. The garden listens in silence. He checks the fountain, watches the water spill in perfect circles. He pauses near a bench, places a fallen branch aside, straightens a stone that has shifted slightly underfoot. Then he moves on. His light fades behind a column, and the garden returns to moonlight. There are nights when a poet comes, or a musician, not to perform, but to listen, to sit beneath the same tree he once wrote about, to hum a phrase beneath his breath, letting it disappear into the still air. No stage, no applause, just the quiet company of stone and leaf and sky. Sometimes a nightbird calls, once, then silence. Sometimes the wind carries the faint scent of pomegranate bark or old roses, not enough to name, just enough to remind. And if a person were to enter, just once, at the right moment, at the right angle of the moon, at the right softness in their step, they might feel it, not hear it, not see it, but feel it. The presence of centuries wrapped in peace, the echo of hands that planted, voices that whispered, feet that walked the same path, slowly, slowly, long before, and long after. The Persian garden does not sleep, but it dreams of balance, of water that never runs dry, of trees that never fall, of footsteps that never rush. And when morning comes, when the first bird sings and the light begins to return, the garden does not wake suddenly. It opens its eyes slowly, one petal at a time, one shadow at a time. The night folds itself away, like a blanket no longer needed. The moon steps back behind the sky, and the garden, refreshed in its silence, begins again. The Persian garden has lasted not because it fought to remain, but because it never needed to. It has no armor, no gates made of iron, no towers or soldiers or walls too thick to breach. What it offers cannot be taken, and so it has been allowed to stay. Not untouched, but unharmed, not unchanged, but unbroken. It remains because people, even when they forget for a while, eventually remember. They remember what it feels like to step into a place that asks nothing but presence, that offers quiet without emptiness, that makes space for breath, for thought, for stillness. The world outside the garden always changes. It builds taller buildings. It makes faster machines. It rushes. It narrows attention. But the human heart, no matter how modern the world becomes, still needs something old, something slow, something shaped by hand and time and care. That is why the Persian garden endures. Not because it belongs to one culture or one history, but because it belongs to something older than both. It belongs to rhythm, to water flowing across stone, to the pattern of seasons, to the hush beneath trees. It reminds us that order does not have to be rigid, that beauty does not have to be loud, that peace does not come from escape, but from return to balance, to proportion, to something whole. The garden does not promise answers. It does not solve. It allows, it holds, it welcomes. And perhaps what makes it timeless is that it was never built to impress. It was built to reflect. To reflect the sky in its pools, the sun in its tiles, the wind in its trees, and the soul in its silence. It is not a place that tries to teach, but if you stay long enough, if you walk slowly, if you sit without speaking, if you listen without expecting, you may begin to remember something you hadn't realized you'd forgotten. A way of being that doesn't need to prove itself. A way of moving that leaves space between steps. A way of thinking that grows best in the company of soft water and dappled light. Every generation that has stepped into the garden has done so differently. Some came to pray, others to write. Some came to meet, to mourn, to rest. Some came only once, and carried the memory like a quiet note folded into the pocket of a long life. Others returned every week, every year, every season, marking time by the way the blossoms came and went. But none left without being changed. Not in any dramatic way, but gently, imperceptibly, like water smoothing a stone, like moss growing at the base of an old wall, like the way a shadow lengthens just before dusk. Today, in a world of noise and light and speed, the Persian garden still waits. It does not shout above the crowd. It does not compete with screens or schedules. It stays behind its walls, open but reserved, old but not outdated. It waits for those who need it, even if they do not yet know that they do, And when they arrive, tired or curious or lost, it receives them the same way it always has, with a path beneath their feet, a tree above their head, a pool that reflects their face, softened by the sky, and a silence that says, "You are allowed to rest." And so, the garden continues, as it always has, as it always will. Not eternal because it resists time, but because it moves with it. Not sacred because of its origins, but because of what it offers. A place where stillness lives, where water flows without hurry, where trees speak without sound, and where the soul, if it listens carefully, might hear its own reflection in the quiet. And in that quiet, as the wind brushes softly across the stone, as the last light of day folds gently into dusk, the garden closes its eyes, not to end, but to wait, for the next footstep, for the next breath, for the next moment of peace. And so, we leave behind the shaded pools, the quiet water, and the patient trees of the Persian garden. We close the wooden gate, let the echo of silence fade gently behind us, and carry with us only the breath of stillness it gave. But the journey does not end here. Now let us turn quietly to another place, to open skies, to golden dust, to kingdoms that once thrived, then disappeared, not with a sound but with time. In tonight's story, we drift southward, to the wide, windswept lands where the edge of the desert meets the breath of life. This is the lost kingdoms of the African Sahel. There is a place where the desert begins to loosen its grip, where the sand fades slowly into dry grass, where the heat still hums, but something shifts in the air. This is the Sahel, a vast strip of land stretching across the belly of Africa. Not jungle, not desert, but something in between, something that holds traces of both. It is a place of wind and dust, of scattered trees with twisted trunks and long shadows, a place where herds move slowly across the plains, guided by men who know the rhythm of dry seasons and the promise of distant rain. It is quiet here, the kind of quiet that holds old stories, stories that have not been forgotten, only buried softly beneath the surface. Long before maps drew borders across Africa, long before empires were built of stone and carved in marble, the Sahel was home to kingdoms. They did not shout their names. They did not leave behind great towers or monuments that touched the clouds, but they lived, and they traded, and they ruled. The Sahel, wide and open and seemingly empty, was once a place of power, a place where camel caravans carried salt and gold along narrow paths beaten into the earth, where kings sat beneath canopies of hide and cotton, speaking in low voices while the fires crackled nearby, where scribes dipped reed pens into ink made of ash and sap and wrote slowly in Arabic on soft leather pages. These were the lost kingdoms of the African Sahel. They rose in places that seem unlikely now, near dry rivers, beneath cliffs, beside thorn trees, places that today hold only wind. But the wind remembers. It moves across the ruins, across the stones that once framed doorways, across the wells now filled with silence. It carries the memory of footsteps, of songs sung softly at dusk, of drums echoing across flat lands. The earliest of these kingdoms is said to be Ouagadougou, later called the Ghana Empire, not the Ghana of today, but an older name for an older place. It rose not near the ocean, but deep inland, in what is now southeastern Mauritania and western Mali. The people who lived there built their power on trade, not of armies, but of salt, of gold, of cloth, of copper. The kings of Ouagadougou controlled the routes that passed through their land. They did not need to conquer. They needed only to wait. Caravans came, slow and steady, moving across the desert like ships on a dry sea. Camels carried heavy loads, slabs of salt carved from mines in the Sahara, packed carefully in cloth and twine. In exchange, they took gold, not coins, but dust, powdered gold stored in pouches, handed over with little ceremony, with trust built not on law, but on repetition. The markets of the Sahel were quiet but full. Traders spoke many tongues. Goods passed from hand to hand, stories too. The kings of Ghana grew rich. Their courts, described in old texts, were layered with custom. The ruler, known as the Ghana, rarely spoke directly. Instead, he used interpreters. He was guarded by warriors. He received guests beneath shaded shelters made of wood and fabric. He wore gold jewelry, but not too much. Enough to show presence, not enough to invite envy. The city of Kumbisala, their capital, was said to have two parts, one for the royal court, the other for Muslim traders. Each side lived in rhythm with the other, not always in full harmony, but close enough to last. And yet, like many things in the Sahel, the empire did not stay. Slowly, over time, it faded. Trade routes shifted. New powers rose. The wind moved on, but the memory remains, in fragments of pottery, in lines of text, in stories told by firelight, and in the land itself. The Sahel does not forget, it simply waits. When one kingdom fades, the earth does not fall silent. It waits, it shifts, it listens for the next step. And so, after Ghana, the Sahel did not go quiet for long. The roots remained. The dust still carried footprints. The river, the Niger, slow and winding, still curved through the land like a soft thread stitched into cloth. And in time, another kingdom rose, not from nowhere, but from memory, from villages already watching the stars, from traders already measuring salt, from storytellers who still remembered the names of kings. This new kingdom was called Mali. It did not begin with gold or power, it began with people. Mande-speaking communities, living in small clusters along the upper reaches of the Niger, farming, fishing, trading, and then came a leader. His name was Sundiata, a name that moves like wind through the oral histories of West Africa. The griots, keepers of memory, tell of him not just as a king, but as a child who could not walk, a boy who rose slowly, and a man who united lands without burning them. The story is long, it shifts in the telling, but all versions agree. He built something that lasted. Under Sundiata, Mali became more than a name. It became a path, a rhythm, a network of towns and roads and resting places. Caravans passed through safely, markets grew. The land, though still dry, gave what it could, and the people learned to work with it. They planted near the river, they stored grain with care. They built slowly, but well. The capital was Niani, a place near the Niger, shaded by trees, marked by low buildings made of earth and sun. But the name most people now remember is not Sundiata. It is Mansa Musa, the ruler who came later, the man whose journey would ripple through history like a pebble dropped in a still pool. He ruled during the 14th century, a time when Mali had already grown large, when its influence stretched across thousands of kilometers, from forests in the south to salt towns in the north. Musa did not shout. He moved deliberately, he built mosques, he supported scholars, he organized justice. And then, one day, he left. It was a pilgrimage, a journey to Mecca, far across the desert, across the sea of sand. But it became more than that. Musa did not travel alone. He brought with him thousands, soldiers, attendants, traders, animals. He brought cloth, he brought food, and he brought gold. So much gold, they say, that its value changed in the markets of Cairo. But numbers are not the story. The story is in the dust he stirred, in the stories told afterward, of a king from a far-off land dressed not in jewels but in meaning, of generosity without spectacle, of presence without noise. Mansa Musa's name traveled farther than he did, across North Africa, across the Mediterranean, onto maps drawn by people who had never seen his kingdom. They called it Mali. They placed a figure, a black king holding gold, in the heart of West Africa. But the garden that grew behind his name was quieter. The cities of Mali, Timbuktu, Gao, Djenné, were not made of marble. They were built from mud, shaped by hand, smoothed by wind. They rose in tones of earth, blending with the land around them. Their walls held libraries. Their markets hummed with trade. Their people walked slowly, knowing the sun above and the sand below were both constant. Timbuktu became known as a center of learning, but not in the way of grand universities. It held small rooms, filled with books, on law, astronomy, theology, medicine, written in Arabic, stored in wooden boxes, passed from hand to hand. Knowledge that sat quietly, waiting. Like the river, like the garden, like the wind, Mali did not expand forever. No kingdom does. Trade routes changed. New powers rose. Old rivers shifted course. But the memory remains. In the names of towns, in the songs of griots, in the slow curve of a caravan disappearing into the horizon, and in the dust beneath the feet of those who still walk the Sahel, one step at a time. When the strength of Mali began to loosen, the land did not become silent. The Niger River still moved, the markets still opened, the sand still shifted in slow, steady lines across the paths of travelers. The Sahel, as always, was patient. It did not hold on to empires, it let them pass. And then, quietly, it welcomed the next. The Songhai people had lived along the middle stretches of the Niger for generations. They were not newcomers. Their city, Gao, had grown steadily, listening to the river. It was a place where goods arrived by boat, where fish dried in the sun, where salt was piled into neat stacks, and gold was carried in pouches made of skin and cloth. Gao was not built quickly. It rose like sediment, layer by layer, slow, natural, without noise. By the time Mali's grasp began to loosen, Gao was ready. It did not conquer with surprise. It filled the space that had opened. It took over roads that were already there, relied on alliances already in motion, and when it became a capital, not just of a city, but of an empire, it did so without building walls to shout its name. The Songhai Empire began quietly, but grew wide. It reached westward toward the edges of Old Mali. It stretched east toward Hausa cities. It moved north to the Sahara's edge and south to greener land. Like the river it sat beside, it spread not in lines, but in bends, not in bursts, but in flow. Two names are remembered most clearly from Songhai's rise. The first is Sunni Ali, a ruler who understood power as presence. He moved often, he fought when needed, he kept things in motion. His rule was practical, focused on keeping roads open, rivers safe, cities connected. He cared less for writing things down and more for keeping things together. Under him, Songhai became something solid, something known. When Sunni Ali died, a new ruler followed, Askia Muhammad. Where Sunni Ali expanded, Askia organized. He brought systems, appointed governors, supported Islamic scholars, made the pilgrimage to Mecca with ceremony and purpose. And like Mansa Musa before him, he carried with him more than wealth. He carried reputation. Under Askia, Songhai became not just large, but structured. Cities thrived, trade grew, and knowledge once again found a home in the Sahel. In Gao, mosques stood low and wide, made of earth and wood, their surfaces smoothed with each passing year by hands that remembered where every crack belonged. In Timbuktu, libraries held manuscripts on philosophy, medicine, astronomy, copied by hand, stored in leather cases, whispered across generations. Songhai's strength was not only in its size, but in its rhythm. Caravans continued their slow procession across the desert, camels carrying salt to the south, gold to the north, and stories in every direction. Markets stayed full, not with noise, but with motion, dates in woven baskets, beads strung in lines, textiles dyed in soft patterns. The empire held together not through spectacle, but through steadiness. Roads remained open, the river remained reliable, and the people, as always, adapted to the seasons. But no kingdom lasts forever. The end came not in one day, but in fragments, internal conflict, pressure from beyond. A distant army from Morocco crossed the desert with new weapons, with cannons and fire powder. Songhai's forces, shaped for movement, were not prepared for still explosions. The empire did not fall all at once, but its center could not hold. Gao was taken, Timbuktu changed hands, the roadways thinned, the rhythm slowed. And yet, the Sahel did not become empty. The cities remained. People stayed. The river kept moving. The manuscripts, hidden away in boxes and basements, were protected. Some still are. The names of kings faded, but the paths they traveled stayed underfoot. The memories of Songhai did not vanish. They shifted from power to story, from building to dust, from history to whisper. Today, if you walk along the old river bends, you may find nothing but flat land and dry trees. But the wind still moves the same. And somewhere beneath the soil, there are walls that once held learning. There are steps worn smooth by barefoot prayer. There are pieces of clay stamped with marks no one reads now, but once meant direction. The empire is gone, but the land remembers. And in the stillness of evening, when the last light falls across the dry grass, and the water of the Niger turns a soft color between gold and gray, it is easy to believe that nothing ever truly disappears. It only returns to silence. Not all history is made in palaces. not all stories belong to kings. In the kingdoms of the African Sahel, beneath the shade of thorn trees, beside the banks of wide rivers, behind the thick walls of sun-baked homes, life unfolded quietly. Not with proclamations, but with routine, with repetition, with small gestures passed from hand to hand, from morning to night. In cities like Gao and Timbuktu, and in villages far from the capital, the days began early. The light came slowly, soft and gold, filtering through reed mats, slipping past mud brick windows shaped by hand. Roosters called. The first sounds of water being drawn from clay wells echoed in courtyards. Children woke to the scent of millet porridge. The wind moved low across the ground. Farming was simple, not because it lacked knowledge, but because it respected rhythm. Near the river, plots were shaped by hoe and foot. Sorghum, millet, rice. The seeds were planted by season, by memory, not by chart. When the rains came, they came hard, and the fields drank deeply. When the rain stopped, people waited. They harvested what the land gave, stored grain in granaries raised on stilts, covered baskets with woven lids, dried roots and leaves under the sun. Nothing was wasted. Everything had its time. In town centers, markets grew with the day. Not paved, not numbered, not loud, but steady. Women sat on low stools with vegetables folded into cloth. Men unrolled hides tanned by hand. Young boys swept dust into shallow piles that the wind would undo again. The market was not a place to rush. It was a place to meet, to talk, to trade slowly, a bundle of dried fish for a bowl of honey, a gourd of milk for a coil of thread. Some traders came from far, across dry lands on camelback, carrying salt in large gray slabs wrapped in leather. They stacked it neatly, measured its weight not in numbers, but in feel. Others came with kola nuts, with beads, with carved wood. Everyone knew where to sit and when to leave. In the afternoon, heat slowed everything. People moved into the shadows. Courtyards fell quiet. Doors remained open, but feet stepped softer. Water was poured carefully. The sound of grinding, stone against stone, echoed faintly from inside homes, where women prepared flour for evening bread. In the mosques, shaded and low, the call to prayer rose not with a speaker, but with voice alone. It folded into the air like steam. Men lined up side by side. The floor beneath them swept smooth. No gold, no grand pillars, just earth. Faith, like everything else here, was built close to the ground. The people wrote too, not on stone but on paper, not with ink pressed in factories, but with dye made from berries, bark, ash. Scholars sat cross-legged, copying lines by hand onto smooth pages of sheepskin or palm. They wrote verses, laws, medical texts, letters. The act of writing was slow. It required quiet. There were no desks, only mats, no printing, only memory. Books were wrapped in cloth, tied with cord, placed in boxes of wood or leather. They were not displayed. They were preserved, passed on, read in low voice, understood in time. The homes were simple, but they breathed. Walls made of mud, mixed with straw, repaired each year when the rain softened them. Roofs of timber and thatch, shaped to let in air but keep out heat. Courtyards open to the sky. Children played with carved toys made from sticks. Old men sat beneath fig trees and told stories, not legends, just memories, of a time when the road was wider, when the salt came from the east, when the stars used to fall slower, and through it all the river remained, wide, unrushed, carrying boats made of hollowed logs. Men stood at the front, pushing gently with poles. They carried pots, baskets, goats, grain. The water did not hurry them. It carried them, as it always had. Night came early, the sun sank low, brushing the edges of the world in deep red. Fires were lit, not many, just enough. Shadows stretched out across the ground. Families gathered around simple meals, flatbread, stew, water, cool and stored in clay. Conversations were short, tired. The day had already spoken. The stars came quietly, one by one, no counting, just watching. And then slowly the houses closed. The wind calmed, and the Sahel exhaled. Not all kingdoms leave stone behind. But in the Sahel, where wind speaks louder than walls, the story of a people is written in rhythm, in soil, in fire, in footsteps, and in the silence between seasons. Before kingdoms had names, before borders were drawn, there were roads, not carved from stone, not lined with milestones, but made from memory, from habit, from need. In the Sahel, the roads were ribbons of dust, known not by signs, but by repetition. They stretched across dry land, curved along the edge of dunes, followed the slow bending of rivers, disappeared at noon, and returned again at dusk. These were the trade routes of West Africa. They did not hum with wagons, they whispered under the feet of camels. They moved not with speed, but with certainty. Every journey was long, every stop was known. From the north, salt came, heavy, pale, solid, cut from ancient beds deep beneath the desert, carried in large slabs, wrapped in leather, balanced carefully on the backs of camels. The salt routes began in towns like Tagaza or Taoudeni, places where life was built entirely on the substance of preservation. Salt was not a spice. It was survival. It kept meat from rotting. It kept people alive through dry seasons. It held more value sometimes than gold. From the south, gold came. Not in bars, not in coins, but in dust, in flakes, in nodules collected slowly from riverbeds, washed gently through woven baskets. Gold came quietly. It was gathered, not mined. Held in cloth, stored with care. It did not shine in palaces. It moved through hands, traded, measured, remembered. The center of these exchanges was not one city, but many oases, outposts, towns that rose where the road required rest. Walata, Timbuktu, Djenné, Gao. They were not tall, they were not loud, they were built with reason. Square courtyards, narrow alleys, mosques shaped like termite mounds, tall and rounded, smoothed by generations. Travelers arrived tired, not hurried. They knelt, unloaded, prayed, ate dates and dry bread, repaired sandals, and waited for the sun to soften before moving again. The caravans were long, dozens, sometimes hundreds of camels, each one marked by rhythm, each step steady. Drivers wore turbans wrapped thick against the sun. They spoke little. They knew the stars. They read the wind. They recognized certain trees, certain stones. They knew where to dig for water, where to watch for thieves. They did not race. They moved like breath. At every station, things changed hands. Salt for cloth, gold for copper, leather for horses, beads for spices. The exchanges were simple, but they required trust. Not written contracts, but shared expectation. A nod, a weight pressed into a palm, a promise whispered under the shelter of date palms. And then the journey continued. The roads also carried words, stories, ideas, songs. A proverb shared in one town would be heard again, days later, miles away. Arabic traveled southward. Local dialects traveled north. Poets memorized verses and recited them in markets. Scholars carried questions from one library to another. Paper traveled folded and tied. Knowledge moved slowly, but it moved. Faith traveled too. Islam reached the Sahel not through force, but through trade, quietly, in conversation, in example. A prayer heard at dusk, a shared meal at nightfall. Mosques were built near markets, not grand, just open, facing the same direction, facing Makkah. And over time, belief took root. Woven into daily life, not shouted, lived. But the roads were not always safe. There were storms, heat, theft, illness, camels died, people disappeared. Whole caravans were swallowed by the desert, and yet the routes remained. Others took the same path, adjusted, learned, kept moving because trade was not optional. It was breath. It was the thread that tied lives together across distance. Today, the roads are still there, faint, almost invisible, some marked by stone, some erased by wind, but in the air, in the silence of early morning, you can almost hear the faint creak of leather, the low grunt of camels, the murmured prayers of those who walked not for glory, but for grain, not for conquest, but for connection. And if you walk far enough into the empty space between towns, between histories, you may come upon a quiet bend in the land. Just a dip, just a rise, just enough to know someone once passed this way, and perhaps will again. Time does not erase everything. It softens, it spreads dust, it lets silence grow over what was once spoken, but it does not remove. In the lands of the African Sahel, The great kingdoms have passed. The names, Ghana, Mali, Songhai, do not ring loudly in the streets. Their rulers are no longer feared, no longer followed, but their presence has not vanished. It has settled, low, deep, quiet. If you travel to what once was Timbuktu, you will not find golden towers. You will not see gates of iron or streets paved with marble. You will find sun and wind and walls made of earth. You will see buildings with edges rounded by rain. Wooden beams jutting from dry walls, not for beauty, but for shade. You will walk on ground packed tight by centuries of feet, now scattered with sand. You will hear the call to prayer, simple, human, unamplified. You will smell cooking fires, and if you ask, someone may point to a door, not special, just wood. Behind it perhaps are books, old, wrapped in cloth, their pages written by hand, in a script you may not read, but that once spoke of stars, medicine, law, wind. The manuscripts of the Sahel are perhaps its most quiet treasure. They are not gilded. They are not locked in glass. Many are kept in homes, passed down, guarded by families who understand their worth is not in money, but in memory. Some are buried, hidden during times of unrest. Some are copied, slowly, in dim rooms, so the words will not be lost. The ink is faded, the leather is cracked, but the thoughts remain. In other places, Gao, Janae, Niani, little remains, a few stones, the outline of a foundation, the ghost of a market square. Some cities lie beneath modern towns, covered not by ruins, but by roofs and roads. Others exist only in the air, in the way a village path curves slightly, because once, long ago, it turned to avoid a palace. There are few signs, no plaques, no souvenir shops, just land. And locals who know what used to be there, even if no one asks. Oral tradition holds what writing does not. Elders remember the names of kings, of queens, of traders who brought salt before the rains, of teachers who walked from city to city with nothing but verses in their minds. These stories do not always match the books. They are not dated, they do not follow chronology, but they are full. They carry rhythm, emotion. They are not for tourists, they are for family, shared at night, when the wind is low, when the moon is high, when history feels close again. Museums try to collect, but the Sahel resists boxes. It does not fit into frames. Its artifacts are often humble, a carved tool, a woven robe, a brass weight used to measure gold. They are not displayed with drama, they are not famous, but they whisper. They belong to a time when things were made by hand, used by need, and passed on without notice. There are ruins, of course. The Mosque of Jenne, rebuilt many times, still stands with its smooth, towering shape, made not of stone, but of mud. It is repaired each year by the people, by hand, not for history, but for function, for life. Its walls breathe. Its texture changes with light. It is not a relic. It is alive. Elsewhere you may find a wall, low, broken, forgotten, or a well, dry, half filled with leaves, or a mound, barely rising from the flat land where once a city stood. The signs are small, they do not declare themselves, but if you sit, if you stay long enough, you may feel the weight of what used to be, not pressing, just resting. The Sahel does not demand remembrance. It allows it. It leaves pieces, not for spectacle, but for those who listen slowly. And so, history here is not gone. It is not even hidden. It is quiet, still, like the hush before dawn, like footprints erased gently by wind, like water deep underground, waiting for the right season to rise again. Long after a kingdom fades, something always remains. Not banners, not gold, but habits, shapes, words. In the Sahel, the legacy of empires is not worn like armor. It is lived like breath, quiet, ordinary, continuous. Step into any village near the old roads of Mali or Songhai, and you will not be greeted by ruins, but by echoes that walk beside the living. The architecture speaks first, not in height, not in ornament, but in form. Square compounds, flat roofs, courtyards in the center, the walls made of mud shaped by hand, smoothed with care. They are not ancient by age, but by design, a technique passed down, not drawn but remembered. Taught by doing, repaired each year with the rhythm of the rains. The corners curve because water taught them to. The doors are low, not to limit, but to preserve coolness. Every line answers climate. Every angle answers time. Mosques reflect this, too. In towns like Janneh, the mosque is not just a monument. It is a living building. It melts slightly in the rain, hardens in the sun, and waits for the annual festival where the community comes together to renew its walls. They mix mud and straw. They climb barefoot onto scaffolding made of palm wood. They do not rebuild to impress. They do so because the building matters. It holds not just prayers, but continuity. Language follows architecture. In markets, in schools, on radios, people speak many tongues: French, Arabic, Fulani, Bambara, Songhai, Tuareg. Some languages stretch back centuries. They carry patterns from when griots sang histories beside kings. They carry jokes, recipes, instructions for weaving, not written, but spoken. The words adapt, shift, mix, but they hold roots. A greeting today may echo one said along a trade route 500 years ago. Even gestures stay, the way a cloth is wrapped, the way tea is poured 3 times, bitter to sweet, the way a drum is struck during a celebration. These are not preserved for tourists. They are not revived for festivals. They are simply done, without comment, because they always have been, because they still make sense, because no one sees them as history. They are part of now. Religion also carries forward. Islam arrived with merchants, not armies. It took root slowly, gently, it adapted. In the Sahel, Islam lives beside older customs, not in conflict, in conversation, prayer beads beside ancestral shrines, Arabic calligraphy beside local symbols, fasting observed alongside rain dances for harvest. Faith here is not rigid. It bends like reed grass, strong because it flows. Education reflects this blend. In small schools, boys and girls learn to read the Quran, but they also recite local proverbs. They memorize the names of ancestors. Some attend French-speaking schools built during colonial times. Others learn under shade trees from teachers who were once students themselves. A pencil passed from hand to hand. A chalkboard written over again. No rush, no tests, just learning. Art continues too, not in galleries, but in life. Women paint walls with geometric patterns, white on brown, lines repeating like breath. Men carve wooden doors with symbols that once marked families. Music is played not from sheet, but from heart. Chorus strings, talking drums, soft flutes. Songs change, but melodies remain. They follow the shape of stories. They follow the pace of memory. Even clothing remembers. The deep indigo robes, the white turbans, the flowing garments made not for fashion, but for heat, for travel, for modesty. These clothes are not costumes. They are choices shaped by time. They fold like history. They move like wind. And perhaps most of all, the people carry the kingdoms in how they move, slowly, purposefully, with awareness of distance, with respect for silence. They do not speak of empire, but they walk paths that once led to thrones. They do not speak of conquest, but they grow millet in soil once taxed by kings. They do not seek to restore the past, but they live with it beside them, as one might live beside an old river, knowing it changed course, but still trusting the water. The Sahel does not shout its history, it lives it, in shade, in step, in sound. No museum holds it better than the villages that wake before dawn, cook over coals, sweep dust with palm brooms, and begin again as they always have. No empire ends in a single day. Even when maps change, people continue walking the same paths, cooking the same grains, whispering the same prayers. In the Sahel, the fall of kingdoms came slowly, not with fire, but with drift, not with armies at the gate, but with air thickening, rain patterns shifting, roads turning elsewhere. It began with water, or rather, the lack of it. The Sahel has always walked a line between dry and not dry, between green that lasts 3 months and brown that waits for the rest of the year. The rains used to come in rhythm, short but sure, enough to plant, enough to drink. But the rhythm changed. The earth cracked more often, wells dried sooner, grazing lands shrank, and as the grass disappeared, so did the animals. Herds moved farther, people followed. Cities built on stability began to wobble, not collapse, just loosen, just enough to make staying harder. Trade changed too. The old camel routes faded as new ones rose across the sea. Ships from Europe cut across the Atlantic faster than caravans crossed sand. Goods that once passed through the Sahel now bypassed it. Salt could be shipped. Gold could be mined elsewhere. The ports grew busy. The desert grew quiet. Cities like Timbuktu lost travelers. Markets grew smaller. Scholars had fewer students. The world was still spinning, but no longer through them. Then came conquest. Not in the old sense of siege and sword, but in the newer method, paperwork and flag. Colonial powers arrived with maps drawn far away. They drew lines, built forts, set up posts where no towns had stood. They renamed rivers, renumbered villages, declared borders that ignored the curve of old paths and the reach of rain. Kingdoms that once held space by respect were now required to hold it by stamp. Bureaucracy replaced balance. The rulers, once chosen by lineage or wisdom or both, were pushed aside. In their place came governors, appointed, imported, unfamiliar with the dust, the rhythm, the pause before speaking. New laws came, new taxes, new weights and measures, new languages taught in new schools. And so, slowly, the old centers dimmed. The palace walls were left unrepaired. The libraries closed their shutters. The voices of griots carried less power, because power had moved. But not everything disappeared. Even in fading, the kingdoms did not leave nothing. They left bones in the soil, beads in the sand, pages in the dark. And more than that, they left patterns, ways of organizing life, ways of looking at the land. Even when the cities shrank, the logic of their placement remained. People still built near water, still farmed in crescent patterns shaped by flood, still walked with the sun behind their backs, still paused in the shade at noon. The world changed again. Independence came. Borders shifted. Flags changed color. But the Sahel did not become what it once was. It became something else. A region stretched between memory and movement. A place with echoes. Even now, dust rises in the same places. Children run where kings once walked. Markets open in the morning, close at dusk, and open again the next day. Some towns are bigger. Some are smaller. Some are names on signs. Some are no longer remembered at all, but the rhythm remains. The past in the Sahel is not buried. It is not enshrined. It is not made into legend with golden edges. It is lived beside, felt in the air, folded into fabric, said in the second cup of tea, hummed in the tune of a lullaby. And though the kingdoms are called lost, they are not gone. They are simply quieter. History here ends not with a bang, but with the steady hush of sand over stone. The slow turn of a season that does not ask permission. The soft resignation of walls left to melt in rain. And still, in that silence, something continues to breathe. Even as the kingdoms faded, not all was forgotten. Across the Sahel, quiet efforts have taken root, not to restore old empires, but to protect the threads that remain. Not to relive the past, but to keep its presence from dissolving completely into wind and sand. These efforts are not loud, they are not grand, but they are steady, gentle, like the way a mother folds a cloth before storing it. Not because it will be displayed, but because it mattered. In Timbuktu, beneath homes built of mud and care, lie rooms lined with shelves. And on these shelves, manuscripts, thousands of them, wrapped in cotton, pressed flat by time. Their pages are thin and darkened, their ink sometimes smudged, but the words remain. Written by scholars who lived centuries ago, in Arabic, in African dialects written phonetically, on astronomy, on medicine, on ethics, on law. These were not books for kings, they were books for minds, and though many were nearly lost, some were saved. By those who understood they carried more than knowledge, they carried identity. During times of unrest, families hid them, beneath floors, in ceiling beams, in caves. When conflict passed, they brought them back. And now, in quiet corners, librarians with gloved hands open them gently. They brush away dust with soft brushes. They copy them with care. Sometimes they digitize, not quickly, but page by page, breath by breath. The goal is not fame. It is preservation. Like planting seeds even when you may not see the tree. Elsewhere in towns less known, griots still sing, not on stage, but in family gatherings, weddings, naming ceremonies. They remember lineages, events, lessons hidden in verse. They do not shout their importance, but they are called upon. When a child asks where they came from, when a family debates how something began, the griot speaks, with cadence, with memory, with a voice that has told the same story 50 times and never once the same. Villagers carry pieces too, a carved spoon that belonged to a grandmother's grandmother, a loom passed down through 7 hands, a rhythm played on a drum that no one remembers learning, only doing. These objects are not displayed, they are used, carefully, naturally. Their meaning is not told, but lived. Some teachers walk from village to village, carrying only a bag and a book. They teach children under trees. They point to the sun to explain time. They use stones to show numbers. They recite poems that once were lessons in the courts of kings. The children may not know the origin, but the rhythm remains. Universities, too, have begun to take notice, not in a way that interrupts, but in collaboration. They ask elders to speak. They record oral traditions. They publish quietly journals, essays, compilations of knowledge that was once only voice. They respect pause. They respect silence. They learn that sometimes the best answer is not immediate. That memory takes time. In some cities, museums are built, small, with modest walls. Inside, artifacts are displayed, weights for gold dust, tools for irrigation, beads used in ancient trade. Visitors walk slowly, they read, they listen to recordings. The rooms are quiet. No flashing screens, no sound effects, just space to breathe in what was. But perhaps the most powerful preservation lies not in effort, but in instinct. In the way a village arranges its homes in a crescent. In the way elders refuse to cut a tree that once shaded travelers. In the way a child learns a proverb without knowing it was spoken by someone 10 generations back. These are not choices, they are continuations. They happen not out of duty, but out of belonging. The Sahel does not rebuild its past in stone. It rebuilds it in motion. In every water jar refilled from the same well as ancestors. In every step taken along the old caravan trails, now dusty footpaths. In every meal cooked with millet, with baobab leaves, with care. There are threats, of course. Heat rises, resources thin, roads carved through memory, but still the people stay. They adjust. They hold fast to what still fits. And where it does not, they adapt with gentleness. So the kingdoms, though called lost, are not erased. They are remembered in gesture, in soil, in shadow, not with monument, but with meaning. When we speak of kingdoms, we often think of thrones, of armies, of walls that reach to the sky. But the kingdoms of the African Sahel were never just these. They were not loud. They were not carved into mountains. They were built into sand, into rhythm, into relationship. And that is why, though their names are whispered less often, their traces are everywhere. To understand them is not to study their rise or their fall. It is to understand their stillness, their balance, their quiet logic. The Sahel itself teaches this. It is not a land of extremes. It is a land between forest and desert, between trade and rest, between drought and green. It is a place that knows change, but also knows how to wait. The kingdoms that rose here knew this as well. They did not try to conquer the land. They flowed with it. They placed their capitals not at the center, but at the edge, always near something vital, a river bend, a caravan rest, a crossing of winds. They grew where life paused. Power in these places was not just might, it was memory. It was the ability to listen, to hold space for others. Kings were respected not because they shouted, but because they understood when not to speak. Councils gathered in circles, not rows. Decisions were weighed like grain, patiently, with both hands. This kind of governance does not leave castles, it leaves stories. And those stories last longer than stone. When we look now, we may not find monuments, but we find traces. A line of trees planted to mark the edge of a field that once fed a town. A footpath that curves for no reason, until someone explains it follows an old wall, long gone. A proverb still spoken in the market, whose meaning stretches farther back than any record. The modern world often forgets the slow, the small, the layered. It rewards noise, speed, visibility, but the Sahel continues to whisper. Its people walk with time. They do not rush it. They do not resist it. They understand that to last is not to fight change, but to remain useful as change moves. And so the kingdoms of Ghana, Mali, Songhai, Kanem, and others like them, they may no longer rule, but they remain present, not as symbols, but as frameworks, as ways of knowing, as ways of being, in the way a dispute is settled, in the way guests are welcomed, in the way food is shared, not measured. To call them lost is to use the wrong word. They are not lost. They have simply taken on other forms, softer ones that live inside language, rhythm, structure, like the roots of a tree that no longer bears fruit, but still holds the soil together. Perhaps this is the truest legacy. Not glory, not conquest, but continuity, a kind of patience that is not passive, a kind of strength that does not display itself, a knowledge that does not need to be named to be known. As we reach the end of this journey, we do not close a book. We do not finish a chapter. We simply pause, as the Sahel itself often does, between storm and stillness, between memory and breath. The sun sets slowly over the old caravan trails. Dust hangs in the air. A child carries water in a calabash. A man sharpens a tool passed down from his father. A woman hums a tune no one remembers writing. And still, life continues. The kingdoms may have ended, but the rhythm goes on. And so, our journey through the sands of the African Sahel comes to a close. The caravans have passed. The libraries are still. The memory lingers, but the footsteps fade. Now, if you haven't already, lower the brightness of your screen, turn the volume just low enough, and let your shoulders sink a little deeper into the night. Because we are not done yet. The series continues. Boring History for Sleep takes us further, quieter, slower, deeper into time. Tonight, we drift far across the ocean, to a land of misty jungles, stone heads staring skyward, and a civilization that faded not with war, but with silence. In this story, we wander into the soft unraveling of an ancient people. We don't rush, we don't search for answers, we simply walk, and observe and breathe. This is the slow fade of the Olmec civilization, before the Maya, before the Aztec, before the carved temples that rise above the forest canopy. There was something older, quieter, less remembered, the Olmec, a name whispered in passing in the long corridors of history, a people whose legacy was not written in long chronicles or celebrated in great wars, but instead in silent stone, left behind like punctuation marks in a forgotten sentence. Their story begins not with a throne or a king, but with land, a low, wet stretch of tropical forest along the Gulf Coast of present-day Mexico, lush, swampy, rich in rivers and silt. An unlikely place, some might say, to build something lasting. But the Olmec saw something else. They saw potential in the mud, in the rain, in the patient flood of seasons. It was here, around 1600 BCE, that they began. The first signs were small, villages with simple huts made of earth and thatch, fishing lines cast into murky rivers, fields carved into the edges of forest, and slowly from this soft beginning, something stirred, not quickly, not suddenly, but steadily. Over generations, these settlements became centers, and the centers grew more organized. There were platforms, there were plazas, there were hints of planning, geometry carved into jungle. And then the heads appeared, massive stone heads, carved from basalt, weighing up to 20 tons, with wide noses, thick lips, staring straight ahead, unmoving, unblinking, unnamed. We do not know what they were called. We do not know whose faces they wear, but we do know this: they were placed with care, often far from where the stone was found. Rolled, perhaps, over logs, floated down rivers, hauled across land with no wheels, no animals of burden, only human will. These heads were not scattered. They stood in groups, in ceremonial centers like San Lorenzo, La Venta, Tres Zapotes, places that seemed to hum with meaning, even as the jungle crept close. Archaeologists would later uncover altars, thrones, stelae, some carved with symbols that look like writing but never fully deciphered. A script that remains silent, a voice that hums just beneath the surface. And what did the Olmec believe? We cannot ask them, but we can look. Look at the jaguar figures that appear again and again, part beast, part god, perhaps a symbol of power, of the jungle, of the mystery between man and animal. We see babies with almond eyes and strange downturned mouths. We see creatures emerging from caves, from the earth, always in transformation, always between worlds. There were rulers, perhaps, not with golden crowns, but with seats carved into stone. Thrones not to tower, but to endure. The Olmec likely had hierarchy. There were those who led and those who labored, those who carved and those who farmed. But their society was not one of sprawling empires. It was smaller, tighter, less concerned with expansion, more with expression. Trade routes stretched out from their centers. Obsidian, jade, rubber, cacao. Goods moved slowly across the land, carried by hand, by foot. The Olmec did not have metal tools, no bronze, no iron, and yet they shaped stone with precision. They arranged earthen mounds in alignment with the stars. They built without haste, without noise, with time. What they left behind is not a story with chapters. It is not linear. It is a web, fragments found beneath layers of earth. A piece of pottery here, a buried figurine there, a staircase beneath a mound. The Olmec did not leave a single narrative. They left 1,000 silences, and each silence waits to be heard differently. As the night deepens, and your eyes grow heavier, you can imagine walking among those ancient heads, not speaking, just breathing. The air is warm, the ground soft beneath your feet. Somewhere, far off, a monkey howls in the dark. But here, among the stone and shadow, it is still. It is quiet. The Olmec were here, then they were not. And yet, they remain. If you were to walk through an Olmec village in its time, you would not be overwhelmed by grand temples or towering monuments. Instead, you might notice the texture of earth underfoot, the smell of damp leaves, the distant splash of water as someone bathed or filled a jar. Life here moved in circles, not lines. Days were shaped by sun and shadow. Crops were planted with quiet understanding of the soil, not with fanfare or feast. Corn, beans, squash, grown together in the embrace of old knowledge. Homes were made from wood, packed with clay, topped with thatch. Each one simple, open to air, to rain, to light. There were no locks, no doors, just spaces for sleep, for cooking, for gathering. People did not live far from one another. They lived close. They cooked in groups. They shaped tools together. They shared silence. In the center of the village, there might be a platform, raised from earth, packed down by many hands. This is where things happened. Ceremonies, games, decisions, perhaps even stories. Not written, but told, slowly, softly. From elder to child, from dusk into night. There were no scripts, only rhythm. The Olmec are known not for their cities, but for what they carved. Figurines from jade and serpentine. Objects held not for utility, but meaning. Smooth green faces with closed eyes. Bodies curled into strange fetal shapes. Some looked like infants, others like gods. Often they were both. These were not made in haste. They were shaped with stone on stone. Hours, days, hands steady. Minds focused not on speed, but on intention. They believed, perhaps, that to carve something was to speak without voice. That to make a figure was to invite something unseen into form. Many of their figures show transformations. Human becoming jaguar, or something in between. Scholars have long wondered why. Was the jaguar a symbol of strength? A link to the spirit world? A creature of night and mystery? The truth, like much of the Olmec world, remains quiet. It does not shout its meaning, it only waits. There were other carvings too. Altars, though not like the ones we think of now. Olmec altars often look like doorways. A central figure crouched inside, sometimes emerging, sometimes being swallowed. Some believe these represent caves, portals to the underworld. Not a place of fear, but of origin. The Olmec did not divide the world into good and evil. They saw it as layered, connected, above, below, and here, all bound together. Rituals, then, were not meant to control the gods. They were meant to stay in balance, to acknowledge, to remember. Blood may have been offered, not to punish, but to connect. A drop from a tongue, a finger, perhaps, enough to speak, not enough to harm. Music played a role, though we do not know the tunes. Flutes made of bone, drums from stretched skin. The sound would echo through the forest, not in performance, but in presence. The Olmec did not perform for crowds. They performed for time, for cycles, for rain. Their calendar, though not fully known, likely watched the skies. They noticed the sun, the moon, the way shadows moved across their mounds. They did not write dates, but they remembered patterns. In the wet season, water came fast. In the dry, it left slowly, and the people learned when to wait and when to plant. They were close to the land, but not helpless to it. They shaped it gently, raised ridges for farming, dug canals to guide water. They built with mud, not to dominate, but to dwell. And always the jungle watched. Always it grew close. No matter what they built, the trees returned. The roots crept in, the vines pulled gently, and the Olmec did not fight this. They lived with it. They did not seek to conquer the forest. They listened to it. Sometimes what a civilization leaves behind says less than how it lived. The Olmec did not write long histories, but they made space for breath, for meaning, for what could not be said, only shown. And even now, in the quiet rooms of museums, or the deep stillness of excavation sites, their presence lingers, not in what we know, but in what we yield. A smooth green stone, a face with closed eyes, a stillness that does not vanish. There is no known day when the Olmec civilization began, and there is no known day when it ended. There was no final battle, no collapsing wall, no smoke rising into a darkened sky. Their story fades the way mist fades from the jungle floor, slowly, softly, as if it were never fully meant to stay. But before the fading, there was still a time of fullness, a time when the ceremonial centers of San Lorenzo and La Venta thrived. These places were not cities in the way we think of cities today. They had no sprawling blocks, no tightly packed neighborhoods. Instead, they were organized spaces, open and deliberate, platforms, courtyards, mounds raised with earth, carefully placed, each structure tied to sky and ground. There was purpose, but not pressure. There was planning, but not urgency. In San Lorenzo, one of the earliest known Olmec centers, great heads once stood in formation. The site was elevated, perhaps to protect from flood, perhaps to rise above the thick damp of the lowlands. Water flowed through a system of carved stone drains, simple but effective. Not grandiose, but thoughtful. This was not a place to impress. It was a place to endure. And then came La Venta, further east, later in time. Here the architecture grew more complex. A massive pyramid-like mound rose from the flatland, made not of stone, but of packed earth. Yet it still stands. Nearby, rows of buried offerings were discovered centuries later, serpentine blocks arranged in patterns. Jade objects laid down carefully, like words in a sentence no longer spoken. Some arrangements suggest cosmology. North, south, east, west. Others suggest memory. Gatherings of figures, all facing forward, all silent. These were not graves. They were not markers of death. They were spaces of connection, between this world and others, between ancestors and what comes next. What did the ceremonies look like? We do not know. There are no murals, no inscriptions, only scattered clues, but we can imagine. A line of people moving slowly through the mist, feet pressing into damp soil, smoke rising from a shallow fire, a flute playing a note too long to measure, hands raised, not in command but in offering. A piece of maize, a carved stone, a word said only once. Then silence. These centers were not permanent homes. Most people lived in smaller villages nearby. They came here for events, for the passing of seasons, for rituals that shaped time without needing to explain it. The Olmec world was not built on conquest. It was built on continuity. But even continuity changes. Around 900 BCE, San Lorenzo began to decline. Not all at once. Not in flames, but slowly. Structures abandoned, paths overgrown, heads moved, perhaps defaced, perhaps buried on purpose. A shift, subtle, uneven. La Venta then rose to greater prominence. It became the new ceremonial heart. But its time, too, would fade. By 400 BCE, activity slowed. The people still lived. But the great gatherings became less frequent. The offerings fewer. The mounds no longer maintained. And slowly, the forest began its return. What caused this decline? There are no clear answers. Some point to shifting rivers, natural forces changing the land. Others to internal shifts, changes in leadership, belief, or need. There may have been tensions, or perhaps the world simply moved forward. Civilizations do not always fall. Sometimes they just stop being needed in the way they once were. The Olmec did not vanish, they dispersed. Their ways were carried onward, not by force, but by flow. Their art, their symbols, their quiet approach to space and time. These found new life in the cultures that came after. In the Maya, in the Zapotec, in others whose names we now know better, but the roots were Olmec. And those roots remain deep, even as the trees grow above them, even as time presses on. Now when we walk the grounds of San Lorenzo or La Venta, we do not hear the old flutes, but we feel something in the shape of the mound, in the curve of a stone, in the way the wind moves across a clearing that no longer holds a gathering, but still seems to wait for one. The Olmec lived in a world where presence mattered more than proof, where the unseen was not questioned, only respected, where silence was not emptiness, but fullness without words. And in that silence, they continue. After the quiet decline of La Venta, after the last ceremonial stones were laid, the Olmec presence did not simply disappear. It drifted, like mist, like memory, like a dream that leaves no words, only a feeling. Their great centers faded from daily use, but their influence spread, not with armies, not with declarations, but with symbols, with style, with ideas embedded not in stone alone, but in the rhythm of how things were made. What followed the Olmec is not a clear replacement. It is a continuation. Cultures rose in different parts of Mesoamerica, the Zapotec in the valleys of Oaxaca, the Maya in the tropical lowlands to the east, and many others in scattered regions of the south, each distinct, each with its own voice. But inside their early art, inside their early cities, we find quiet traces of the Olmec hand. The most noticeable signs are in form. The wer-jaguar figure, part feline, part human, continued to appear long after the Olmec were gone. The almond eyes, the open mouths, the curling limbs. These motifs did not fade, they shifted, they were reinterpreted. The same is true of monumental stonework. The tradition of carving large, expressive figures in stone, often with spiritual or political meaning, was born with the Olmec. Later cultures would adopt it, shape it in their own style, but the echo of the Olmec hand remained. In the ceremonial layouts of early Maya cities, too, we see something familiar: a sense of alignment, a respect for space, courtyards that open to the sky, mounds and pyramids not placed randomly, but in relation to cardinal directions. These patterns have roots that reach back to La Venta, back to San Lorenzo. Even the concept of a sacred center, distinct from residential zones, has Olmec precedent. And while the Olmec left no written records in the traditional sense, they may have planted the seeds of writing itself. At sites like Cascajal, a stone slab was discovered bearing a series of symbols, some repeated, some unique. Scholars have long debated whether this represents true writing. It does not resemble later Mesoamerican scripts like Maya glyphs, but it may be an ancestor, a first attempt, a prototype of something that would take fuller form in centuries to come. Again, it is not the content that matters here. It is the gesture, the act of marking meaning, of carving thought into permanence. The Olmec world was not one of loud declarations. It was one of slow influence. Its legacy did not ride chariots or raise vast empires. It moved through texture, through shape, through how things were made and how they were held, in jade pendants, in clay figurines, in the careful alignment of structures with the sun. Even in materials, the Olmec left a trace. Their trade in jade and obsidian helped establish early exchange routes, networks that later civilizations would rely on. These routes were not paved. They were walked, over mountains, through jungle, step by patient step, and at each stop, ideas traveled too, quietly, naturally, like stories passed between neighbors. The Olmec may have also influenced early cosmological thought. Their interest in duality, in animal and human, sky and earth, life and death, found fertile ground in later belief systems. The Maya, the Mixtec, and others built rich mythologies filled with layered worlds, portals, spirit beings. But the earliest seeds of that layered thinking may have first been sown beneath the soft rain of Olmec lands. their view of caves as sacred, of the jaguar as symbolic, of transformation as spiritual. These were not ideas isolated in time. They rippled forward. And even if the name Olmec was never spoken again by those who followed, the memory remained in gesture, in custom, in art. And so, as we walk through later temples and cities, Monte Alban, Tikal, Copan, we might feel a familiar stillness, not the same, but not separate, a resonance. The Olmec were not forgotten. They were folded into the DNA of a region, into the heartbeat of a land that remembers in clay and stone, not in words. And in this way, the Olmec did not vanish. They simply let go of the need to be seen and became something softer, something lasting, something quiet. For centuries after their last ceremonial fires had gone cold, the Olmec were silent, not forgotten, not erased, simply unnoticed. Their colossal heads lay buried under centuries of sediment, their jade figures hidden beneath layers of earth and roots, their mounds softened into hills, their courtyards overtaken by trees, vines, and the patient creep of moss. The forest moved back in, as it always does, slow and without apology. Life in Mesoamerica continued. New cultures rose and fell, stones were reused, symbols reimagined, and the Olmec passed into a kind of sleep. Time in its quiet way gave them space, not to vanish, but to wait. It wasn't until the 19th century that a new kind of curiosity returned to those lands. Explorers, scholars, and travelers from far-off places arrived with notebooks and tools, looking for the origins of civilization in the Americas. They walked through tangled jungle paths, across empty fields, unaware at first that they were stepping over ancient plazas. In the 1860s, in the region of Veracruz, a local farmer came upon something strange, part of a massive carved stone head. It was not shaped by nature. It was not part of a hill. It had lips, eyes, a helmet-like crown, and it was far too large to ignore. This was Tres Zapotes, one of the later Olmec sites. The head he found would become known as Colossal Head Number 1, but it would take decades for scholars to understand what they were looking at. In the early days of archaeology, the Olmec were not even a name. Scholars focused on the Maya, whose temples and glyphs captured attention with their scale and complexity. The Olmec, by comparison, left fewer inscriptions. Their cities seemed smaller, their presence harder to define. But as more discoveries were made, the pattern began to emerge. Another head at San Lorenzo, a jade mask at La Venta, buried offerings, figurines with distinctive features, almond-shaped eyes, downturned mouths, infant-like proportions. These artifacts were not isolated. They spoke the same visual language. They belonged together. And so the idea of the Olmec civilization slowly took form, not all at once, not in a single paper or museum exhibit, but over time, through careful excavation, through the slow brushing away of dirt, through the comparing of motifs, styles, materials. In the 1940s and 50s, deeper excavations at La Venta revealed an entire ceremonial complex buried beneath centuries of silence. A massive mound, symmetrical plazas, rows of buried jade. The site was not grand in scale, but it was deliberate in design, and older than many of the great Maya cities. This realization changed everything. The Olmec were not just another regional group. They were older, possibly foundational. They came before the cities of the highlands, before the scribes carved calendars into stone. Before the great stepped pyramids pierced the canopy, the Olmec were not followers, they were ancestors. The idea of them as the mother culture of Mesoamerica began to take shape, though some scholars later debated the term, arguing for a more nuanced understanding. The influence of the Olmec was undeniable. Their symbols, their methods, their quiet cosmology, they echoed forward. Yet even with this recognition, the Olmec remained elusive. They had no Rosetta Stone, no library of glyphs, no epic poem passed down in codices. What we know of them comes from fragments, from what they left behind in clay and stone, and from what they left out. There is a kind of humility in this, a quietness that resists complete explanation. In museums today, Olmec artifacts rest behind glass, cool light, silent rooms. Visitors pass by, pausing at the colossal heads, peering into the smooth curves of greenstone figurines. Some wonder who these people were. Others simply stare, sensing something old and still and unresolved. And that is perhaps the lasting truth of the Olmec. They do not offer a complete story. They offer presence. They offer shape. They offer silence that does not need to be filled. They remind us that not all history is loud. Some of it rests just beneath the surface, waiting for someone to slow down enough to see it. In this way, the rediscovery of the Olmec was not just a finding of artifacts. It was a remembering of quiet things, of slow beginnings, of civilizations that did not rise in conquest, but in patience. And so the Olmec returned to us, not as rulers or conquerors, but as a whisper in stone, a presence in the soil, a stillness that endures. As the 20th century moved forward, and more earth was carefully brushed away from the ancient grounds of San Lorenzo, La Venta, and Tres Zapotes, the image of the Olmec began to shift once again, not just in the eyes of archaeologists, but in the minds of a wider public. What had once been seen as forgotten stones and curiosities became symbols of origin, of something older than empire, of something quiet and foundational. In Mexico, a country rich with pre-Columbian history, the Olmec gradually found a place, not only in museums, but in the evolving sense of national identity. During the post-revolutionary period, there was a movement to rediscover indigenous roots, to reclaim the past not as a curiosity, but as a source of strength. Painters, poets, thinkers, and educators looked beyond the colonial narrative and began to highlight the ancient civilizations that shaped the land long before European ships ever appeared on the horizon. The Maya, the Aztec, the Zapotec, all found renewed attention. And among them, the Olmec, older, quieter, more mysterious, offered something different. Not grandeur, not cities of tens of thousands, not towering pyramids with staircases to the gods, but a different kind of presence, a kind of beginning. Their colossal heads, especially, captured the public imagination. These faces, carved with care and balance, became more than archaeological finds. They became symbols, not just of history, but of origin, not just of mystery, but of resilience. They began to appear in textbooks, in murals, in cultural displays. In some schools, they were taught as the first civilization of Mexico, a term both inspiring and debated. Yet it stuck, because people need a beginning, and the Olmec offered one, not loud, not certain, but solid and still. Something that had endured. Museums across the country built exhibits around them. Traveling shows carried replicas of the heads to distant cities. Children stood beside their massive forms for school photos. The heads did not speak, but they seemed to watch, to remember, to anchor something quietly in the landscape of time. At the same time, scholars continued to dig, literally and figuratively. Each new find raised new questions: small altars carved with mythic scenes, stone tools worn smooth by years of use, figurines with slitted eyes and strange expressions. Every piece added to the puzzle, but the puzzle never fully came together. The Olmec remain, in many ways, unresolved. This uncertainty became part of their identity, a civilization that invites curiosity, but resists clarity, a story that can be entered from many angles, but never fully told. And in that, there is a certain beauty. In modern Mexico, the Olmec presence became both cultural and personal. Towns near the ancient sites took pride in the connection. Local artisans carved miniature heads from stone and clay, sold to visitors who carried home small fragments of the past. Students on field trips walked the old ceremonial grounds, their shoes crunching over the same earth that once held jade offerings and sacred fires. And though few could name specific rulers or events from the Olmec timeline, there was a feeling that this point was where something started. That long before the world grew loud, this land had already learned how to listen. Even in art and literature, the Olmec made subtle appearances, not as protagonists, not as conquerors, but as echoes, as distant figures in dreamlike jungles, as watchers, as carvers of stone and silence. Writers spoke of them not in terms of fact, but of feeling. Not as a people to decode, but as a presence to sit beside. There is a stillness to their legacy that invites pause. Their art does not shout. It hums. Their cities do not dominate. They dissolve, and yet they remain. In the shape of a jade pendant, in the curve of a buried altar, in the soft shadows of a mound, half lost to the trees, in a classroom painting of a giant head beneath the blue sky. They remain not because they were the greatest, but because they were the first to stay still long enough for time to remember them. And for a nation seeking its deepest roots, that stillness offered something rare, something grounding, something whole. The Olmec in this way were rediscovered not only in soil, but in spirit, not only in museums, but in memory. And while their language is lost, their voice continues, in stone, in space, in silence. As we wander deeper into the quiet world the Olmec left behind, we begin to notice that they spoke in patterns, in repeated shapes, in forms that seem to echo something just below the surface of language. Without texts, without recorded myth, the meanings are never certain. But the forms are persistent. Over and over, archaeologists have found similar images on altars, on figurines, on stone monuments carefully buried in symmetrical arrangements. These were not random, they were intentional. And though we may never fully understand their meanings, we can feel their weight. The most recurring figure is what scholars call the were-jaguar, a blend of human and feline, with downturned lips, almond-shaped eyes, a cleft on the head, and sometimes a curled posture. The jaguar, in Mesoamerican belief systems, was more than an animal. It moved between worlds. It lived in the jungle, but it also slipped into caves, into darkness, into water. It represented power, danger, mystery. For the Olmec, the jaguar may have been more than a symbol. It may have been a threshold, a way of showing transformation between human and spirit, between day and night, between what is seen and what is not. Many of their figurines show infants or small beings with jaguar-like features. These are not warriors. They are soft, rounded, sometimes even fragile-looking, but they carry the markings of something other, something watching or waiting. Scholars have debated their meaning. Are they gods, ancestors, spirit children? There are no inscriptions to confirm. Only the pose, the smoothness, the shape of the mouth. They do not explain themselves. They simply exist. Over time, these forms have come to represent the quiet inner life of the Olmec, what they may have believed about birth, death, war, and transformation. One figure often found is a crouching human-like shape emerging from a cleft or opening. Some see this as a symbolic cave, perhaps the mouth of the earth, a place of origin or return. In Mesoamerican traditions that followed, caves were sacred, places where life begins, where ancestors dwell, where gods listen. The Olmec seem to have felt this too. In La Venta, a series of buried offerings was found beneath a plaza, layers of jade, serpentine, and other materials arranged in patterns, some geometric, some shaped like miniature scenes. In one offering, small figures stood in a circle, facing a central point. They did not face outwards, they looked inward. It is hard not to feel the meaning, even if we cannot name it. A gathering, a ritual, a shared silence. The figures are so small they could sit on a coin, yet they were buried with care, beneath layers of earth and fill, sealed in darkness for centuries. They were not meant to be seen again, but they were meant to be placed. And that placement, quiet, precise, deliberate, speaks of belief. Not belief in the way we think of religion now, but belief in relationship, in space, in direction, in the alignment between the earth and the unseen. The Olmec also carved altars, stone slabs with hollowed spaces and reclining figures. These may have represented thrones or shrines, or portals between worlds. Some show scenes of a figure emerging from a niche. Others display interactions between beings, holding, offering, carrying. Again, no text tells us the story, but the gesture remains, always the gesture. One of the most discussed pieces is Altar 4 from La Venta. A figure sits inside a niche, holding a rope that connects to a figure on the outside. The rope seems to pass through the stone, linking them. Scholars have proposed many meanings: captivity, guidance, spiritual connection. But what remains is the visual truth. One holds, one follows, and between them, something passes. The Olmec did not rely on mass iconography. Their art is often sparse, focused. There is a balance between weight and space, between what is shown and what is left unsaid. Even their monumental heads, so large, so commanding, do not scream. They are still, their expressions vary. Some seem stern, others almost relaxed. All wear the helmet-like crowns that suggest status, identity, or perhaps protection and ritual. But none are identical. Each carries a face remembered, a face preserved. And though we do not know their names, we know their presence, because it was carved not to impress, but to endure. In this way, the Olmec world speaks to us not in answers, but in invitations, to look closer, to pause, to consider what it means to make a shape over and over, what it means to bury a figure facing inward, what it means to hold a rope across time. Their symbols are not puzzles to be solved. They are echoes to be heard, slowly, quietly, as if through soil, as if through sleep. By the time the Olmec cities had long fallen silent and the jungle had returned to cover what was once carved by human hands, the traces of this ancient people did not vanish. They simply changed form. Instead of standing tall as empires do, they dissolved into the soil, into the collective memory of Mesoamerica. And from that soil, new civilizations grew. The Maya, the Zapotec, the Mixtec, the Totonac. They each rose in their time, built their own temples, carved their own gods, followed their own stars. But in each of them, there were quiet echoes, echoes of the Olmec. Archaeologists call this Olmec influence, a phrase that sounds simple but is anything but. It doesn't mean these later cultures copied the Olmec. It means something softer happened, something slower. Certain symbols kept appearing: the downturned mouth of a sacred jaguar, the cleft head of a supernatural child, the curved lines of a serpent in motion. You could see them in different forms across different sites centuries later. Were they borrowed? Or did they simply remain too deep, too foundational to be removed? In Monte Alban, capital of the Zapotec, temples were built atop mountains in ways not unlike La Venta. The Maya, with their detailed calendars and ornate stelae, also sculpted massive masks and sacred thrones. Even the later city of Teotihuacan, miles away in distance and in time, seemed to carry traces of Olmec symmetry and cosmological layout. It was not a matter of direct inheritance, perhaps, more like a shared breath across generations, like a silent agreement passed hand to hand. What's more, even the layout of ceremonial plazas, those broad open spaces between pyramids and altars, seems to echo a style first perfected by the Olmec. Central axes, north-south alignments, pathways designed not just for walking, but for ritual, for movement through space as a form of meaning. These weren't things easily forgotten, because they weren't just practical, they were spiritual, designed for a people who believed the world was layered, that the sky, the earth, and the underworld were connected through places, through plazas, temples, caves, and mounds. That belief system didn't disappear with the Olmec. It carried on, quietly, unnamed, but present. Some scholars even argue that the very idea of sacred kingship, that rulers were not just political leaders, but vessels of cosmic order, may have begun with the Olmec. In later Mesoamerican cultures, kings would wear jaguar pelts, perform blood rituals, speak with gods. But the first signs of this may lie in Olmec sculptures, figures seated cross-legged on thrones, half human, half otherworldly. Even when later cultures changed, the thread remained. And beyond the elite, beyond kings and priests, there were also the everyday echoes, in burial practices, in the placement of offerings, in the use of jade, always jade, green like the heart of the earth, smooth like water. The Maya loved jade. The Aztec valued it more than gold. But it was the Olmec who had first given it sacred weight, not for trade, but for meaning. The legacy of the Olmec, then, is not about dominance. It is about presence, a quiet, shaping presence, like a river that carved a valley long before the city was built. You may not see the river now, but its shape remains. You may not find Olmec names in textbooks. You may not remember dates or rulers, but they were there, early, patient, rooted. And in the silence between what came before and what came after, their presence endures. In stone faces with no words, in plazas that catch the sun, in symbols that still whisper, if you listen carefully enough. As the great stone heads of the Olmec stood watching through centuries of silence, the rest of the world moved on. Jungles thickened, rivers changed course, and new civilizations flourished. Yet the Olmec, though no longer building new cities or carving new monuments, never truly disappeared. They faded, but not without leaving behind something enduring. Their influence, like a mist rising from the ground, became part of the air others would breathe. Scholars often say the Olmec vanished mysteriously, but perhaps they did not vanish. Perhaps they simply stepped into the background. Their cities were no longer occupied, yes. Their monuments buried under layers of soil and roots. Their names, if they ever had any written ones, lost. And yet, their ideas lingered. In temples built by the Zapotec, in symbols etched by the Maya, in the very structure of ceremonial life across Mesoamerica. It was not a loud legacy, but a quiet one. No single thread connects all of this in a straight line, but there is a pattern, a presence. As if the Olmec had once set their hands in the clay of culture, and even after those hands were gone, the shape remained. Consider the concept of sacred space. The Olmec knew how to arrange a site for more than utility. They aligned plazas with the stars. They placed tombs beneath altars. They carved massive thrones, not for comfort, but for ceremony. Later peoples would do the same, sometimes with different gods, sometimes in different languages. But the ritual sense of layout, the way land could be made holy, felt familiar, felt inherited. Then there were the masks, small, carefully carved, often without eyes or mouths. Masks not for wearing, but for keeping. Some believe they represented ancestors. Others say they were symbolic faces of gods or spirits of the underworld. Regardless of their meaning, similar masks appeared later. Among the Maya, among the Totonac, jade masks in royal tombs, clay masks offered to deities. The echo continued. And perhaps most profoundly, the Olmec gave something subtler still, a way of seeing the world. They did not explain it in writing. They did not build libraries or leave behind scrolls, but through their art, their cities, their silence, they seemed to whisper that life was layered, that the human worlds touched the divine, that the ordinary could be sacred. This worldview, impossible to trace precisely, endured. Not because it was enforced, but because it resonated with those who lived in the same lands, who looked up at the same stars, who walked the same jungle paths, who felt the weight of mystery in the same rivers and stones. In modern times, when archaeologists dust off a piece of carved basalt or uncover a buried courtyard, they are not reviving a forgotten people. They are uncovering a conversation that never truly ended, a whisper that has traveled through centuries. When children in Veracruz climb over grassy mounds without knowing they stand atop ancient foundations. When elders in local villages speak of spirits living in the earth. When artisans craft jaguar figures with no knowledge of where the image began. The Olmec are still there, in shadows, in gestures, in things passed down without words. The slow fade of the Olmec civilization, then, is not a tragedy. It is a kind of success, a quiet success. The kind that does not require monuments to survive. The kind that lives in memory, even when no one is sure why they remember. They remind us that some of the most lasting legacies are those that do not demand attention, that whisper rather than shout, that settle into the bones of a place until the place itself carries the memory forward. And so, as you rest now, and the story of the Olmec gently draws to a close, you may not recall every detail. You may not remember every name. But somewhere in your thoughts, soft, slow, and wordless, the Olmec remain, quiet, rooted, present, like a breath beneath the surface, like the stillness before sleep. If anything remains after thousands of years, it is not always the brilliance of achievements or the names carved into stone. It is not always the records or the victories. Sometimes what remains is a feeling, a pause, a quiet presence in the soil. And the Olmec, often called the mother culture of Mesoamerica, did not leave with fireworks or fanfare. They left like mist receding before the morning sun, slowly, gently, without needing to be seen. Today we continue to search. Archaeologists still dig, historians still question. Entire volumes have been written trying to make sense of the scattered pieces. Heads without names, mounds without stories, symbols without translations. But perhaps the deeper truth of the Olmec is not in the facts we can recover, but in the way they resist being fully known. For all the stone that remains, the Olmec left no books, no clear calendar, no recorded words to explain themselves. Instead, they left impressions, sacred silence, enigmatic forms, artifacts that hum with meaning but refuse to speak it out loud. In this way, they teach us a different kind of history, a slower one. A history that is not told in battles and dates, but in echoes and presence. There is a kind of wisdom in that. When you stand before an Olmec head, massive, calm, watchful, you don't learn what day it was carved. You don't hear a speech from the person it depicts. But you feel something, the stillness, the gravity, the sense that someone once stood here, long ago, and believed in something bigger than themselves. And maybe that is the point. Not to remember what they did, but to remember that they were, that they lived, that they wondered, that they stood beneath the same stars you now sleep beneath. In places like San Lorenzo, La Venta, and Tres Zapotes, the cities are no longer alive, but the land has not forgotten. Farmers plant around mounds they do not disturb. Children play beside carved stones that have no modern label. Elders in villages nearby speak of the land with reverence, not always knowing why. They just know some places should be left alone. There is something sacred here, something ancient. The Olmec did not demand to be remembered. They did not build empires meant to impress the future. They built what they needed. They shaped what they believed. And when it was time, they let go. Their story didn't end in fire or collapse. It simply quieted, became part of the background, a root beneath other roots, a river beneath the soil. Later civilizations would rise. Greater cities would be built. New gods would be named. But all of it would rest, quietly, on the ground the Olmec had walked. And now, as your eyes grow heavier and your breathing slows, you are part of this quiet chain. You have heard their story, not with loud facts or heroic tales, but with steady, patient listening, the kind that honors the forgotten, the kind that remembers what others overlook, the kind that lets history become soft. Tonight, the Olmec return. Not in stone, but in your stillness. Not in books, but in the spaces between thoughts. They are not gone. They are only quiet. And so now as the final words fade, and the story becomes only a hush in your mind, let them stay there, unbothered, unmoved, resting like you, still like the jungle floor, present, even when no one is watching. That is how the Olmec lived. That is how they remain. And now, we leave the humid jungles of Mesoamerica behind. The stone faces fall silent once more. The earth closes gently over the memory of the Olmec. Their echoes remain, but we move on. The journey of boring history for sleep continues. And this time, we head far north, to colder winds, to softer hills, to a world most people only think they know. When we hear the word Viking, we often imagine ships, warriors, thunder, and steel. But beneath the tales of conquest and raids, there were quieter lives. There were homes. There were people who planted seeds, tended sheep, waited out the snow, and worked the land with the same steady rhythm as the tides they once sailed. Tonight, we turn our eyes to them, not to the fighters, but to the farmers, to the hands that shaped soil, to the stories carved not in stone but in the slow passing of seasons. This is Hidden Stories of Viking Farmers. Long before the thunder of Viking ships echoed across foreign shores, before helmets and axes captured the imagination of storytellers, there were fields. And in those fields, there were people, quiet people, people who woke early, not to raid or sail, but to tend to their land. These were the Viking farmers, often forgotten, rarely celebrated, but they were the foundation of Norse society. Without them, there would have been no food, no homes, no warm woolen clothes for winter, no quiet lullabies sung by the hearth. The land they worked was rugged, shaped by glaciers and sea winds. Much of Scandinavia, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, was not friendly to farming. The soil was rocky, the growing season was short. Summers were light but brief, and winters were long, dark, and punishing. But still, they farmed. Because they had to. Because survival was not a story of glory, but of endurance. A typical Viking farm was modest in size, built around a longhouse. These homes were low, narrow structures with thatched or turf-covered roofs. The walls were often made of wood, if trees were available, or stone and earth in more barren regions. Inside, a single fire pit provided warmth and light. Smoke rose through a small hole in the roof, or sometimes not at all, lingering in the air like a low fog. Families slept along the walls, bundled in wool and furs, sometimes sharing space with animals during the coldest months. Cows, sheep, and goats were essential, not only for milk and meat, but for warmth. Outside, the land was divided into small fields. Viking farmers grew barley, rye, oats, and sometimes wheat. These were hardy grains, tough enough to survive northern climates. They used wooden plows pulled by oxen, or in poorer farms, by humans themselves. The fields were fertilized with animal manure, seaweed, or composted waste, whatever could be gathered. It was slow work, hard work, quiet work, and it had to be done with care. If the harvest failed, there was no second chance. Hunger was a familiar guest in many winters, but when the crop came in, it was celebrated, not with feasts and banners, but with relief, with the simple joy of bread baking over the fire, with bowls of warm porridge, with the knowledge that the family would endure another season. In addition to grains, Viking farms often had vegetable plots. Cabbage, onions, beans, peas, and turnips were common. These were not exotic plants, but they mattered. Stored in cellars or buried in pits, they provided vitamins and variety during the long months when the land slept under snow. Fruit trees were rare, but wild berries were gathered in forests. Cloudberries, lingonberries, and bilberries, preserved in honey or dried for the winter. And then there were the animals. Sheep provided wool, and their milk was used for cheese. Goats gave milk too, and were easier to manage in rocky terrain. Cows were prized but required more fodder, so not every farm could support them. Pigs were efficient and could eat almost anything. Chickens gave eggs, and their feathers were used in bedding. Horses were not common on every farm, but where they were kept, they served as transport and pride. They were also used in rituals and buried with great care, their presence linked to both work and the sacred. Dogs guarded the homestead. Cats, as in many ancient cultures, kept grain stores free of mice, and perhaps, like today, offered companionship too. Every member of the family worked. Children fetched water, gathered firewood, chased geese. Women brewed ale, spun wool, cooked meals, managed storage, and helped in the fields. Men repaired tools, tended livestock, chopped wood, and built fences. There was little separation between roles. Life was a shared rhythm: work, rest, eat, repair, repeat. There were no weekends, no holidays as we know them, but there were seasonal markers, solstices, harvest festivals, feasts in the great hall when meat was plentiful, and always the turning of the sky, sunlight slowly giving way to darkness, then returning again. This was the heartbeat of the Viking farm. Not conquest, not exploration, but persistence. In quiet valleys, on windswept coasts, in the echo of hooves across snow, these were the hidden stories of Viking farmers, not told in sagas, but whispered in furrows, pressed into loaves of bread, folded into wool, and passed down, not with swords, but with seeds. Morning on a Viking farm did not begin with alarms or clocks. It began with the soft bleating of sheep, the distant lowing of cows, or the creaking of timber in the chill. It began with the light, filtered, gray, often reluctant to rise in northern latitudes. Inside the longhouse, the fire never fully died overnight. Someone, often the mother or the eldest daughter, would rise first, stirring the embers into warmth again, adding fresh peat or wood, coaxing flame into life. The smell of smoke mingled with wool and earth, lingering in the air, and slowly the others would wake. There was no rush, no engines, no rush hour, just the rhythm of what needed doing. Animals came first. They needed feeding before anyone else. Hay from the loft was lowered down. Water was brought in buckets, often from a well or nearby stream, icy and clear. The barn was not a separate building in many smaller farms. It was attached to the longhouse itself, separated by just a wooden partition. In winter, the body heat of the animals helped warm the living quarters, and in turn, the farmers kept a closer eye on their animals during harsh storms. After the animals were cared for, it was time for people to eat. Breakfast was simple: flatbread, sometimes baked the day before, and left near the fire to warm. A bowl of porridge made from barley or oats, perhaps sweetened with a spoonful of honey if the bees had been generous that summer. Milk or ale to drink, sometimes buttermilk, slightly sour but nourishing. Meals were eaten sitting low to the ground, often in silence or soft talk. There were no formal prayers, but there was reverence and habit. Thankfulness carried in gesture, not word. After eating, the family split to their tasks. Men might head to the outer fields with plows, or to the forest for wood. Women continued spinning wool, dyeing fabric with natural pigments from plants or lichens, preparing meat for smoking or fish for drying. Smoking sheds, small and dark, were vital for preservation. The scent of dried fish and smoked meat clung to the air near these structures, an aroma not always pleasant, but deeply reassuring. It meant survival. Children learned by doing. There were no schools in the way we think of them now. A boy learned to fish by watching his father. A girl learned to churn butter by mimicking her mother. Stories were told not in lessons, but in small moments, in a hand gesture, in a correction, in the retelling of how things had always been done. Knowledge passed like water in a wooden cup, slowly, carefully, never in waste. As the seasons turned, the tasks shifted. In spring, there was plowing, sowing, repairing what winter had broken. In summer, longer days meant more work. Gathering herbs, haymaking, harvesting berries, tending beehives. In autumn, the most intense labor began. All food needed gathering, preserving, storing. Grains were threshed and ground. Root vegetables were packed deep into pits lined with straw. Meat was salted or smoked. Everything had to be ready before the snow came. And when it came fully. Winter in the Viking world was not something to take lightly. Snow buried the fields, daylight was brief, and ice sealed the rivers. Travel became rare, visitors were few. Life turned inward. Longhouses glowed with dim firelight. Shadows flickered along the walls. Work continued, but now it was quieter. Weaving, carving, mending tools, telling stories to pass the time. Storytelling was one of the most valued winter skills. Around the hearth, with the wind whistling outside, tales of gods and giants, ancestors and animals were shared. Some were grand, some were small, all were remembered. Because in a world with no books, memory was everything. Elders told of the harsh winters of their youth, of how one cow survived while the others did not, of a time when the snow was so deep the roof bent under its weight, and the children listened, wide-eyed, storing the lessons like seeds in frost. Music also found its place in winter, simple flutes carved from bone or wood, small harps with gut strings, songs that hummed like the wind through pine. They were not performed, they were offered, gently, without applause. In that darkness, every sound was sacred. Life was not easy for the Viking farmer, but it was whole, it was grounded. It was full of small, meaningful acts. And though their names were not etched in saga stones or sung in halls, their quiet labor laid the true foundation of the Norse world. They were the ones who stayed, who built, who mended, who endured. Life on a Viking farm was not lived in isolation. Though the landscape was wide and sometimes harsh, people found each other. They formed communities, not large cities or sprawling towns, but clusters of farms, hamlets nestled near fjords, rivers, or sheltered valleys. And within these communities, a quiet web of mutual need and shared tradition held people together. A farm might belong to a single family, but no family stood alone. Neighbors helped each other during harvest. They lent tools, exchanged seed, and gathered for larger tasks like building a longhouse or digging a new well. In times of hardship, disease, poor weather, and injured ox, the strength of these connections could mean the difference between surviving a winter or not. Trade was not just a distant enterprise conducted by sea captains. Even among the farming folk, trade occurred often. One family might specialize in woolen cloth, another in iron tools. A skilled beekeeper might barter wax and honey for salted fish or firewood. These exchanges weren't recorded in ledgers. They were remembered, trusted, honored by word, not by contract. Honesty and reputation mattered. A broken promise could echo through a village for seasons. The Viking sense of honor was not limited to warriors. It was lived out daily by farmers who kept their word, arrived when help was needed, and shared what little they had. Storytelling was central to the social fabric. Every gathering, whether a wedding, a feast, or a quiet evening, was a chance to share tales. Some stories were of gods in creation, of Odin's wisdom, or Thor's strength. Others were local, of a neighbor's cleverness, a storm remembered, a cow that survived a blizzard, a boat built in record time. Children grew up listening. Elders spoke slowly, with pauses for breath and silence. These stories were not entertainment alone, they were memory, a living archive passed between generations. Religion was ever present, though not in the way of cathedrals or choirs. The Norse gods lived close to the land. Farmers offered thanks to Freyr, the god of fertility and growth, hoping for good weather and strong harvests. A small carved idol might be placed near the field, tucked beneath a tree, or honored with a splash of ale before planting began. Women sometimes tied small charms in the barn, whispered blessings while soil milking, or wore simple pendants with symbols of Thor's hammer, not for battle, but for protection, for steadiness, for strength. The turning of seasons was marked with quiet ritual. The start of summer, the fall harvest, midwinter, each held a place in the rhythm of the year. There were gatherings, not grand or loud, but full of food, shared drink, and sometimes music. A single goat roasted, ale brewed at home, songs passed from mother to daughter, from father to son. In the darker months, marriage was common. Winter weddings brought light into the long nights. A wedding might take place in the longhouse itself, or outdoors if weather allowed. Vows were spoken before kin, rings exchanged, and blessings given. The bride's hair might be brushed with care and adorned with simple beads or flowers, while the groom might wear a newly woven cloak or a knife gifted by his father. Dowries were small but meaningful, livestock, tools, or land. Marriage was not only a personal bond, but a joining of households, of labor, of futures. Children were raised not only by their parents, but by the wider circle, grandparents, aunts, uncles, older siblings. There were no toys as we think of them now, but small carved animals, bits of wool tied into figures, smooth stones, and the freedom to explore fields and forests. Laughter was not absent in these lives. It came quietly, and the clumsy steps of a toddler, the sharp joke of a neighbor, the satisfaction of a good harvest, or a well-told tale. Evenings, after the work was done, offered a rare kind of rest. The glow of the hearth, the murmur of voices, the click of needles, or the soft thump of a loom, someone tuning a stringed instrument, someone else nodding off in the warmth. Peace in its simplest form. And though they did not write their stories, though no historian stood among them, these people lived fully. Their hours were long, their burdens real, but they carved a life from the soil and stone and filled it with meaning, not with glory, not with conquest, but with care. These were the hidden lives, the quiet victories, and in their simplicity, something enduring. The Viking longhouse was more than a shelter. It was a world unto itself, a place where warmth clung to the walls, where time softened into habit, and where every creak in the timber marked the passing of seasons. These homes varied in size, but most were long, narrow structures, their walls leaning slightly inward, forming a low A-frame beneath a turf or thatch roof. The roof, thick and heavy, helped hold in warmth and resist snow, while the turf itself often grew grasses and small plants, making the house feel like it had risen from the earth itself. Inside, space was organized not with walls, but with rhythm. A central hearth stretched down the length of the hall, glowing dimly with peat or wood smoke. On either side of the hearth, raised platforms lined the walls, used for sitting, eating, and sleeping. Families slept here wrapped in wool, furs, or heavy woven blankets. In winter, they huddled together, not just for warmth, but for connection. Privacy was rare, but so was loneliness. The smells inside the longhouse changed with the day. In the morning, smoke and porridge. In the evening, stewed meat or boiled fish. On baking days, the faint tang of yeast and grain. And always, the grounding scent of earth, of wool, of life continuing. Windows, if they existed, were small, covered with animal bladders or thin cloth to keep out wind. Light came mostly from the fire. At night, oil lamps made from clay or carved stone burned fish oil or tallow flickering softly. The walls often held tools, hooks for cloaks, racks for spears or knives, bundles of herbs hanging to dry. Nothing was wasted. Everything was used. And yet the home never felt crowded. It felt complete. Outside, the land changed constantly. Spring came slowly, its signs subtle, a swelling bud, the return of birdsong, the softening of frozen soil. Fields had to be prepared quickly, stones cleared, plows sharpened. Barley and rye were the first to go in, sown by hand and buried by wooden plows or heavy rakes. Men worked the land, but women often followed with baskets, scattering seed. Children helped chase away birds. Crows were clever, but the farmers were watchful. As the days grew longer, pastures turned green. Livestock were led outside again, their movements tentative at first, then joyful. Calves kicked in the light. Lambs bleated. Chickens scratched through last year's leaves. The air carried warmth and the faint hum of insects. Wildflowers returned. Bees emerged. Spring was not just a season, it was a beginning. By summer, life became intense. Hay had to be cut and dried, fences mended, roofs patched. Fishing increased. Nets were checked daily, boats repaired. The sea gave much, but not always kindly. Men respected its moods. When skies turned, even experienced fishers returned early. Thunder over the fjords echoed like old gods speaking. Women worked with urgency. Wool was cleaned, dyed, and spun. Herbs were gathered, chamomile, yarrow, nettle, for healing, for seasoning, for storage. Some were hung in bunches near the hearth. Others were crushed into salves. Bees were watched closely, hives were checked. If honey was gathered too early, the colony might fail in winter. But if timed right, the golden reward was precious, used for food, medicine, or trade. And then autumn came, the busiest time. Crops had to be gathered before frost. Root vegetables pulled from the ground, grains threshed, winnowed, and stored in bins or sacks. Meat was salted, fish dried on wooden racks, apples and berries preserved in jars or buried with care. Every task was essential. A mistake now meant hunger later. Even children understood the stakes. They worked beside adults, learning, sweating, hoping. Tools were checked, axes sharpened, rope coiled, barrels sealed. The land was generous, but only if met with effort. When the first snow came, often in October or November, it did not bring silence. It brought pause. The fields, now empty, slept under frost. Animals returned to shelter. Boots were lined with wool. Cloaks hung heavy by the door, and the longhouse drew its breath inward again. It was the end of the working year, but not the end of work. Inside, tasks continued, quieter, slower, steadier. Wool became cloth. Broken handles were replaced. Nets were mended. Stories returned to the firelight. And life, tucked beneath layers of snow and roof and memory, carried on. Inside the longhouse, as snow piled gently outside and daylight came and went like a flicker, the rhythm of life turned inward. The days may have shortened, but work did not stop. It merely softened, shifted from fields and forests to hearth and hands. And it was here, in the quieter months, that the Viking household revealed another side of its quiet genius, the craft of making. Wool was at the heart of it all. Sheep were raised not just for meat or milk, but for their fleece. Once shorn, the raw wool was sorted by hand, picking out twigs, burrs, or dirt clumps. Then came washing. Batches of wool were soaked in warm water, sometimes with lye, sometimes just ash water to loosen the oils. It was a delicate balance. Too hot and the wool would felt into an unusable mass. Too cold and the oils would cling stubbornly. After drying, the wool was carded, pulled and brushed into soft, aligned tufts using simple wooden paddles lined with nails or hooked teeth. This fluff was then spun, usually on a drop spindle. The process was slow, repetitive, calming. A practiced spinner could talk, listen, or hum while the fibers twisted between her fingers, forming a thin, durable thread. Spinning was often done near the fire, where light and warmth made the hours pass gently. The resulting thread could be left undyed or colored with natural pigments. Dyes came from plants, bark, berries, even lichens. Yellows from birch leaves, reds from madder root, blues from woad. These were not bright artificial colors, but muted, earthy tones that blended softly with the world around them. The woven cloth was sturdy, warm, and deeply practical. Some garments were kept simple, tunics, cloaks, hose. Others were adorned with patterned trim, decorative stitching, or tablet weaving that added flair to sleeves, hems, or belts. Women often took pride in their needlework. Each stitch a quiet act of care. Clothes weren't fashion, they were function, memory, and inheritance. A father's wool cloak passed to his son. A baby's first bonnet kept for the next child. A patch on the elbow sewn with care instead of replaced. Leatherwork also filled the long nights. From the hides of cows, goats, or deer, men and women made shoes, belts, knife sheaths, or harnesses. Tanning was not a gentle process. The hides were soaked in lye, scraped, dried, softened with fat. The smell was sharp and lingered, but the result, durable leather, was worth the effort. Children's shoes were sewn from scraps, small, soft, shaped by hand. Adult boots were often stuffed with wool or dry moss in winter for added warmth. Tools were tended with the same devotion. A sickle with a loose handle was dangerous. An axe with a chipped edge could ruin a log. And so men carved new handles, sharpened blades with stone or iron files, repaired cracked hafts with tight leather wrapping. The farm depended on the quiet reliability of its tools and the hands that maintained them. Soap was made from ash and fat, a slow-boiled mixture stirred carefully until it thickened. It was stored in lumps, used for washing clothes, bodies, or dishes. Spoons were carved from wood, bowls turned on simple lathes. Even combs, fine-toothed and precise, were crafted from bone or antler. Every object told a story, not of wealth, but of labor, of time, of care. The longhouse itself required maintenance. Beams were checked for rot, thatch repaired with bundles of straw, floors swept with twig brooms, ashes cleared from the hearth, smoke holes adjusted with hanging skins or boards. Every season, every year, brought small repairs. No home stood still, and when a new structure was needed, a barn, a shed, a fence, neighbors helped. Timber was cut, notched, and raised by hand. Pegs driven in without nails, roofs thatched with bundles of reeds, layered thick to shed water and snow. These were slow builds, day by day, but strong, lasting, quiet testaments to a community that valued endurance over speed. At night, when hands tired and eyes blurred, work slowed to stillness. Someone might hum an old tune. A child might play with carved toys near the fire. Simple horses, small ships, a figure with no name but great imagined adventures. The wind would press against the walls, the fire would crackle softly, and the longhouse, full of smoke, effort, memory, and breath, would settle in again for another night. In the Viking world, greatness did not always wear armor. Sometimes it wore wool cloaks patched at the shoulder. Sometimes it shaped a spoon, or raised a beam, or tended a fire that never went out. Food was never taken for granted on a Viking farm. It was the result of months of labor, of sun and soil, of hands and hope. And though the meals were simple, they were prepared with intention, with rhythm, and with a quiet respect for the land. In the warmer months, fresh food was more plentiful. Milk flowed freely from goats and cows, and from it came butter, cheese, and sometimes a tangy yogurt-like drink. Butter was made by hand in wooden churns, pushed up and down for long stretches of time until the cream thickened and separated. The remaining liquid, buttermilk, was often used for baking or animal feed. Cheese was pressed into cloth-lined molds, salted, and left to age slowly in cool corners of the longhouse. Meat came from livestock, but animals were not slaughtered casually. A cow or pig was a serious investment, raised carefully and used completely. When butchered, nothing was wasted. Meat was salted or smoked for preservation. Bones became tools or broth. Skins were tanned. Fat rendered into tallow for candles or soap. Chickens offered eggs, and sometimes meat. Geese, ducks, and even wild birds were hunted seasonally, depending on migration and luck. Fish were a staple, caught in rivers, lakes, and sea. Trout, cod, herring, some were eaten fresh, grilled on open fires. Others were salted in barrels or dried on racks, hard and leathery, but able to last for months. Seaweed was collected too, not as a meal, but as a flavoring, as medicine, or even as fodder for livestock during lean months. Bread was made from barley or rye, coarse, dense, and round. Yeast was captured from the air or taken from past batches. Some households used sourdough starters, handed down like quiet heirlooms. Flatbreads were baked on heated stones or iron pans. They weren't fluffy or soft, but they filled the belly. Sometimes grains were cooked into porridge instead, mixed with milk, berries, or bits of dried fruit when available. Honey sweetened things when possible, but often food was savory, seasoned with salt, herbs, and the memory of fire. Salt was valuable. In some places it was traded from the coast. In others, it was gathered from sea evaporation or boiled from salty springs. It preserved meat, added flavor, and helped survive winter. Fermentation played a role too. Cabbage, turnips, or other vegetables were shredded, salted, and stored in wooden barrels, transforming over weeks into tangy, sour dishes that kept long after harvest. Ale was brewed in small batches, not strong, but enough to lift the spirits and sanitize drinking water. It was made from barley, water, and herbs, sometimes hops, sometimes yarrow or juniper. Brew days were social, neighbors helped. Recipes were shared, errors were laughed off, and good batches remembered. Storage was an art. Root vegetables were buried in pits or cellars lined with straw. Grain was kept in raised bins to avoid moisture. Dried herbs hung from rafters. Meat was hung near the hearth, where smoke and heat preserved it slowly. Barrels, jars, sacks, all sealed with care. Winter meals were slower, heavier. Stews bubbled gently in iron pots hung over the fire, filled with whatever remained. Bits of salted meat, turnips, beans, grains. The scent filled the longhouse, clinging to walls and clothes. It was the smell of waiting, of endurance. Meals were not grand affairs, but they were moments of gathering. Family sat close. Food was shared evenly. Elders might receive the choicest bits. Children were fed first. Silence was not unusual, but when someone spoke, stories followed. Memories of better harvests, lessons from lean years, jokes carried forward from last season's blunders. Wooden bowls and spoons were passed down. Some bore carvings, a swirl, a name, a mark of the maker's hand. They were washed with cold water, scrubbed with sand or ash. No soap, just care. A cloth wiped them dry, and they returned to their places, ready for the next meal. Hospitality mattered. A traveler given food was a bond formed. Even a stranger offered bread and broth before being questioned. The land was hard, and kindness was currency. In times of feast, when harvest was good or a wedding approached, the meals became larger, more colorful. Whole animals roasted, grains steamed in quantity, jugs of ale passed from hand to hand. But even then, the mood was steady, not lavish, just fuller. More voices, more warmth. At the heart of every Viking farm stood this simple truth. Food was survival, but it was also comfort, ritual, memory. A loaf of bread was never just flour and water. It was soil, sunlight, patience. A stew was never just nourishment. It was warmth shared between generations. And as night fell and the last coals glowed softly beneath the pot, the longhouse settled into its hush again, bellies full, voices quiet. And the story of the day, told through taste and care, closed with the slow rhythm of breath and firelight. Life on a Viking farm was often solitary, shaped by the needs of land and weather, but it was never truly isolated. Beyond each homestead, beyond each pasture and stream, there were neighbors, sometimes a walk away, sometimes a day's journey. And though weeks might pass with only family voices echoing in the longhouse, community still pulsed softly in the distance, ready to be felt when needed most. The ties between farms were not marked by walls or contracts. They were born in shared labor, in borrowed tools, in the steady rhythm of helping hands. When a barn roof needed raising, men from nearby households came with hammers, axes, and time. When a woman gave birth, neighboring women brought cloth, herbs, quiet songs. When a child was lost, the grief echoed not in one home, but many. They grieved together, celebrated together, waited out storms together. These connections were not always loud, but they were lasting. Visiting another farm was done with care, boots wiped, weapons left by the door. A knock or call, then silence, waiting to be invited. Inside, guests were offered food, even if supplies were low, a crust of bread, a bowl of broth. Hospitality was sacred. No one was turned away without warmth, and the guest in turn offered stories, news from nearby villages, the price of salt, a tale from the coast, perhaps a riddle, perhaps a joke. Sometimes these visits were practical. A broken plow needed mending, a goat had wandered too far, a message needed delivering, but other times they were simply moments of rest, a place to sit by another fire, to be heard, to be reminded that the world was wider than one roof. Markets brought these threads closer. Held a few times a year, they gathered farmers, craftsmen, and traders in open spaces, often near rivers or crossroads. Goods were laid out on cloth or wood. Bundles of wool, dried fish, carved tools, clay pots. Coins were rare, so barter ruled. A comb for a pouch of herbs, a knife for a week's worth of cheese. The exchanges were quiet, deliberate, no shouting, no rush, just the slow weighing of value. And as the market closed, stories flowed freely, laughter over a cracked pot, pride in a strong rope. Children chased each other between stalls, dogs barked, then settled under carts, fires were lit, songs began. These were not feasts, but they were gatherings, and they mattered. The seasons brought larger festivals. Winter nights, especially during the Yule season, were marked by candles, small offerings, and extra food if possible. A fir branch hung above the door, a prayer whispered into the dark, not to gods far away, but to the hopes of survival, of another spring. These festivals were not loud, they were warm, bread shaped into symbols, ale poured with both hands, a moment of peace before the long dark continued. Weddings were perhaps the most joyful of events. Families came together under one roof, gifts exchanged, vows spoken not as declarations, but as promises between families. The bride's cloak fastened with a pin from her grandmother, the groom's knife a gift from his uncle. Food was shared, hands joined in dances slow and repetitive. A circle, then a step, a turn, then a laugh. Nothing fancy, but everything meant. Even funerals, quiet and grounded, pulled the community close. The dead were wrapped gently, sometimes burned, sometimes buried with tools, bread, a cup. Their memory lived not in monuments, but in stories passed down, in the way their field was still tilled, in the way their chair was still left near the hearth. Travel beyond the village was rare, but not unknown. A father might take a son to trade in a nearby port. A daughter might marry into a neighboring farm. When this happened, the journey was prepared with care. Extra cloaks, dried food, a carved token for luck. And when they returned, they were changed. Their stories richer, their eyes holding new landscapes. And the longhouse welcomed them again, as if they had never left. At night, families spoke of these gatherings with soft voices. A neighbor's joke, a cousin's new baby, the taste of unfamiliar honey. These became part of the household, woven into the quiet fabric of their days. Because in the Viking farm world, life was not lived loudly, but it was never lived alone. Each handshake, each shared cup, each walk across the field to borrow salt. These were the threads that held it all together, not grand battles, not legends, but this quiet, steady belonging. And so, as the wind whispered through the grass and fire crackled softly in the hearth, the longhouse rested in the comfort of knowing that beyond the darkness, beyond the snow, others watched their own fires too, waiting, living, remembering. Clothing on a Viking farm was not made for fashion. It was made for function, for wind, for snow, for labor that bent the back and browned the hands. And yet, there was beauty in the simplicity. Not beauty meant to impress, but beauty born of necessity and care. Wool was the most common material. Sheep were sheared by hand, the thick fleece pulled and cleaned slowly. Women spent long hours carding the wool, aligning fibers with wooden paddles studded with bent nails. The wool, soft and pale, was then spun using drop spindles or spinning wheels. A rhythm developed, twist, pull, wind, the motion repeated through seasons beside fires, during conversation, or in quiet alone time. Thread became cloth, woven on looms that stood in the corner of the longhouse. Vertical looms, where women passed shuttles back and forth, beating each row tightly. The result was dense, warm fabric that held up to cold winds and rain. Tunics were common, worn by both men and women. Long-sleeved, knee-length, often belted at the waist. Trousers for men, sometimes with leg wrappings that spiraled downward for extra warmth. Women wore dresses or underdresses, with aprons fastened by oval brooches near the shoulders. These brooches, made of bronze or iron, were among the few decorative items worn daily. Scarves, cloaks, and mittens were added in winter. Cloaks fastened at the shoulder with pins or ties, draped heavy over one arm for easier movement. Shoes were soft, usually made from a single piece of leather, sewn with care and fitted to the foot. They wore out quickly but could be patched. Wool socks or straw stuffing added warmth. Clothing wasn't dyed often, but when it was, the colors were muted. Plant-based dyes created shades of brown, gray, soft green, or faded red. Onion skins for yellow, woad for blue, beetroot or madder root for red. Dyeing was done in large pots, the fabric simmering gently. The process took patience. Each garment took time. Nothing was fast, nothing was wasted. Patches were common, even on children. A knee worn through from climbing, a sleeve thinned by constant work. But the patch was not a flaw. It was a reminder. This tunic had chopped wood, carried water, baked bread. Tools, too, were handmade. Men carved wooden handles for axes, spades, and knives. The heads forged by blacksmiths, usually local, their forges small but vital. Iron was shaped with fire and hammer, cooled in water, sharpened on stones. A good axe was passed down. A knife might bear the mark of its maker, or simply fit perfectly in one's palm. Women also carved spoons, bowls, distaffs. Some were plain, others had spirals, dots, tiny animal shapes at the ends, not because they needed them, but because they had the time, and because even a spoon deserved a moment of art. Bone was used often, for needles, combs, buttons. It was strong, light, and readily available. Antler was carved too. Some combs were intricate, their teeth fine, their handles curved. Not flashy, just cared for. Children learned early. A boy might start with a small wooden blade, carving rough shapes. A girl might braid wool scraps into a rope. Skills were not taught in lessons. They were absorbed through watching, helping, repeating. A slip of the hand meant a cut. A skipped thread meant a hole. So they learned to be steady, quiet, present. Baskets were woven from willow or birch bark. Some were wide for collecting herbs, others narrow for carrying eggs. Each had a purpose. Leather was tanned behind the house, smelly work, but important. Skins were scraped, soaked in lye or urine, then stretched and dried. The final hide was soft, durable, and used for belts, pouches, shoes. Jewelry was simple. A twisted copper ring, a bead on a cord. Sometimes carved symbols, thought to protect or bless. Not worn for show, but for meaning. And when a child was born, a small charm might be sewn into their clothes, something to carry with them as they grew. Even games had their place. Small carved pieces, marked stones, bone dice, not loud, not wild, just quiet distractions during long winters. Laughter still found space between the chores. These things, clothing, tools, toys, were not made to last forever, but they were made with attention, with the hands of people who knew the worth of each stitch, each knot, each cut. And when something broke, it was fixed. When something wore out, it was replaced. Not discarded, just renewed. So in the stillness of a winter night, as the wind pressed gently against the longhouse, and the fire hummed low in the hearth, these quiet crafts surrounded them, on the body, in the hand, by the bed. Not treasures, but testaments, of time, of care, of being alive in a world shaped by patience. Food was never taken for granted on a Viking farm. Every bite, every crumb, had a story, a season, a labor, a risk. And though the meals were simple, they were shaped by quiet knowledge. Not recipes in books, but wisdom passed through hands, from mother to daughter, from grandmother to grandchild. Each dish was a memory, each tool had its rhythm. Bread, the anchor of most meals, began as grain, barley, rye, or oats, grown in the summer, harvested by hand, ground into flour with a stone quern, heavy circular slabs where one turned against the other day after day, wearing grooves into both the tool and the arm that turned it. The flour was coarse, sometimes mixed with nuts, ground beans, or even bark during lean times. Salt was precious. Honey, if used, was a gift. The dough was shaped into flat rounds or small loaves, then baked on hot stones or in clay ovens, sometimes just over the hearth. The result was dense, dry, filling, not soft or fluffy, but enough to quiet hunger, enough to last. Porridge was another staple, made from grains, boiled in water or milk, sometimes sweetened with berries or spiced with herbs. It was eaten hot in the morning or cold the next day. Wooden bowl, a carved spoon, steam curling upward in the dark. When animals were butchered, every part was used, nothing wasted. The meat was salted or smoked, hung above fires where the smoke curled and kissed it day after day. Some was dried, thin strips laid in the sun or near the heat. Fat was rendered and stored in clay pots, used for cooking or lighting lamps. Bones became broth. Organs were seasoned, sometimes stuffed. Skins were tanned, hooves boiled down, blood in some cases mixed into sausages or puddings. Chickens gave eggs, which were boiled or fried on flat stones. In spring and summer, when the hens laid more, the extras were stored in cool places or preserved in ash or lime water. Cheese was made from milk, curdled with rennet, strained, pressed, and salted. Hard cheese for winter, soft cheese for now. Butter was churned slowly in wooden tubs, the rhythmic swish a familiar sound in any longhouse. Vegetables came from gardens or wild patches. Cabbage, onions, leeks, and turnips. Gathered and stored in root cellars, dark, cool places dug beneath the house or behind it. Wrapped in straw or laid in clay jars, beans and peas were dried. Herbs were hung in bunches above the hearth. Sage, thyme, dill. They perfumed the air before flavoring the pot. In summer, berries were gathered, bilberries, lingonberries, cloudberries. They stained the hands purple and red. Sweetness was rare, so these moments mattered. Some berries were eaten fresh. Others were dried or stored in honey or mashed into porridge. Honey itself was a treasure. Bees were kept in some farms, their hives shaped from straw or hollowed logs. The honey was used sparingly, on festival days, in medicines, in mead. Mead was made when time and ingredients allowed. Honey mixed with water, left to ferment slowly. A drink not for thirst, but for moments. Rare. Warming, shared with care. Fish was caught in rivers, lakes, and coastal waters. Nets were woven by hand. Hooks carved from bone. The catch was smoked or dried, salted, if salt could be spared. Seaweed was gathered too, used in cooking or feeding animals. Shellfish, when found, were boiled or roasted. The sea, cold and often cruel, still gave. Foraging filled the gaps. Mushrooms in damp forests, nuts from trees, wild garlic, sorrel, dandelion leaves, all collected with quiet gratitude, all part of the yearly rhythm. Storage was everything. A good harvest meant nothing without a plan. Food was buried in clay jars, hung from beams, wrapped in cloth, stored in stone-lined pits. Rats and mold were constant threats. So were moisture, fire, and time. Women checked stores daily, smelled for rot, sorted grain, cut away soft spots. A spoiled jar could mean a hard winter, a careless shelf, an empty week. Meals were eaten from wooden bowls, with wooden spoons, sometimes just fingers. Meals were shared around the fire, in silence, in conversation, in weariness. The children first, then elders, then the rest. There was no display, no courses, just food, enough, warm, real. And when it was scarce, when portions shrank, the longhouse did not complain. They adjusted, ate more slowly, ate less, waited for spring, because in this world, food was not a given, it was a gift. And each bite was a memory of sun on the fields, of hands in the earth, of smoke rising in cold air, of quiet hope, stored in jars, passed from one season to the next. Time on a Viking farm did not rush. It moved like a season turning, slow, silent, certain, but even the steadiest rhythms can be interrupted. Even the quietest life can change. The end of the Viking farming era did not come with a single moment. No one slammed a door or rang a bell. Instead, the change unfolded like fog, soft, creeping, hardly noticed at first. A merchant passed through carrying silk or glass beads. A monk from a distant land spoke of a new god. A ship returned with stories of cities, of stone buildings, of coins and contracts. These things trickled in, slowly, like seeds on the wind. At first the farmers remained as they were, bound to the land, to the soil under their nails, and the sky above their roof. But the world around them shifted. Kingdoms formed. Trade routes widened. Laws became written. Coins replaced barter. And with each change, a small piece of the old rhythm loosened. Christianity spread across the north. New beliefs arrived, not always with violence, but with certainty. Crosses were carved where Thor's hammer had once hung. Churches rose beside fields. Burial rites shifted. Stories changed. Some farms welcomed the new ways. Others resisted, quietly, most simply adapted. Life had always been about surviving, adjusting, continuing. The longhouse itself changed. Hearths moved from the center to the side. Windows appeared. Timber gave way to stone. Tools improved, iron more refined. plows deeper. But with progress came loss. Communal work turned into hired labor. Traditions became oddities. The pace of life, once measured by the sun and the soil, grew faster, even language bent. Old Norse softened into dialects. Place names changed. Stories were rewritten. Yet, beneath the change, something endured. The land remembered. Stones still lined old fields. Wells remained where hands once pulled water. Paths barely visible still led to vanished houses. In spring, wild herbs grew where gardens once bloomed. In winter, the snow settled the same way on the same hills. And in the minds of descendants, some near, some far, echoes stirred. A carved spoon passed down. A lullaby hummed without knowing its origin. A surname linked to a farm long returned to forest. For some, the Viking age ends with raids and warriors. But for others, it ends here, where the axe was not for battle but for wood. Where the shield was not for war, but for hanging by the door. Where the true legacy was not conquest, but continuity, a way of living, a way of listening to the land. Today, archaeologists uncover pieces, post holes, fire pits, fragments of bone, grains of pollen. From these, they reconstruct lives once lived in silence. Museums display beads, combs, knives. Schoolbooks summarize dates, kings, battles. But the farmers, the ones who sowed and cooked and mended and hoped, remain quieter. Their names are lost, their voices unheard. But their presence lingers, like warmth in cooled ashes, like footprints faintly pressed into ancient paths. In the end, they did not disappear. They became part of the earth they worked. The history of Viking farmers is not grand. It does not shout. It does not ask for attention, but it endures. In soft loaves, in woven cloth, in stories whispered between chores, in the steady hush of wind across empty fields, and maybe, just maybe, in the quiet of this night, in the slow breath you take now, their rhythm continues, in you. That brings us to this end of our last story. I hope it helped you slow down and drift gently into rest. And now we continue our journey through the soft corridors of sleepy history. Tonight, we turn to a quiet tradition from the East, refined, slow, and deeply intentional. It is a story of calm movements, of silence between sips, and of finding peace in repetition. Let's begin our next chapter in the Boring History for Sleep series, as we explore the ancient art of Japanese tea ceremonies. In the quiet corners of Japanese tradition, away from the bustle of battlefields and the noise of emperors and merchants, there exists a ritual so gentle, so deliberate, that it seems to exist outside of time itself. The Japanese tea ceremony, known as chanoyu, or hot water for tea, is not merely the act of drinking a warm beverage. It is an entire world of thought, movement, and spirit. And to understand it, we must go back, slowly, through centuries of silent gardens, empty rooms, and the sound of boiling water rising and falling like a breath. The origins of tea in Japan can be traced back to the early 9th century, when Buddhist monks traveling to China brought back powdered tea leaves and the meditative practice of preparing them. But it was not until the 12th century that tea drinking began to take on deeper meaning, when a monk named Issei introduced the Zen philosophy of tea to Japanese culture. Issei believed that tea could awaken the mind and aid in meditation, a belief that would quietly shape the very soul of the ceremony to come. At first, tea was used mostly by monks and scholars, consumed in small, quiet gatherings intended to still the mind. But over time, especially during the Muromachi period in the 14th and 15th centuries, tea preparation began to take on a more structured and artistic form. Influenced by Zen Buddhism, the ceremony moved toward simplicity and restraint. It was not about the tea itself, but about the awareness that surrounded its preparation. The way the scoop of powdered matcha was measured just so, the way the whisk moved with intention, and the way silence was allowed to fill the space between gestures. The tea room, or chashitsu, was a modest space, usually no larger than 4.5 tatami mats. It was accessed through a low door that required all guests to bow as they entered, leaving titles, pride, and status behind. Inside, there were no decorations save perhaps a single scroll bearing a few quiet brushstrokes, or a flower arranged in perfect natural imbalance. Everything in the tea room was chosen for its seasonality, its imperfection, and its ability to make the moment feel complete yet fleeting. The concept of wabi-sabi, an aesthetic that finds beauty in imperfection and transience, was the soul of the ceremony. A chipped tea bowl, worn smooth by generations of hands, was more revered than something flawless and new. A faint crack in the rim was not a flaw, but a memory. By the late 15th century, the tea ceremony had evolved into an art form under the guidance of tea masters like Murata Juko and later Sen no Rikyu, who would define the tea ceremony as we know it today. Rikyu stripped away all excess, refining the ritual into a deeply spiritual practice that celebrated humility, naturalness, and quiet harmony. He believed that tea should be shared with sincerity, and that the ceremony should reflect the purity of heart between host and guest. His teachings would influence not only how tea was made, but how people spoke, moved, and lived. And so, for those who practiced it, the tea ceremony became a form of meditation. It was not rushed. It was not loud. It did not try to impress. Every element, the bamboo ladle, the iron kettle, the lacquered box of sweets, was handled with care. There was no music, only the sound of water boiling, the soft clink of ceramic, and the occasional whisper of wind through the paper walls. It is here, in this space between movements, that we begin our exploration of this quiet ritual, a world where nothing happens quickly, where everything has meaning, and where the smallest details, how the tea is scooped, how the guest bows, how the bowl is turned, become a kind of poetry in motion. And now, as you listen to the rhythm of this history unfold, like ripples across the surface of a still pond, let your breath slow, your shoulders soften, and your thoughts begin to dissolve into the stillness of the moment. The story has just begun, and there is no need to hurry. As we continue deeper into the world of the Japanese tea ceremony, we find ourselves stepping gently through a doorway that is more than just an entrance to a room. It is a threshold into another way of being. The nijiraguchi, or crawling-in entrance, is deliberately low, requiring each guest to bow deeply as they enter the tea house. This action, though simple, is steeped in symbolism. It erases hierarchy, ego, and distraction. Whether a samurai, a merchant, or a wandering monk, all must lower themselves in humility to join the gathering. Inside, the atmosphere is quiet and composed. The tea room is uncluttered, its beauty found not in abundance but in restraint. The tatami mats beneath your knees emit a faint scent of dried grass. The shoji screens filter in pale light. A hanging scroll, a kakemono, is displayed in the alcove called tokonoma, offering a seasonal verse or calligraphy chosen with care. This small gesture of selection is one of the many unspoken ways the host communicates intention. Every detail has been arranged for this specific moment. The flower in the vase, fresh but not extravagant, aligns with the philosophy of Ichigo Ichi, one time, one meeting. It reminds all present that this exact gathering in this exact configuration of people and weather and season will never happen again. And so it is to be cherished, not for its excitement, but for its quiet irretrievability. As guests settle into their places, they engage in small talk, known as warageko. The conversation is measured, polite, never loud or hurried. In a world increasingly dominated by noise, the tea room offers a rare sanctuary of slowness. There are no clocks, no interruptions, only the sound of sleeves brushing against the tatami as the host enters the room, bows, and begins to prepare the tools of the ceremony. The tea utensils, natsume, tea caddy, chasen, bamboo whisk, chashaku, bamboo scoop, and chawan, tea bowl, are displayed and handled with a reverence bordering on sacred. They are not merely tools, they are extensions of the host's mindfulness. The host begins by purifying the utensils, a process known as teime. Using a silk cloth called fukusa, the host cleans each item with slow, graceful movements that are both precise and serene. The purification is not merely physical, it is also spiritual, a way of preparing the mind for presence. The tea is measured with the chashaku, its powder fine and green like crushed spring leaves. Hot water is ladled from the iron kettle, or kama, and poured into the tea bowl with care. The chasen is then used to whisk the tea into a smooth, frothy mixture. Every motion is practiced, yet it must not feel mechanical. The host is expected to move naturally, with sincerity, as if performing a quiet dance that has no audience. and when the tea is ready, it is presented to the guest with both hands. The guest receives the bowl, bows in gratitude, turns it slightly, never sipping from the front, and drinks slowly, silently, allowing the warmth and slight bitterness of the matcha to settle into their body. This moment of sharing is the heart of the ceremony. It is not about taste or refinement. It is about presence, humility, and connection. A connection not only between host and guest, but with nature, with tradition, and with the quiet awareness of impermanence. After the tea is finished, the bowl is admired for its shape, glaze, and imperfections. The guest may gently comment on its qualities, not with flamboyance, but with quiet appreciation. Then it is returned to the host, who bows again. Every gesture, every breath, is wrapped in respect. And so the ceremony continues, unhurried, circular, echoing like ripples in a still pond. The passing of time is no longer measured in minutes, but in movements. And as you let these details wash over you, like the soft steam rising from a cup of tea, may you begin to feel your own breath deepen, your body grow heavy, and your mind drift into the stillness that the tea room was always meant to hold. As the ceremony continues, the gentle repetition of familiar actions becomes its own form of stillness. This is not a performance to impress, nor is it meant to entertain. It is a shared moment shaped by intention and simplicity. The sound of water heating in the kettle becomes a quiet companion. Its soft bubbling is neither hurried nor aggressive. It simply exists, like a stream meandering through a silent forest. The host listens to the sound, senses its readiness, and responds not with words but with motion. In the tea room, silence is never awkward. It is expected. It allows the senses to awaken in subtle ways. You begin to notice how the light shifts against the paper walls. You observe the way steam rises and curls before it vanishes. Even the scent of the tatami, the worn wood, and the earthy bitterness of the matcha become more vivid in this hush. This is the essence of the tea ceremony, not in grand gestures or elaborate rituals, but in the elevation of the ordinary to something meaningful. The practice of tea, especially as refined by Sen no Rikyu in the 16th century, embraces the philosophy that less is more. Rikyu believed that every object in the tea room should serve a purpose. Nothing is added without thought. Nothing is wasted. Even the arrangement of the tools, the position of the water jar, the angle of the tea bowl, is deliberate, yet it must feel natural. The host does not aim to show skill, but rather to disappear into the act of serving. And so, every time a bowl is prepared, it is not a repetition of the last. It is a new expression, adjusted slightly for the weather, the season, the guests, and the energy in the room. This sensitivity to the moment is called kokorore, the act of putting one's heart into the preparation. The heart, however, is not worn on the sleeve. It is quiet. It lives in the bow, in the angle of the wrist, in the patience of the whisk. Meanwhile, the guests remain still and observant. Their role is not passive. They are not merely receiving tea. They are also participating in the atmosphere, offering their attention, their gratitude, and their silence. If a sound breaks the stillness, a bird call outside, a breeze nudging a bamboo screen, it is not seen as a disruption. It is part of the moment. The tea ceremony does not try to shut out the world. It invites it in softly and folds it into the rhythm of presence. In some variations of the ceremony, particularly in the winter, the hearth or ro is built into the floor of the tea room. The host kneels beside it, lifting the kettle lid to reveal the rising steam, a silent offering to warmth on a cold day. In the summer, the hearth is replaced by a portable brazier, and the room is adjusted for lightness and air. Seasonal awareness is everything. The sweets served before the tea change with the month. The scroll in the alcove might bear a haiku about spring blossoms or autumn leaves. The flower, perhaps a single camellia or a sprig of wild grass, is chosen not for beauty alone, but for how it echoes the world outside the walls. And so the tea ceremony becomes not a static tradition, but a living one, sensitive to time's passing, to weather, and to the unspoken moods of those gathered within. As this part of our journey through the ancient art of Japanese tea unfolds, imagine yourself sitting in that quiet room. Your legs may grow tired beneath you, your back a little sore, but you do not move quickly. You shift gently, with care. Your eyes rest on the rim of the tea bowl, your ears tune to the subtle creak of wood, and your breath follows the rise and fall of steam. There is nothing to solve here, nothing to plan, no information to memorize, just stillness, just presence. Let it settle over you like a warm blanket. Let the simplicity of the tea room carry you into a gentler rhythm, where even time forgets to move. The deeper we go into the world of the Japanese tea ceremony, the more we come to understand that it is not merely a ritual, it is a form of slow communication, a dialogue without words, a relationship not only between people, but between space, silence, and the passing of time. In the tea room, the layout is not accidental. It follows a gentle order, guided by centuries of thought. There is the roji, the path that leads guests from the outside world into the threshold of the tea house. This garden path is not just a walkway, it is a space for transition. Each step is meant to wash away the noise of daily life, to prepare the mind for the quiet within. Along this path, guests may pause to rinse their hands and mouths at a stone basin called tsukubai, symbolizing the cleansing of both body and spirit. The act is humble and yet profound. It signals the leaving behind of status, expectation, and distraction. One arrives at the tea house not as a title or occupation, but as a human being ready to receive the moment. Inside the room, the arrangement is modest. The utensils rest in their designated places. The host's movements follow a silent rhythm that has been refined over generations. But within this quiet order lies a deep awareness. Every placement, every glance is a form of mindfulness. Even the way the host folds the silk cloth to purify the tea scoop is filled with intention. There is no rush. There is no pause that feels too long. The room holds time differently, as though each second has been allowed to stretch and breathe. The chawan, the tea bowl, carries special significance. It is chosen based on the season, the guest, and the mood of the occasion. In winter, a heavier bowl with earthy tones may be used. In summer, a lighter, thinner bowl that feels cool to the touch. The guest does not simply drink from the bowl. They admire it, turn it, hold it with both hands. They see its imperfections, perhaps a slight crackle in the glaze, a curve that is not entirely symmetrical. But these are not flaws. They are cherished marks of wabi-sabi, the Japanese aesthetic that finds beauty in impermanence and imperfection. The tea ceremony teaches that nothing needs to be flawless to be meaningful. The host, too, is in constant quiet dialogue with the room and the guests. Though trained in every step, the host must remain open to the moment. If the light outside shifts, if a guest seems uncomfortable, if the water steams more quickly than expected, these are not interruptions. They are opportunities for grace. The host adapts, not rigidly, but like a leaf floating down a stream. The essence of chado, the way of tea, is not performance. It is presence. It is often said that a perfect tea gathering is one in which nothing extraordinary happens, and yet everything feels complete. The atmosphere is not created by the host alone. The guests bring their own stillness, their own quiet respect. They receive the tea not as a drink to judge, but as a gesture to honor. They do not hurry, they observe the host's care and respond with bowed heads, softened voices, and shared silence. The dialogue continues without need for speech. In a world filled with distractions, the tea ceremony offers a rare kind of attention. It trains the eyes to notice subtlety. It teaches the hands to move with care. It invites the breath to slow down and the heart to soften. The scroll in the alcove, the flower in the vase, the warmth of the bowl, each element whispers something gentle to those who are willing to listen. And as you imagine this room, with its muted colors and still air, allow yourself to rest. Let go of the tension in your shoulders. Release the weight behind your eyes. There is nothing to do right now but breathe and listen and be here. This is the promise of the tea room, a moment that asks nothing but offers everything. Let it carry you softly, like steam rising from a bowl. As the tea ceremony unfolds with patient grace, it slowly reveals its hidden structure, not rigid like stone, but steady like bamboo. The heart of the practice lies in 4 simple yet profound principles established by Sen no Rikyu: wa, kei, sei, and jaku, harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. These are not rules to memorize, but ideals to embody, flowing into every gesture, every pause, and every breath. Wa, or harmony, reflects the balance between people and nature, host and guest, tea and setting. The tea room is not a place of separation from the world, but of integration with it. The sound of the wind through the trees, the chirping of a distant bird, the scent of fresh tatami, the shifting shadows on the paper doors. All are welcomed into the moment. Even the utensils themselves seem to harmonize. The rough glaze of the tea bowl, the softness of the fukusa cloth, the elegant lines of the bamboo whisk. Each one contributes quietly, not demanding attention, but adding to a deeper sense of calm. Then there is key, respect. This respect is not limited to people, but extends to all things. The host bows to the guests bow to the host, but even the tools are treated with reverence. The tea scoop is lifted slowly, the bowl is rotated carefully, the kettle is handled with quiet dignity. Nothing is thrown, rushed, or taken for granted. In this space, every object, no matter how humble, is worthy of care. This respect reminds us to tread gently, not just in the tea room, but in the world. Say or purity is more than cleanliness. While the tools are wiped and the space is neat, the concept of purity goes deeper. It invites the clearing of distractions, the purification of the mind. The host folds the silk cloth not only to clean the utensils, but as a symbolic act of mental preparation. Just as dust is removed from the tea scoop, thoughts are softened, and attention returns to the present. There is no space here for ambition or pride. The tea ceremony becomes a kind of meditation, a washing of the spirit. Finally, there is jaku, tranquility. This is not the beginning of the journey, but its reward. When harmony is respected, when reverence is given, when the space is pure, tranquility gently arrives. It is not imposed. It is not dramatic. It simply appears like morning mist on a quiet lake. In the tea room, tranquility does not mean emptiness, but presence without disturbance. Guests may sip the tea and say little, yet that silence holds the warmth of shared experience. The room may be small, the tools modest, the actions repetitive, but something within feels renewed. The ceremony itself changes with time and place. There are different schools, different lineages, each with slight variations in form. The Urasenka school, for instance, places particular emphasis on hospitality and accessibility. Others may stress aesthetics or ritual. But no matter the school, the heart remains the same. Each ceremony is like a brushstroke, unique, fleeting, but connected to a greater canvas. And even as modernization swept through Japan, the tea ceremony endured. It adapted, sometimes simplified, sometimes revived with new energy. In a world of speed and noise, the quiet rituals of tea offered refuge. Today, tea houses may exist in urban centers, tucked away in gardens, or inside cultural centers. Students study for years to master the gestures, but even the most seasoned host knows that perfection is not the goal. What matters is presence. What matters is intention. And so as you picture the tea room again, its soft light, its measured stillness, allow yourself to slow just a little more. Notice how your breathing settles, how the muscles in your face relax, how the mind becomes less tangled. Let the tea ceremony become your own, not in gesture, but in feeling. A reminder that life does not need to be hurried to be meaningful. That silence can be generous. That simplicity can be enough. The passage of time inside a tea ceremony is peculiar. Outside, clocks continue to tick. Trains continue to run. Phones continue to ring. But within the tea room, time seems to stretch and soften, like the steam rising slowly from a kettle. There are no sharp hours, no urgent deadlines. Each motion unfolds at its own pace. The host bows, the guest responds. The tea scoop is lifted, turned, placed, and then paused, long enough for the breath to notice, for the eyes to follow, for the air to still. Nothing is wasted, and yet nothing is rushed. Among the many elements of the tea ceremony, the role of the kama, the iron kettle, is especially gentle. It sits at the hearth or sunken hearth, filled with water brought to a near boil. As the water heats, a subtle melodic hiss begins. This sound, called matsukaze, the wind through pine trees, becomes part of the atmosphere, a quiet background hum that seems to lull the room into a deeper silence. It is not loud, it is not dramatic. It is simply there, a reminder of warmth, of preparation, of patience. The chasen, or bamboo whisk, also plays a quiet but important role. Carved from a single piece of bamboo, Its fine tines are softened in hot water before use. When the matcha powder is placed into the bowl and hot water is added, the whisk is moved with a specific rhythm, not violently, not too softly, but with controlled grace. The motion forms a gentle foam, light and airy, signaling that the tea is ready. There is no rush to finish. The guest lifts the bowl with both hands, bows slightly, turns it to avoid sipping from the front, and drinks slowly. The tea may be slightly bitter, rich with the flavor of ground leaves, but the experience is not about taste alone. It is about attention, about gratitude, about presence. After drinking, the guest admires the bowl once more. Perhaps they notice the texture. Perhaps they remember a line of poetry etched on its side. Perhaps they say nothing at all. Silence is not awkward here. It is expected. It is respected. The bowl is returned, carefully, and the ceremony continues in its quiet rhythm. Sometimes the tea ceremony includes a light meal called kaiseki. This is not elaborate, just simple seasonal dishes, presented with care. A piece of simmered vegetable, a bite of rice, a slice of pickled root. Each course is served slowly, with pauses between, not to impress, but to honor the changing seasons, the shared space, the moment. Even the choice of dishes and chopsticks is considered. Their material, color, and texture all play a role in the overall balance. Nothing is random. Yet nothing is overly decorated. The meal is a continuation of the ceremony's spirit, modest, intentional, and fleeting. When the tea is served again afterward, it is as if the room has deepened its stillness. The guests are not quite the same as they were before. Something has softened, something has cleared. The host prepares the second bowl with the same care, the same rhythm, as if saying, "Here, again, is the moment. Receive it." The end of the ceremony approaches not with fanfare, but with quiet resolution. The tools are cleaned. The objects return to their places. The host bows, the guests bow. A final silence lingers in the air. And then slowly they return to the outside world, back through the garden path, past the stone basin, the wooden gate. The transition is complete, but something remains, a calm that travels with them, a stillness that clings gently to their thoughts. In this way, the tea ceremony does not truly end. It continues, quietly, within those who experienced it. And perhaps within you too, as you listen to the story unfold in its own rhythm, slow and soft, like a whisper carried on steam. There is no need to hurry. There is nothing to remember. Just allow yourself to float gently in this space. No need to analyze or evaluate or compare. Just rest. You are in the tea room now, and here, that is enough. Beyond the traditional tea room, the philosophy of the tea ceremony began to seep into other parts of Japanese life. This quiet ritual, born from Zen and shaped by simplicity, found its way into gardens, architecture, and even relationships. It became not just something to perform, but something to live by. In many ways, the tea ceremony was never simply about tea. It was about creating a space of intention within the rush of ordinary life. In the Edo period, for instance, many daimyo, feudal lords, built their own tea houses within their castle grounds. These were not lavish spaces, but humble retreats. There, even the most powerful figures would step out of their formal shoes, lower their heads to pass through the small entrance, and enter a world where hierarchy melted into silence. The tea room had no thrones, no banners, no fanfare, just tatami, utensils, and quiet hearts. The tea garden, or roji, served as the transition between the outside world and the inner tea room. Guests would walk along the stone path slowly, their minds gently loosening from the chatter of daily life. The tsukubai, a stone water basin, was placed along the path, inviting guests to wash their hands and mouths before entering. This act was more than cleansing. It was symbolic, leaving behind the dust of the outside world. In this small ritual, the tea garden became a space of reflection, a natural pause, before the deeper stillness of the ceremony itself. Even the architecture of the tea house reflected the spirit of humility. The ceilings were low to encourage a slight bow. The windows let in soft, filtered light, often revealing the shadows of branches outside or the dance of falling leaves. The materials were chosen with care: wood, paper, bamboo, not because they were expensive, but because they breathed with time. Over the years, the wood would darken, the paper might yellow, the floor would soften under countless footsteps. This aging was not seen as a flaw, but as part of the beauty. Wabi-sabi, the appreciation of imperfection and impermanence, echoed through every detail. In the world of tea, nothing was permanent, and nothing needed to be. The tools used in the ceremony were often antiques, handed down through generations. A tea bowl might be cracked and repaired with gold, a technique known as kintsugi. Instead of hiding the break, the gold emphasized it, celebrating the object's history, its resilience, its scars. A simple scoop of bamboo, if used for decades, would take on a smoothness, a subtle curve shaped by countless hands. These objects became more than functional tools. They became quiet witnesses to time. The role of the teishu, or host, was not to perform for applause, but to serve with presence. In formal ceremonies, the host might train for years, memorizing the sequence of movements, studying the names and histories of each item, practicing bowing, folding, whisking. Yet at the heart of all this preparation was one simple goal: to create a peaceful space for others. No drama, no ego, just presence. And the guests too had a role. Their silence was not emptiness, it was receptiveness. They came not to judge but to join. Every moment, every sip was shared. Together, they created a fragile, fleeting experience, unrepeatable, yet eternal in its softness. Over time, the tea ceremony evolved. In modern Japan, some ceremonies are simplified for daily practice. Others are preserved in traditional schools. Some are taught to children in classrooms. Others are held in museums, gardens, or even in quiet homes. Wherever they occur, they invite the same mindset. Slow down, observe, breathe, bow. In a world where moments slip by in hurried flashes, where attention is divided and noise is constant, the tea ceremony remains a whisper. It does not demand. It does not entertain. It does not shout. It invites. And for those who listen, it offers a kind of peace that lingers quietly, long after the last drop of tea is gone. To understand how deeply the tea ceremony shaped Japanese culture, one must look not only at the ritual itself, but at the quiet ripples it sent through art, literature, and daily manners. It was not just an event to attend, but a lens through which to view the world. Artists began to design objects not to dazzle, but to calm. A brushstroke on a scroll was placed not for symmetry, but for feeling. A painting of a lone pine tree, bending in wind, might hang quietly in the alcove of the tea room, chosen not for boldness, but for the mood it invited. These scrolls, or kakemono, were changed with the seasons or the occasion. One might bear a poem, another a single character written with deliberate imperfection. Guests would pause to observe it before entering, letting it guide their mood, like a silent invitation to slow their thoughts. The tea room's design also featured a flower arrangement, or chabana, which was the essence of minimalism. Not a bouquet of color, but often just a single stem in a plain vase. No extra leaves, no elaborate container. The host would select a seasonal bloom, something modest, perhaps a camellia or a sprig of wild grass, placed slightly off-center to evoke naturalness rather than control. This quiet arrangement spoke louder than a display. It suggested care, awareness, and attention to the present moment. The tea ceremony shaped even the way people moved. It encouraged mindfulness. A host would open a sliding door with quiet hands, not to draw attention, but to avoid disturbing the air. Guests would step softly on the tatami mats, with their feet angled inward, to show respect. Kneeling, bowing, folding, the body followed the ceremony's rhythm, and over time, so did the mind. Patience was not just required, it was cultivated. In modern terms, the tea ceremony could be called meditative, but in its origin, it was simply a way of being, a way of inhabiting space, of interacting with others, of honoring objects and silence. When tea masters trained their students, they did not speak often. Instruction was given through observation, repetition, and example. Students would spend weeks just learning to fold the fukusa, the silk cloth used to cleanse utensils, not because the cloth itself mattered, but because the folding taught attention. It taught slowness, it taught reverence. One of the most revered tea masters in history, Sen no Rikyu, taught that the ceremony should embody 4 key principles: wa, kei, sei, and jaku: harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. These were not just ideas, but practices. Harmony meant the room, the people, the objects, and the environment all existed in gentle balance. Respect meant every movement, word, and gesture was filled with awareness of others. Purity meant cleansing not just objects, but the heart. And tranquility, jaku, was the quiet that came when all else was aligned. It was not something to chase, but something that arrived naturally, like dew on a morning leaf. Even today, these principles guide the spirit of the tea ceremony. They are not outdated. In fact, in the hurried pace of modern life, they may be more relevant than ever. In a world of buzzing notifications, crowded calendars, and flickering screens, the idea of slowing down to clean a tea bowl with full attention seems radical, but perhaps it is not. Perhaps it is exactly what we need. The tea ceremony does not promise excitement. It offers something else. A moment to breathe, a moment to be. In schools across Japan, children may still be taught how to sit properly, how to bow before receiving a bowl, how to hold it with both hands. These lessons are not about tea, they are about life, about respect, about quiet strength. In certain temples or cultural centers, visitors can take part in shortened tea experiences. Even in this condensed form, many leave with a sense of unexpected calm. They may not remember the steps. They may forget the taste, but they remember the stillness, the softness, the way time seemed to slow down just for a little while. As we move deeper into the world of Japanese tea ceremonies, it becomes even clearer that this tradition was never meant for spectacle, but for quiet transformation. It was about creating a space in which every detail mattered, not for show, but for the gentle training of attention, the refinement of the spirit. One might assume that tea ceremonies only took place among the elite, in grand estates or temples, but that would not be entirely true. In fact, as the tradition matured during the Edo period, the tea ceremony found its way into merchant homes, samurai households, and even modest townhouses. The style might shift slightly, the tools perhaps more humble, but the heart of the ritual remained. And in many ways, it was in these simpler settings where the spirit of tea revealed itself most purely. In the cramped alleyways of Kyoto or the merchant quarters of Kanazawa, one could find tiny tea rooms, tucked quietly behind wooden screens. Their entrances faced small courtyards with moss-covered stones and trickling water, and inside, all unnecessary decoration was stripped away. These were not spaces to impress, but to exhale. The tools used, though sometimes old or worn, were cherished. The kettle might have a dent, the whisk slightly frayed, the tea bowl uneven in its shape, but each imperfection was accepted, even celebrated. In the way of tea, this was not neglect, it was intimacy. Knowing the flaws of a cup was like knowing the wrinkles on a beloved face. Over time, as guests returned again and again, these rooms developed their own quiet history. A faint mark on the tatami might remind someone of a past gathering. A small chip on a vase might hold a story. There was no need to explain or display. The space remembered in silence. Many of the most respected tea masters wrote about these subtleties. In their scrolls and poems, they didn't focus on technique or precision, but on feeling. They spoke of the sound of boiling water in winter, or the way steam curls upward in the morning light. Their words weren't instructions, they were invitations. Invitations to notice, to feel, to be. One passage from a tea master's journal describes how, during a summer ceremony, a single dragonfly landed on the edge of a guest's tea bowl. No one moved, no one spoke. The moment passed, but afterward, in their reflections, all present agreed it had been the highlight of the gathering. Not the tea, not the ritual, but that brief touch of nature, unplanned and perfect. In this way, the ceremony was never isolated from the world. It was part of it. A rain shower outside might slow the host's movements. A gust of wind might cause the hanging scroll to sway. These were not interruptions. They were welcomed. They reminded everyone that beauty often came uninvited. The seasons, too, played a central role. A winter ceremony felt vastly different from one held in spring. In the cold months, the charcoal fire in the hearth became a silent companion, warming the room and giving the water its soft hum. The tea bowls were thicker, earthy, designed to hold the heat longer. The sweets served beforehand, made of red bean paste or chestnut, were rich, grounding. In spring, the mood lightened. Tea bowls were thinner, perhaps decorated with pale blossoms. The sweets became delicate, shaped like cherry petals or fresh shoots. And in summer, hosts would open the sliding panels to let in the evening breeze, offering guests a sense of openness and relief. In all these seasonal shifts, the ceremony adapted, not to impress but to harmonize, to echo the world outside. Guests didn't simply drink tea, they stepped into a moment crafted with care, shaped by nature, anchored in stillness. And when they returned to their daily lives, something lingered. Perhaps their footsteps became a little quieter. Perhaps their eyes noticed the shape of a shadow or the smell of rain. The tea ceremony didn't demand change. It suggested it, gently. And so, as we arrive at the quiet end of our journey through the Japanese tea ceremony, what lingers most is not a specific technique, nor a list of utensils, but a feeling, a subtle quietness, like the hush of snowfall or the soft creak of an old wooden floor. This ceremony, which at first glance appears so simple, just the making and sharing of tea, holds within it the distilled essence of an entire way of life. It is a practice that honors stillness in motion, silence in sound, and imperfection in beauty. One of the most understated yet profound aspects of the tea ceremony is the principle of ichigo ichi, a phrase that loosely translates to one time, one meeting. It reflects the belief that every tea gathering is unique, never to be repeated in quite the same way. Even if the same guests gather again, in the same room, with the same tools, the moment itself will have changed. The air, the mood, the unspoken thoughts of each participant, they are all different. Therefore, each meeting is to be cherished as a once-in-a-lifetime event. This awareness of transience brings a gentle weight to the experience. It does not make it somber, but sacred. And in this spirit, every action in the tea room is performed with mindfulness, as if to say, I was here, and so were you. The utensils themselves become quiet witnesses to these gatherings. The bamboo whisk, or chasen, slowly wears down over time, its prongs softening with each use. The iron kettle, or kama, grows darker with age, its surface remembering the touch of fire. The tea bowl, or chawan, might develop a fine crack or a faint discoloration, changes that are not repaired, but embraced. In fact, when a bowl breaks, it is sometimes mended using kintsugi, the art of joining broken pieces with lacquer mixed with gold. The resulting seam does not hide the breakage, but highlights it. In this way, the bowl tells its story honestly and becomes even more precious for its history. The spirit of the tea ceremony, then, is not one of escape or extravagance, but of gentle confrontation. It asks us to face time, impermanence, and ourselves, not with resistance, but with quiet reverence. It offers no solutions, no slogans, just the presence of now. As the world beyond the tea room grows louder, faster, and more fragmented, the ceremony remains a quiet anchor. Even today, it continues to be practiced, not always in full, elaborate form, but often in small gestures. A simple cup of tea poured with care, a pause before speaking, a moment of eye contact that says, I see you. In schools, some children are still taught the steps of the ceremony, not to memorize them, but to feel their rhythm. In retirement homes, elders may share tea with younger visitors, passing along not just a tradition, but a way of seeing. In some cities, small tea gatherings are held in the corners of art museums or public parks, silent, slow-moving islands amidst the rush. And in private homes, a person might wake early, before emails or errands, to quietly prepare a bowl of tea just for themselves. No audience, no performance, just water, heat, motion, and stillness. The ceremony in this form becomes not something old, but something living. And as you listen now, in this final chapter, perhaps you too have begun to feel it. The soft pull of slowness, the comforting repetition of gentle gestures, the kind presence of a world that does not hurry. This is not just a story of tea. It is a story of presence. A reminder that in the midst of complexity, simplicity can still be found. That in a world of noise, silence still speaks. And that even the smallest ritual, performed with care, can hold the power to calm, to connect, and to carry us through. So as this quiet history draws to a close, let us hold its message not as knowledge, but as a quiet companion. One that reminds us to breathe slower, to notice more, and to meet each moment, like each bowl of tea, as if it were the only one. One time, one meeting, Ichigo Ichi. And now, we've quietly reached the end of our last story. Another chapter has closed, leaving behind soft echoes of fields, fires, and fading footsteps. But as the night continues, so does our journey through the long, slow corridors of time. Welcome back to Boring History for Sleep, where nothing moves too quickly and even the past is allowed to rest. So if you haven't already, lower your screen brightness. Set your volume to a comfortable level and let your body relax. There's nothing to solve here, nothing to chase, just calm words, slow stories, and sleep waiting patiently at the edge of each sentence. Tonight, we leave the north and drift far south into deserts of sand, temples of stone, and whispers lost beneath golden crowns. Because this time, we tell a story that history nearly forgot. The story of power hidden behind curtains, of voices buried behind kings and gods. This is the Forgotten Queens of Ancient Egypt, a quiet unfolding of the women who ruled, in shadow and in silence, yet shaped the world all the same. Long before the pyramids became symbols of eternal stillness, and long before the golden mask of a boy king captivated the world, the Nile carried secrets past its reed-lined banks, secrets of women who ruled beside, behind, and sometimes ahead of the men whose names filled the scrolls of history. These were queens not always crowned with gold, not always carved into the temples, but who held the threads of power in quiet hands. In the earliest days of Egypt's dynasties, when writing was still young and the gods still walked the earth in story, the role of a queen was not merely ceremonial. She was called the Great Royal Wife, a title that meant more than marriage. It meant influence. It meant diplomacy. It meant shaping the future in ways both seen and unseen. Her name might not be etched on monuments, but her presence could be felt in court decisions, in temple rituals, in the steady rhythm of the palace. Before Cleopatra, before Nefertiti, before even Hatshepsut rose to wear the double crown, there were others, less remembered, more veiled in silence. Mernith, of the First Dynasty, was one such figure. Her name appears faintly in ancient lists, sometimes with a question mark, sometimes not at all, and yet her tomb stands in Abydos, built with the same reverence and scale as kings of her time. Some scholars believe she ruled in her own right, perhaps as regent for her son Den. Others argue she was queen consort only, her authority overstated by hope. But the truth lies not in certainties. It lies in the quiet space between. The space where a woman could govern without proclamation, steer a dynasty without a statue. The life of a queen in ancient Egypt was tightly woven into the rituals of the state. She was not just wife, not just mother. She was she who sees Horus and Seth, a title linking her directly to the divine balance between order and chaos. In ceremonies, she stood beside the pharaoh, not behind him. In some depictions, she is the same height, an artistic clue that her presence was not merely decorative. The queens were also priestesses, keepers of sacred knowledge, participants in the Eid festival, the rejuvenation rite that extended a king's reign. They anointed gods, carried incense, sang the sacred words that bridged this world and the next. Yet their stories remain incomplete. Their faces, if drawn, are often eroded. Their names, if written, are faded or replaced. Some were wives of greatness, others were mothers of succession. A few may have whispered counsel that changed the course of battles or brokered peace between enemies. But history, like the desert wind, buried many of their truths beneath layers of sand and stone. The palace in which they lived was not always filled with luxury. There were responsibilities, lineages to protect, alliances to maintain. The queen often came from royal blood herself, a sister, a cousin, to keep the divine lineage pure. But not always. Some rose from priestly families, some from foreign lands, married into Egypt to seal a treaty. These women brought new customs, new gods, new ways of seeing, and in the hush of those long hallways, beneath ceilings painted like the sky, they adapted, endured, and sometimes thrived. Their quarters were not entirely separate. In many palaces, they shared space with other royal wives, with concubines, with attendants and scribes. A queen's influence, then, was partly personal, built on charisma, wisdom, and the ability to navigate the delicate hierarchy of court life. Jealousy, ambition, and rivalry pulsed beneath the silken surface. The stakes were high. A favored son could become pharaoh, a forgotten one, a shadow. And through it all, the queen walked with grace, never too visible, never too invisible. Her survival, and the survival of her children, depended on that balance. In many ways, these forgotten queens were like the Nile itself, appearing calm on the surface, but quietly powerful underneath, carving paths, leaving traces, moving history forward while the world slept. And so we begin this journey not with a single name, not with a tale of one queen, but with the hush that surrounds them all, the silence that invites us to listen closer, to hear what history forgot to say aloud. Because even in the most ancient corners of the past, there are voices. And tonight we lean in gently to hear them in the quiet sands of Abydos. Just beyond the rows of early tombs belonging to kings of Egypt's first dynasty lies one that has puzzled archaeologists for more than a century. It is marked with the symbol of a woman, a name faintly scratched into fragments that reads Merneith. Unlike many others buried in royal enclosures, her tomb was large, nearly equal in scale to those of kings, surrounded by subsidiary graves, servants perhaps, or companions, as was custom at the time. Her resting place was not modest, not forgotten by her peers. But who was she really? In the stillness of early dynastic Egypt, records were sparse and titles fluid. Some clay seals list her among the pharaohs. Others mention her in connection with her son Den, who would become a powerful ruler in his own right. The pieces are scattered, like pottery in the dust, but together they whisper a story of guardianship. It is believed that Merneith ruled as regent during Den's childhood, a mother standing in the place of a king until the boy came of age, not with force or fanfare, but with quiet control. In a world still defining its ideas of divine kingship, the image of a woman at the helm may have seemed both necessary and strange. But in Egypt, where goddesses held power equal to gods, it was not impossible. And so Merneith walked the line between reverence and risk, wielding authority in a society that both accepted and questioned her presence. Her life would have unfolded behind carved doors and linen curtains. Her words, perhaps never recorded, would have guided priests, generals, and scribes. Each decision she made, echoing through a system still finding its footing: taxes, rituals, irrigation, succession. She wore the uraeus, the serpent symbol of protection, and bore titles linking her not only to her husband Jet, but to the living Horus, her son Den. That triangle of connection, wife, regent, mother, was powerful. And yet, unlike later queens, Merneith did not leave behind statues. No grand temple bore her name. Her legacy was interwoven with others, like a single thread in a broader tapestry. And so historians debated. Was she truly pharaoh, or simply a powerful consort? The tomb itself offers hints. It contains a funerary enclosure fit for royalty. Boat pits, those symbolic vessels for the journey into the afterlife, rest beside it. Names of officials associated with her burial suggest an elaborate ceremony. These are not honors given lightly. They are earned through status, through command, through the unseen but unmistakable influence of leadership. Even today, Merneith's tomb is visited not for its treasures, there are none on display, but for its mystery. It is a silent monument to a woman who stepped into power when the state needed stability, who navigated a world still in flux, still shaping itself around the idea of centralized rule. And in doing so, she may have laid foundations for queens to come. Hundreds of years later, her faint name would be a starting point, a shadowy figure scholars look back to when tracing the rise of female sovereignty in Egypt. But Merneith was not alone. As dynasties rose and fell, other queens followed, each navigating their own path through palace intrigue, spiritual duty, and political power. Some chose visibility, others chose influence behind closed doors, but all were shaped, in some quiet way, by the precedent she set. Tonight, as we walk slowly through the dusty halls of memory, her story continues not through triumphs or wars, but through presence, through the shape of her tomb, through the silence she filled, through the possibility that once, in the earliest chapter of Egypt's grand saga, a woman ruled, not loudly, but steadily. And so we linger here, at the edge of the first dynasty, where the Nile ran slower, and the stars above Abydos blinked just as softly as they do now. The air is still, the past listens, and Merneith remains, not forgotten, just softly remembered. As time moved gently forward, past the First Dynasty and into the great pyramidal age of the Old Kingdom, the story of Egypt's queens became no less quiet, but more layered, tucked into the stones of Giza, into the desert winds that blew across mortuary temples, into names that blurred between divinity and memory. Among these soft voices was that of Kenkawes, a queen whose resting place still puzzles historians today. Her name appears on monuments near Giza, not far from the tombs of kings, and her title, enigmatic, open to debate, suggests something unusual. It reads in various forms, Mother of Two Kings, or perhaps King and Mother of a King. Some scholars have argued that she may have ruled as pharaoh herself during a transitional period. Others see her as a powerful regent, holding the kingdom steady between the reigns of two sons. Her tomb at Giza, known as Giza Tomb LG 100, was once believed to be a stepped mastaba, but now resembles a small pyramid in form, an architectural shift not made lightly. In ancient Egypt, the shape of a pyramid was a symbol of rebirth and divine connection. To give such a structure to a woman, if that woman were not only a queen but a sovereign, suggests reverence beyond the norm. The tomb also included a false door and chapel, where offerings were left for her spirit to receive for eternity. These elements speak not just to status, but to sacred role. Her image was carved into the walls, seated on a throne, holding royal regalia, not passive, not background, but present and central. During the era in which Kenkawes lived, Egypt was nearing its zenith in monumental architecture. The Great Pyramid of Khufu had already touched the clouds. The complex bureaucracies of the kingdom were in full motion. And yet in this immense machinery of rule, where pharaohs were gods and gods were kings, Kenkawes held space, perhaps as a stabilizing force, perhaps as a mother who became more than guardian. Her story is not written in battle or conquest, but in stone placement, in architectural choices, in the way her name continues to raise questions millennia later. These queens of early Egypt, like Kenkawes, were not simply figures of domestic royalty. They were conduits of lineage, vessels of ritual continuity, and, sometimes, anchors in the storm of succession. Their power was often circumstantial, arising from crisis or vacancy, but once held, it was wielded with subtlety. They did not rewrite the laws, they did not march into foreign lands, but they ensured the river of rule did not dry. And in a culture obsessed with balance, Ma'at, the divine order, this was no small task. In daily life, a queen like Kenkawes might have spent her hours among scribes and stewards, overseeing temple donations, ensuring that seasonal festivals were prepared, perhaps even reading correspondence from regional governors. Her court would have echoed with the scratch of reed pens, the murmur of supplicants, the footsteps of priests entering with scrolls and offerings. And when night fell, she may have stood on a high balcony, watching the stars, the same stars used by architects to align the pyramids, the same stars believed to be the resting place of the dead kings. Did she feel her role? Did she sense the weight of the crown, even if it rested only metaphorically on her head? Or did she carry out her duties with the grace of someone born into divine expectation, moving through the palace with poise learned from childhood? We do not know, but her name survived. And in Egypt, that was everything. To be named was to be remembered. To be remembered was to live again. Tonight, in the hush between ancient stone and sleeping minds, we remember her, not for certainty, but for possibility. A woman who may have ruled, who may have steadied a kingdom, who certainly carved her presence into the foundations of power. As we drift further into Egypt's long and winding story, the sands continue to shift, gently covering and uncovering names like hers. And somewhere beneath the moonlight of Giza, the winds still pass over her tomb, soft, patient, and timeless. As the sun of the Old Kingdom gradually dimmed and Egypt entered its first intermediate period, a time of political fragmentation and shifting powers, the clarity of royal lineages blurred, temples saw fewer offerings, tombs grew simpler, and the central authority of pharaohs waned. But when the Middle Kingdom dawned, like the soft return of daylight after a long dusk, it brought with it a slow reorganization of power, and with that, the reemergence of the queen's quiet presence. Among those who stood behind the newly rising kings of this era was Queen Neferu, wife of Mentuhotep II, the Theban pharaoh who reunited Egypt and began the 11th dynasty. Neferu's name means beauty, but her role was far more than symbolic. In an Egypt divided for generations, her marriage likely represented not just love or family, but political unity, an alliance between southern Thebes and older traditions of northern rule. Her tomb, discovered near her husband's great mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, was elegant in form, though robbed long ago of treasures. Still, the architecture speaks. Smooth limestone corridors, high sloping walls, painted scenes, now faint, once showing her standing in procession, adorned in fine linen, wearing the vulture headdress of queenship. Unlike her Old Kingdom predecessors, Neferu lived in a time where royal women were becoming more visible in public art and ritual. In her burial inscriptions, she is described not only as king's wife, but also as mother of the king's children, linking her to future succession. While we know little of her personal life, her titles and the proximity of her tomb to the pharaohs suggest influence and honor. She may have participated in state rituals, perhaps walking beside her husband during said festivals, or presenting offerings to the gods during temple renewals. The Middle Kingdom was a period of recentering, of returning to what made Egypt strong, and queens like Neferu became part of that process. They were symbols of continuity, bridges between the divine masculine and the earthly realm. Her daily life would have included audiences with high priests, overseeing palace operations, managing estates, and possibly even guiding her children's education, especially the sons being shaped into heirs. Unlike the monumental queens of later dynasties, Neferu's power was not displayed through grand statues or vast temple complexes. Instead, her legacy was woven into the success of her husband's reign and the stability of the court she helped maintain. Through the fragile painted lines that remain in her tomb, we see her holding a lotus blossom, a symbol of rebirth, of the rising sun, of quiet eternity. And it is fitting, for the queens of the Middle Kingdom were not meant to dazzle, but to endure. They were constant presences, like the slow current of the Nile itself, always there, always supporting, always moving the country forward without fanfare. As Egypt flourished under Mentuhotep and his successors, the roles of queens continued to evolve. Some became regents, some were granted lands of their own. Their images appeared more often in temples, though still smaller than those of kings. It was a time of rebuilding trust in the throne, and behind that trust stood women like Neferu, poised, disciplined, and devoted. The silence of her tomb, the careful symmetry of her burial chamber, the tender titles inscribed in hieroglyphs, all remind us that greatness does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it moves softly, behind curtains, in the folds of royal linen, in the hush of advice whispered in a king's ear. Tonight, as we drift past the rocky hills of Deir el-Bahari, beyond the sound of wind and sand, we imagine her walking once more beneath painted ceilings, calm and serene, her footsteps echoing only in memory. And so we remember Neferu, not for dramatic deeds, but for presence, for patience, for the quiet strength that allowed a kingdom to heal and begin again. As the Middle Kingdom matured under the 12th dynasty, Egypt entered a golden age of order, administration, and intellectual richness. It was a time when pharaohs governed with deliberate structure, and the scribal class flourished under their methodical gaze. But behind the measured rhythm of statecraft and temple offerings, queens continued their quiet labor, shaping the pulse of royal life from the shaded interiors of palaces and private chapels. Among these women stood Queen Nefret, the consort of Senusret-Teki, a ruler remembered for his ambitious irrigation projects and the expansion of agriculture into the Fayum region. Her name, which means beautiful, echoed the serene balance favored during this period, not only in appearance, but in role. While few grand monuments speak directly of her life, fragments of her image remain in the ruins of Kahun, a workers' village built near the King's Pyramid complex at El Lahun. Here, in modest reliefs and faint inscriptions, Nefret's likeness stands with graceful composure, her hands raised in the timeless gesture of offering, her headdress curled delicately behind her ears. Kahun itself was a remarkable sight, carefully planned, with streets laid out in a grid, homes for officials and workers alike, even a medical papyrus suggesting knowledge of childbirth and household care. And though we cannot say with certainty that Nefret ever walked its dusty lanes, it is likely that she oversaw or at least influenced aspects of the royal household's presence there. Queens of this era were not figureheads. They were stewards of fertility, harmony, and ancestral memory. In a time when the Nile was measured to the cubit and grain tallied to the sack, a queen's role was equally precise, ensuring that ritual and lineage flowed as predictably as the river itself. Nefret would have participated in ceremonies to honor Hathor, goddess of motherhood and joy, and perhaps presided over festivals where the court renewed its sacred ties to Ma'at, the principle of divine balance. Her garments would have been woven from the finest linen, her body adorned in lapis and gold, but her influence lay in gestures more subtle than decoration. She likely managed elite women of the court, supervised temple endowments, and safeguarded dynastic lines by raising the future king, perhaps Senusret III, a ruler known for his stern military reforms and enduring statuary. In the dim rooms of the palace, between carved pillars and low-burning lamps, Nefret's voice might have echoed not in commands, but in questions, in counsel, in the lullabies passed down from mother to son. Her presence was steady, not loud, enduring, not celebrated. And in the silence of her world, so distant now from ours, she made her mark not by defiance, but by continuity. Even in death, she was treated with care. Though her tomb has not been fully uncovered, its placement near the king's pyramid suggests reverence and honor. The few relics that bear her name, amulets, seals, broken faience, remind us that memory does not always survive in statues. Sometimes it lingers in clay, in the hand of a scribe who chose to write her name, in the placement of a doorframe, aligned just so to catch the sun on the day of her funeral. And in the long arc of Egyptian history, where time folds like linen and sand covers all, such traces are enough. They tell us that she lived, that she mattered, that a woman could guide the tides of empire with a quiet dignity that left no scandal, no war, no epic, but which shaped the lives of those who ruled after her. Tonight, as you drift further into stillness, imagine the soft creak of palace floors, the hush of attendants brushing sand from sandals, the cool scent of lotus in still air. In the background, Nefret sits quietly beside her son, watching him study the old names of kings, ensuring that he carries the legacy forward, not as noise, but as continuity. And in that calm, slow breath of time, her story still unfolds. As the 12th dynasty continued its steady march across the centuries, Egypt remained a land of structure and quiet control. The power of the pharaohs reached far beyond the Nile, extending into Nubia and across desert trade routes. Yet within the heart of the royal household, the queen's presence remained composed, graceful, and essential. One such presence belonged to Queen Weret, consort to Amenemhat III, a ruler known for his enduring architectural works and the construction of the enigmatic labyrinth at Hawara. Though Amenemhat's reign was marked by prosperity and grand public works, the records of Weret are faint, mere impressions on funerary objects, a name carefully carved into a piece of jewelry or painted inside a narrow tomb chapel. But this absence of drama is in itself a story. For Weret lived during one of the most organized and peaceful periods in ancient Egyptian history. It was a time of lakes being drained to create farmland, canals being cut to control the waters of the Fayum, and temples being constructed with methodical precision. In this world of balance and harmony, Weret's role was not to command attention, but to uphold the stillness. Her life, likely lived in calm rhythm with the seasons, would have been structured around festivals, priestly rituals, temple offerings, and the daily concerns of court life. She may have sat beside Amenemhat in ceremonies beneath the blazing Egyptian sun, or stood in the cool corridors of inner sanctuaries, holding sacred items during religious processions. She might have given guidance to younger women in the palace, taught songs to royal daughters, or listened quietly as advisors briefed the pharaoh in her presence. Weret's influence was likely quiet but vital, a steady hand in a kingdom that prized continuity over chaos. Her burial near the Hawara pyramid, though looted in later centuries, once contained delicate jewelry and inscriptions calling her beloved of the king and mistress of the house. These titles, while familiar, held weight. They indicated both domestic authority and spiritual alignment, suggesting that Weret was not simply a wife, but a guardian of the royal household's internal order. The ancient Egyptians believed in the power of names to transcend death. To inscribe someone's name was to grant them a place in eternity. And so Weret, whose name appears again and again in small, deliberate strokes of ink and chisel, remains with us, not as a mythic heroine, but as a woman whose life helped hold a kingdom steady. The silence that surrounds her is not neglect, but reverence. For in Egypt, silence often meant sacredness. In the slow rhythm of the royal court, with its painted walls and lotus-scented breezes, where its days would have passed gently, woven into the rituals of palace life like threads in linen, thin, almost invisible, yet essential to the cloth's strength. She lived in the shadows of stone, not because she was hidden, but because she was part of the foundation. As Egypt inched closer to the end of the Middle Kingdom, with hints of future instability already whispering through provincial unrest, queens like Weret stood as anchors. They represented the enduring ideals of womanhood, of maternal grace, of ceremonial poise. They reminded the court, and perhaps even the pharaoh, of what needed to be preserved: balance, loyalty, and the quiet dignity of enduring tradition. And so, as we drift once more into the hush of the past, let us imagine Weret in the palace garden at twilight, listening to the chirp of night insects, the soft shuffle of sandals on stone, the fading echo of hymns sung by temple choirs. She does not speak. She does not need to. Her presence alone is enough, a soft, steady reminder that even the quietest lives can shape the course of time. As the calm twilight of the Middle Kingdom gave way to the murkier shadows of the Second Intermediate Period, Egypt, long accustomed to unity and central power, began to fragment once more. Foreign influences seeped into the delta from the north, while Theban rulers held sway in the south, and the land became divided between rival dynasties. It was during this era, so full of quiet tension and uncertainty, that queens once again faded from prominence, not because they lost importance, but because records grew scarcer and the times less stable. Yet among the faint echoes of royal women from this transitional age, one figure, Queen Sobekemsaf, offers a whisper of grace amid the encroaching haze. Her name, meaning Sobek is his protection, ties her to the crocodile god, a deity associated with strength and fertility, fitting for a queen living in a time of internal unrest. She was married to a lesser-known ruler, possibly part of the Theban 17th dynasty, whose kings sought to resist the Hyksos in the north and reclaim Egypt's fractured unity. Sobekemsaf may have lived in a palace that was no longer adorned with vast murals or crowded with visiting envoys. Instead, her world was one of ritual repetition, of preserving old customs in a time when the future felt uncertain. Her days likely began with sunrise rituals dedicated to Hathor and Isis, the goddesses of motherhood and royal protection, in quiet chapels where incense rose like a slow breath through stone corridors. She would have met with temple priests, approved offerings, and perhaps counseled her children who might grow up to lead armies or to secure alliances through marriage. Her influence might not be captured in statues or stelae, but perhaps it was heard in the songs sung by household servants, in the careful management of food stores during times of drought, or in the steady instructions given to scribes recording the rituals of a divided court. The tombs of this period, though modest compared to those of earlier dynasties, still bore care and reverence. If Sobekemsaf was buried in Thebes, as some archaeologists speculate, her resting place might have been carved into the hills near today's Luxor, surrounded by silence and earth, with faint remnants of painted walls showing her in profile, offering perfume or bread to the gods. Her jewelry would have been lighter than that of Old Kingdom queens, yet no less meaningful, perhaps a simple amulet of glazed faience, shaped like an ankh or an eye, worn close to the skin. Her hair may have been braided with strands of gold, her clothing carefully pleated by hand, each detail a meditation on order in a time of gathering disorder. And so her story, like so many others from this uncertain time, survives only in fragments. But even in fragments, there is dignity. Even in the thin layers of dust that settle on forgotten names, there is meaning. For Sobekemsaf and queens like her carried forward the heartbeat of tradition, preserving the inner rhythm of the palace while the outer world trembled. In the quiet, they prepared Egypt for renewal, and that renewal would come with Amos, with the rise of the new kingdom, with the long echo of empire that followed. But none of it would have been possible without the hidden labor of those who came before. Tonight, as we lie still and listen to the silent spaces of history, imagine Sobekemsaf seated at a small alabaster table, reading a scroll by oil lamp, listening to the wind as it moves through narrow stone passageways. She does not speak loudly, nor does she stand atop monuments, but she is there, constant, composed, and gently holding Egypt's fading flame until it could burn bright again. With the dawn of the new kingdom came a renewed sense of unity, energy, and ambition in Egypt, ushering in a golden age of empire, military conquest, and monumental architecture. Yet alongside the bold deeds of kings like Thutmose III and Ramses II were the quiet, commanding presences of royal women whose roles expanded beyond the walls of the palace and into the sacred texts, temples, and tombs of statecraft. Among the most remarkable of these was Queen Ahmose Nefertari, a woman whose memory would be so revered that she would be worshipped as a goddess for centuries after her death. She was the wife of Ahmose I, the king who drove out the Hyksos and restored native rule, and together they laid the foundations of the 18th dynasty. Her title was not merely Great Royal Wife, but also God's Wife of Amun, a position that carried not just ceremonial weight, but spiritual power and political significance. As the consort of a unifying king and the mother of Amenhotep I, Ahmose Nefertari was both a symbol and an agent of rebirth. She likely oversaw the organization of temple estates, directed the activities of female priesthoods, and ensured the continuity of ancient rites that re-established Egypt's bond with the divine after the instability of previous generations. Her image, dark-skinned and dignified, appears in statues and stelae throughout Thebes and Deir el-Medina, where she was revered as a protector of workers and a model of ideal womanhood. In her depictions, she wears a long sheath dress, a vulture headdress, and often the double plumes associated with high ritual rank. Her hands are raised in blessing, and her expression is calm, composed, eternal. She does not shout. She does not need to. Her authority is silent and complete. In life, she may have walked through the sacred precincts of Karnak, passed beneath papyrus-shaped columns, and stood before colossal statues of gods who bore her family's offerings. She might have spoken in hushed tones to the high priest of Amun, or given instructions to architects designing the funerary temples that line the western bank of the Nile. She certainly presided over ceremonies that bound her family's reign to the will of the gods. And when she died, she was buried with reverence, perhaps in the royal necropolis of Thebes, surrounded by servants and spells meant to guide her through the afterlife. Yet her influence did not end there. For centuries afterward, workers at Deir el-Medina, the village of tomb artisans, left offerings to her and her son, Amenhotep I. They saw her as a guardian, a spiritual presence watching over their labor, their families, their dreams. Her worship was personal, gentle, and enduring. And that is perhaps the truest mark of her power. Not the monuments she left behind, but the feeling of safety and order her name inspired in those who built the very tombs that have come to define ancient Egypt's legacy. So tonight, as the noise of the day fades and the world softens into shadow, picture Ahmose Nefertari seated in the cool hall of her temple. The stone walls are covered in painted hymns. The air smells of myrrh and tamarisk. Outside, the Nile flows quietly beneath a sky of slow-turning stars. Her eyes are closed. Her hands rest in her lap. She is not speaking, but her silence still echoes across the centuries. As the new kingdom unfolded, Egypt stood taller than ever before, its armies victorious abroad, its temples larger and more elaborate, its art reaching new heights of sophistication. Yet within this era of splendor and expansion, it was not only kings who shaped the destiny of the realm. Royal women emerged with growing influence, stepping forward from the background into roles of visibility, diplomacy, and even divine mediation. One such woman was Queen Tiye, wife of Amenhotep III and mother of the revolutionary pharaoh Akhenaten. Tiye was not born into royalty, but her father held the position of high priest of Min and was steward of the herds of the Temple of Amun, an influential post. Her marriage to Amenhotep III was not merely ceremonial, it was deeply significant, both politically and spiritually. She was the first queen to have her name routinely included on official monuments and temple inscriptions alongside her husband, signaling her elevated status. Tiye's presence was felt not only in the courts of Thebes and Malkata, but across diplomatic exchanges as well. Foreign rulers addressed her directly in letters preserved in the Amarna correspondence, seeking her favor and influence. Her portrait busts, like the famous ebony carving housed today in Berlin, show a mature woman with a strong jawline and penetrating gaze, adorned with a headdress of cow horns and the solar disk, symbols that tied her to Hathor and Isis. She was a queen who understood her power and used it wisely. When her husband fell ill in his later years, it is believed Tia took on an increasingly active role in state affairs, perhaps even guiding succession plans. And when her son Akhenaten began his radical religious reforms, abolishing the traditional pantheon in favor of worshipping the Aten, it was Tia who stood as a bridge between the old and new orders. She may not have approved of his extremism, but she remained close to him, traveling to his new capital at Akhetaten and residing in a grand palace not far from the pharaoh's own. There, amid sun-drenched colonnades and open-air temples, Tia would have continued to advise, to listen, and to steady the course of a reign that often veered toward isolation. She died not long before her son, and though her tomb has not been definitively identified, some scholars believe her mummy may be among those found in the Valley of the Kings, unwrapped and unnamed for years, until finally matched through DNA analysis to the royal family. But even without a known resting place, Tia's memory endures. She was a matriarch in the truest sense, holding her family and her nation together through ceremony, diplomacy, and quiet resilience. Her legacy paved the way for another remarkable queen, Nefertiti, whose beauty is still admired and whose mystery continues to inspire debate. As you settle into sleep and the hum of the day grows quiet, imagine Tia seated in a lotus garden, her lap filled with diplomatic letters from Mitanni and Babylon, her attendants gently fanning the evening air. She does not speak of the gods she once knew or the temples now abandoned, but the calm in her eyes suggests that she understands cycles, transitions, and the power of simply enduring. In the stillness of history, Tia remains, a queen whose silence was never submission, but strength. As the new kingdom continued to stretch toward its zenith and then slowly toward its decline, the presence of royal women remained steady, even as the world around them changed. Among the most enigmatic and captivating of all was Queen Nefertiti, a figure whose name has endured through the ages not simply because of her beauty, but because of the aura of mystery that surrounds her life and her fate. She was the great royal wife of Akhenaten, the revolutionary pharaoh who shifted Egypt's religious focus to the singular worship of the Aten, the sun disk. Nefertiti stood beside him not as a passive consort, but as a near-equal partner in this ideological transformation. Reliefs from the city of Akhetaten show her making offerings to the Aten, wearing the blue crown of kingship, and even striking down enemies, a visual language traditionally reserved for pharaohs. Her 6 daughters were raised in a palace filled with light and open courtyards, a place where the walls were painted with delicate scenes of family life, music, and the gentle rays of the Aten reaching down to bless the royal household. And yet, just as suddenly as she rose, Nefertiti seemed to vanish from the historical record. Did she die in the 12th year of Akhenaten's reign? Did she assume a new identity as a co-regent or even pharaoh in her own right under the name Neferneferuaten? The debate continues, soft as whispers between archaeologists, each theory a shadow in the golden dusk of the Amarna period. Her tomb has never been found. Her body, if it survives, lies hidden in the silence of the desert. But her likeness, especially the world-famous painted limestone bust now housed in Berlin, endures, capturing a face of serene intelligence and quiet confidence that transcends time. As Egypt returned to traditional gods after Akhenaten's death, the memory of Nefertiti was not celebrated. Her name was omitted from later records. Her statues were smashed or buried. And yet, in a way that defies erasure, she lived on. Perhaps it is fitting that the story of the forgotten queens ends here, with a woman remembered more for what we do not know than for what we do. In the centuries that followed, royal women remained important, but fewer of them stood out as individuals. The empire weakened, then fell, and Egypt passed into the hands of foreign rulers: Libyans, Nubians, Persians, Greeks, and finally the Romans. Cleopatra, perhaps the most famous Egyptian queen of all, came from a different lineage, a Macedonian one, and lived in a different Egypt, a place of politics, intrigue, and fragile alliances. But the ancient lineage of queens, of Meresank, Sobekneferu, Amose-Nefertari, Tie, and Nefertiti, remained buried in the sand, waiting to be rediscovered. Their lives were not filled with drama or conquest. They ruled with ritual, with grace, with presence. They walked through temple corridors, gave birth to future kings, offered perfume and bread to gods, and wrote their names in ink that faded over time. Tonight, as your thoughts grow slower and the world softens into sleep, imagine a corridor deep beneath the earth. The air is dry. The walls are cool to the touch. Along them, faint carvings of forgotten queens line the passage, each one lit by the gentle flicker of torchlight. They do not call out. They do not demand to be remembered. But they are here, patient, eternal, and quietly watching over the sleeping history of a once great land. And now, with them, you too may drift into stillness, into dreams, into a night as ancient and calm as the Nile beneath the stars. So you've made it to the end of this video. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your time here, among the thousands of other videos out there. I truly appreciate you being with me. I hope this story brought you a sense of calm, and that when you wake up, you'll step into a new day full of energy, peace, and quiet confidence. Until next time, take care, sleep well, and I'll see you again in the next episode here on the channel. Thank you, and good night.